Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 2943. Jamin, it's better for me to talk to you in private. Elder Wu from Hutu village didn't want to reveal Xiao Mao's incident to the public. After all, he wasn't sure what had happened in Xueqi village. We, the 12 shaman villages, have always shared weal and woe, and there's nothing that we can't talk about. Elder Wu from Xueqi village said indifferently, but you, Hutu village, are using a Dao sect cultivator to threaten me with this seed? I'd like to ask Genji, why is Hutu village so interested in the internal affairs of Xueqi village when even the shaman king can't interfere with our internal affairs? Hee Jamin, so that's what you're thinking. Elder Wu from Hutu village sneered, I wanted to help you, but since you've misunderstood me, I have no choice but to be frank with you. Hutu village's Elder Wu was depressed. Unlike Hutu village, Xueqi village didn't have as many descendants as Hutu village. The bloodline in the village was getting thinner day by day, and many factions had formed in the village. Although Elder Wu didn't care too much about it, he was still scratching his head. Especially this time, the drought in Meng Mountains was very serious, and because of it, various factions had taken action. Not only were the conflicts increasing, but the methods they used were also more severe. When Elder Wu from Xueqi village returned from the Shaman King's place, he immediately heard that something was wrong with Baili village. To his surprise, someone with the purest bloodline of great god Xueqi had appeared in Xueqi village, and this person was a Dao sect cultivator. When he heard that this person was with Ziming from Hutu village, Elder Wu was infuriated for no reason, thinking that Hutu village was trying to encroach on his Xueqi village. But today, he saw Elder Wu from Hutu village take out the seed that could save lives, and this seed. Elder Wu from Baili village didn't report it to him in time. Obviously, he had been instructed by Elder Wu from Hutu village to launch an attack and threaten him with this seed. That was why he couldn't help but jump up in anger. Genji, let these kids go first. Elder Wu from Baili village glanced at them and said indifferently. His face had turned blue. All right. Elder Wu from Hutu village nodded, then he turned and said, G-Man, Ziming, bring Hutu village and Hutu village to Hutu village's Hutu village and distribute the seed. In addition, let Changji tell them about the things they should pay attention to and how to sow the seeds. The grains of our Meng Mountains have always been nurtured by nature. They might not even know how to sow them. I know. G-Man nodded, then slowly walked out of the ancestral hall with the hundreds of senior magi. Where are these cultivators? A young magus asked. This is a matter of Meng Mountain. Although they don't understand magus language, they shouldn't stay here. Senior Marshal Brother Li and Senior Marshal Sister Hong Xia can leave, but my big brother can't leave. Facing the 11 elders, Xiao Mao felt weak in his heart and hurriedly argued. Oh? When the Xianming village's Elder Wu heard Xiao Mao's sorcerer language, his eyes lit up. He looked at the Xueqi village's Elder Wu strangely, and the others also understood. Xueqi village's Elder Wu's face was terrifyingly dark. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Hutu village's Elder Wu. It was clear that he had placed all the blame on Hutu village's Elder Wu. After Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao left, the entire ancestral hall fell into silence. No one said a word. Genji, don't you want to explain something to me? Finally, Xueqi village's Elder Wu spoke. I don't want to explain anything. Hutu village's Elder Wu said calmly. Look at this young man's face and see if you have any impression of him. I've never seen him before. Xueqi village's Elder Wu answered firmly. What about someone who looks like him? Or his ancestor? Hutu village's Elder Wu frowned. What are you trying to say? Genji. Xueqi village's Elder Wu said coldly. Do you think he's a descendant of some senior magus of our Xueqi village? Xueqi village's Elder Wu emphasized the word think. Poor Xiao Hua. He couldn't understand a single word. Xiao Mao's face was filled with fear, and he didn't dare to say anything else. Isn't he a descendant of your Xueqi village? Hutu village's Elder Wu was getting anxious. Didn't you hear his magus language? If he's not the descendant of great god Xueqi, how could he speak so fluently? What I heard. Speaking up to hear, Elder Wu glanced at Xiao Mao and transmitted his voice to Xueqi village's Elder Wu. Although the 10 great magus elders were standing there, their gazes were either looking at the storage pouch or the statue of great god Hutu. It was as if their minds weren't here. Hearing Elder Wu's transmission, Xueqi village's Elder Wu's face turned red, and he retorted. Huta Village's elder Wu laughed. Looks like I've made a mistake. I thought I was that person. However, if he's not that person, he must be related to your Xueqi village. Humph. There are many people related to my Xueqi village. Xueqi Village's elder Wu snorted coldly. But someone with such a pure bloodline. I'm afraid he's the only one, right? Huta Village's elder Wu advised. Now your Xueqi village is really in a mess. Sword cultivators and cultivators are all acting like your own sword domain. What about the message I sent you last time? How is it? Is it true? Xueqi Village's elder Wu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, It's true, and it's even spreading. I've killed over 20,000 people. I have to thank you for this. Over 20,000 people? Huta Village's elder Wu was dumbfounded. I didn't get that much information, did I? Humph. They are all my people. I can kill as many as I want. Xueqi Village's elder Wu snorted coldly. Didn't you kill 5,000 people too? It's the pot calling the kettle black. Hee hee. Huta Village's elder Wu laughed. If it didn't involve the foundation of my Huta Village, how could I be so ruthless? Also, my fellow elders, their target is the people of Meng Mountains. I've told you this in my previous message. Don't be careless. Got it. The few senior magi's eyes brightened up, and they agreed without pause. That's enough, Genji. This little kid from Dao sect has nothing to do with me. Xueqi Village's elder Wu seemed to hate Xiao Mao. He waved his hand and said, If there's nothing else, I'll return to Xueqi Village now. Don't be hasty. How could Hutu Village's elder Wu let him go so easily? He raised his head and said, Xiao Mao, show him the portrait in the jade slip. Perhaps he can find something. Yes. Xiao Mao bit his lips, then took out the jade slip he had hidden in his pocket and handed it over to Xueqi Village's elder Wu respectfully. Xueqi Village's elder Wu glanced at the jade slip on the ground indifferently. He grabbed it with his hand, but didn't take it. Xiao Mao looked at this unfriendly elder Wu, but he didn't take a step back. This jade slip was very important to him, and he had to take it back. Xueqi Village's elder Wu glanced at the jade slip, then casually returned it to Xiao Mao and said, I'm sorry, Genji. I've disappointed you. I don't know this woman. That's strange. Hutu Village's elder Wu was really puzzled. If Xueqi Village's elder Wu didn't know her, how could she be from Xueqi Village? He turned to look at Xiao Mao and said, Do you have any other keepsakes? This. Xiao Mao naturally had the jade pendant his mother had left for him. But seeing Xueqi Village's elder Wu's attitude and Huta Village's elder Wu's helpless expression, he didn't dare to take it out. This was the only thing his mother had left for him. He would rather not find out his identity than lose this jade pendant. He didn't want to make the same mistake as Jinghua City. No. Xiao Mao refused decisively. Sigh, then there's no other way. Hutu Village's elder Wu sighed. It seems, oh wait a moment, just as the Huta Stockade's elder Wu and Xiao Mao gave up, the Shibai Stockade's elder Wu seemed to have thought of something. He stretched out his hand and said, Show me the jade slip again, yes. Xiao Mao was overjoyed. He quickly took out the jade slip again and handed it over. This time, Xueqi Village's elder Wu looked at it for a long time. He frowned slightly. When he returned the jade slip to Xiao Mao, he said, I have some impression of this girl. Xiao Mao felt his mouth go dry. He opened his mouth and looked at Xueqi Village's elder Wu. Can I tell you who she is? Xueqi Village's elder Wu rolled his eyes and said coldly, But before that, you have to tell me, who asked you to come to Meng Mountains? What's your purpose in coming to Meng Mountains? No one asked me to come to Meng Mountains. Xiao Mao understood what Xueqi Village's elder Wu meant. He smiled and said, Besides, I came to Meng Mountains to accompany Big Brother and the others to train. In fact, before I came to Meng Mountains and met Hebi Village's elder Wu, I didn't even know I had the bloodline of Meng Mountains. Xueqi Village's elder Wu harumphed coldly. How could he believe it? Elder. Xiao Mao had no choice but to tell him about his impression of his parents, and how he came to Meng Mountains with Xiao Hua and the others. In the end, he said, if it wasn't because Yi Yu wanted to kill me, I still wouldn't know I have an enemy in Xueqi Village. Of course I think Hebi Village's elder Wu might have mistaken me for someone else. Yi Yu? Xueqi Village's elder Wu frowned even more. He is a sword cultivator, and he is our Shebi village's servant. What grudge does he have with you? I don't know. Xiao Mao answered honestly. Until now I'm still confused. Hee. Jamin, can't you see through such a simple thing? A young elder Wu with a red face sneered. If I'm not mistaken, this kid's mother must be an unknown girl in your Shebi village. Even you didn't pay attention to her. And this kid's father should also be a swordsman. Although this kid doesn't know Yi Yu, he looks exactly like his father. That's why Yi Yu was able to recognize this kid's origin with just a glance. But why did Yi Yu want to kill this kid? I'm afraid that this kid's father has some secret with Yi Yu. Chapter 2944. Panju, why do you have to be so vague? A similarly young shaman with long cheeks said straightforwardly, from what this old man sees, this child's father must have the same goal as this Night Rain. He must have wanted to go to Shibai village to win the favor of Ji-man and obtain the position of Fu-man. Unfortunately, this child's father was a sentimental person. When he met this child's mother, for the sake of an unknown woman from Shibai village, he didn't even want the position of Fu-man and directly eloped with this woman. Hee. The women of Meng Mountains are sentimental. Shibai village is close to the border of Meng Mountains, so it has a lot of contact with the swordsmen of Sword region. This kind of thing is not unusual, right? Jamin, tell me, am I right? Jamin, am I right? The elder Wu of Ho-Tu village had a smile on his face. Obviously, he had also guessed it, so he asked. Yes, I can't remember the name of this girl. She seems to be a servant girl who served Ji-man of Shibai village. The elder Wu of Shibai village didn't have a bad expression on his face. He said calmly, if I'm not mistaken, what Feng Min said should be correct. Hee. I can't believe it. Feng Min said with a smile. A lowly servant girl and the son of a swordsman from Sword region actually have such a pure bloodline of a great god. The strangeness of this is really hard to understand. Jamin, this servant girl, and this swordsman. And that Yi Yu you have to investigate carefully. There might be some interesting stories behind this. A tall and thin old man who had been silent all this while said with a smile, I remember that there was a case of bloodline loss in your Shibai village. But before this old man could finish, the elder Wu of Shibai village sneered, Jian Feng, you don't have the right to talk about me, do you? You're acting like it's easy to get the position of elder Wu of Shibai village. Hee, Jamin. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Anyway, it's the internal affairs of your Shibai village. I won't interfere. Even if the Shaman King is here, he won't interfere. The elder Wu of Shibai village shrunk his head and smiled wretchedly. Fine. Let's end this matter here. The three-armed venerable Wu said with an indifferent tone. This is the moment of life and death for Meng Mountains. Let's wait until these millet seeds have spread all over Meng Mountains, and the trillions of people of Meng Mountains have overcome this crisis. You are a citizen of Shibai village. No matter how big the matter is, it can't be bigger than this. Yes, Swan and I is absolutely right. Nothing is as important as this. Elder Wu of Huta village nodded and said, I wanted to mention it to Jamin because Xiao Mao sent the millet seed here and the bloodline of Shibai village has become weak. Since Jamin doesn't want to care about it, please just laugh it off. Humph. Shibai village's elder Wu snorted coldly to show his dissatisfaction. After that, 10 elders of Shibai village nodded their heads at Huta village's elder Wu, then turned into black winds and left the ancestral hall. At this moment, Shibai village's elder Wu's expression was much better than before. After all, he didn't have any intention of meddling in the affairs of Shibai village, and Xiao Mao's background was only related to a little maidservant of Shibai village. Even if it was spread out, it wouldn't be a big deal. Especially, Xiao Mao's bloodline of a great god was indeed very pure, which made him very interested. However, his interest was only limited to asking Xiao Mao a few questions. Then he also turned into a black wind and left. Jamin, all the shaman villages of your Shibai village are distributing the millet seeds in Huta temple. Don't you want to go and have a look? Huta village's elder Wu stopped him. No need. You have made the preparations, so I'll leave it to you. Shibai village's elder Wu didn't stop. His figure gradually disappeared, but his words were still lingering in the air. Ask Swan Nig to give me my share. Say. Looking at the disappearing black smoke, Hutu village's elder Wu sighed. In the entire ancestral shrine, only Hutu village's Elder Wu, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao were left. Elder Wu frowned, as if he was thinking about something. Xiao Mao, on the other hand, had a joyful look on his face. In fact, he had never thought about the position of Elder Wu. All he wanted was to find out where he came from. However, when he arrived in Meng Mountains, he was raised to the position of Emperor by Lu village's Elder Wu and Ji Man. The desire in his heart was ignited involuntarily. However, now that he had witnessed the incident at the Hutu stronghold and the abilities of the 12 shamans, he knew that he was nothing more than a little bug in their eyes. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua could not put up any resistance, let alone him. Therefore, he had achieved his goal of coming to Meng Mountains, and he didn't have any regrets. In this ancestral shrine, the only one who was confused, depressed, and bored was naturally Xiao Hua. Although he stayed in the ancestral shrine, from the beginning to the end, all the shamans were speaking in Meng Mountains shaman language. He couldn't understand it at all. Xiao Mao didn't dare to say anything. He was just like a log standing there. He might as well follow Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao and leave the ancestral shrine. Hee, big brother. Xiao Mao finally noticed Xiao Hua and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, big brother. Little brother's matter has been settled." Hee, it's fine. Since you know where you come from, everything is easy. Xiao Hua said with a smile, looking at that Elder Wu from Xueqi village. It seems like you don't have much relationship with him. Yes, Xiao Mao said with a smile. Little brother's mother is just a servant girl of Ji Man from Xueqi village. In his eyes, I'm just a nobody. Oh? Then why is Yi Yu so hostile towards you? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Xiao Mao explained the whole story with a smile. Yi Yu is just gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Little brother is just here to find out where he came from. How could he possibly threaten his position? On the contrary, because of him jumping up and down, he revealed the plan of the swordsman to Xueqi village's Elder Wu. I'm sure Elder Wu will do something about it, right? That's strange. If it's like what you said, even if your mother knows the language of shamans, it's impossible. Xiao Hua was sharp enough to think of this. Xiao Mao shook his head slightly. Big brother, it's already like this. Little brother is already very satisfied. How could the Elder Wu not know about what big brother knows? Since they don't want to tell me, why should I ask? Sigh, Xiao Mao is right. The Hutu stronghold's Elder Wu said, "The development of this matter has exceeded my expectations. The secrets of this matter are too deeply hidden. The identity of Xiao Mao's mother is a problem. The identity of Xiao Mao's father is also a problem. If we continue to investigate, that would be the matter of Xueqi village." Judging from Jimin's reaction, he might not pay attention to it. After all, the disaster in Meng Mountains is the most serious. He can only think about other things after overcoming this crisis, right? Senior. Little brother thanks you. Recalling what he saw just now, Xiao Mao knew that if it wasn't for Elder Wu from Hutu village's recommendation, he wouldn't have been able to meet the Elder Wu from 11 Shaman village, and it would be even more impossible for him to learn about his background from Elder Wu from Xueqi village. Especially, according to what Patriarch Wu of Xueqi Stronghold said, this might be a shameful incident of Xueqi Stronghold. If he went to Xueqi Stronghold recklessly, he would offend this Patriarch Wu and Ji Man of Xueqi Stronghold. Perhaps before he could even get close to Xueqi Stronghold, he would be killed in Meng Mountains. Therefore, Xiao Mao bowed and thanked Elder Wu sincerely. It's all right. Elder Wu from Xueqi village waved his hand and said, "Not to mention that little brother Xiao is your big brother. Just the fact that you have the bloodline of Meng Mountains in your veins is enough for me to lend you a hand. Senior, that Elder Wu from Bai and village will be fine, right?" Xiao Mao had a good impression of Bai and village's Elder Wu, so he asked. Nothing will happen. Elder Wu said with a smile. Chongji pledged his loyalty to you because of your bloodline, not because of you. In Meng Mountains, pledging loyalty to a descendant of a great god is very normal, so Jimin won't punish Chongji too much. Besides, Chongji is very experienced in planting millet seeds. I think Jimin wants Chongji to teach him how to plant them, right? After saying that, Elder Wu looked at Xiao Hua and asked, "Little brother Xiao, aren't you going to Wu Meng?" Xiao Hua knew that this was Elder Wu's concern. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, "Let's wait a little longer. Not to mention that I haven't passed the obstacle of Meng Mountains. It's not appropriate for me to go there now. Even senior brother Li of the younger generation was eager to return home. I still have to escort them through Huan country and return to Shi country. All right. Seeing that Xiao Hua had made up his mind, Elder Wu nodded. If you are going there, you will have to pass by my Huta village. Other elders don't care about this, but I still recognize your kindness. Just come. Hee, I understand. Xiao Hua recalled the coldness of the 10 great elders and said with a smile, if I didn't come to Huta village to find you, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know where Wu Meng is. Isn't there? Elder Wu was stunned, thinking that Xiao Hua didn't know there was a route in the Witch King token. Big brother has always been bad at directions. Xiao Mao laughed. If you let him find it himself, he will never find it. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Elder Wu also laughed and waved his hand. Let's go and see how the millet seeds are distributed. Once I'm done with the matters in the village, I'll personally send you off from Meng Mountains. That won't do. I'm really scared. Xiao Hua knew that Elder Wu had a noble status and wouldn't leave the witch village easily. How could he let him personally send him off? Little brother Xiao, don't be so polite. While walking, Venerable Wu said, you've done a lot for Meng Mountains. If I don't even send you off, wouldn't that make the cultivators of Dao sect laugh at the people of Meng Mountains for not being civilized? Hee. All right. Thank you for your kindness. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of Yi Yu. Who knew what kind of tricks this guy would play on his way back? Of course, he wasn't afraid of leaving Meng Mountains, but within Meng Mountains, it was better to have Elder Wu accompany him. When the three of them came out, Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia were already waiting outside. They didn't ask anything and followed the three of them to Hutu Palace. Chapter 29:45. In the Huta Palace, Ji-Man and Zi-Ming were busy instructing the guards and maids to distribute the seeds. The Hutu village's shaman village was easy to deal with, as Zi-Ming had already distributed the seeds beforehand. They only needed to send the seeds into the soul nest. Many shaman elders who had already distributed the seeds were now surrounding the shaman elder of Bai village. Obviously, they were asking how to plant the seeds. As for the shaman elders of Shi Bai village, they were lining up, waiting for Ji-Man's order. Ji-Man was distributing the seeds while asking Zi-Ming something. Looking at Zi-Ming's expression, he didn't have the embarrassment and dissatisfaction he had in the ancestral temple. Instead, he had a smile on his face. Therefore, it was easy to take a step forward or a step back, but the result was totally different. Obviously, Xiao Hua was happy to see this result. Seeing the elder of Hutu village come in, many elders stopped what they were doing and bowed to him. The elder waved his hand, signaling them to continue. He walked to the top of the Huta Palace, looked at the 2 seats, and said in a low voice, "Sigh, everyone is envious of these 2 seats. But in fact, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. I've suffered enough in these years. I've been worrying about the Huta village almost all the time. How can I be free?" Ji-Man was wise to withdraw in time. I still want to find a suitable elder to replace me. But, where can I find one? The rich have their worries, the poor have their sorrows. And the poor will never understand the worries of the rich. Xiao Hua stood next to the elder and said with a smile, but if you put the people of Meng Mountains in your heart, watching them laugh, watch them cry, watch them live a happy life, Elder Wu, I'll never be able to enjoy this kind of enjoyment. Ha ha ha, little friend Xiao, you're right. You're right. The elder laughed. If you have such thoughts sooner or later, you'll have such enjoyment too. As he spoke, Elder Wu's figure flew up to descend onto the seat at the very top. As soon as Elder Wu sat down, the dignified aura he exuded from before was instantly born. Xiao Hua and the others didn't dare look at him in the eye, and a feeling of respect arose spontaneously. Master, Master. A timid voice came from the side. Xiao Mao looked over and found that it was the elder of Bai Lu village. Xiao Mao hurriedly smiled and said, Elder Wu, please don't say such things again. Shi Bai village's Elder Wu has already told me about it. My background. I'm afraid it's not what you think. Besides, I'm also preparing to leave Meng Mountains immediately. My lord. Taiyan Stronghold's Elder Wu's voice grew softer. Since I've already said it, I won't change it for the rest of my life. This lowly one is loyal to the bloodline of great god Shi Bai, And the people of Hongdi village are even more so. Even if you don't have any status, I and your people know better than anyone what you've brought to our Bive and stronghold. Xiao Mao carefully looked at Grandmaster Wu, who was high up. Naturally, he knew that Grandmaster Wu could hear their conversation. He signaled to Grandmaster Wu and said, even if you think that some words are true, you have to keep them in your heart. There's no need to say them out loud. Furthermore, I understand Venerable Wu's intentions. But I am a cultivator of Dao sect. After I leave, I will return to the kingdom of Xi and continue my cultivation. This trip to Meng Mountains is just a trial for me. The road ahead of me and Meng Mountains is very long. Who knows what will happen? Don't you think so, Grandmaster Wu? Yes, very much so. Taiyan Stronghold's elder Wu lowered his head and answered. Xiaoji. Huta Stronghold's elder Wu spoke. Great Elder Wu. Xiaoji Elder Wu said with great respect. What orders do you have? Jimin wants you to bring the millet seed from Shibai and Stronghold to him. You have to be careful. You have to know what you can and can't say. Hutu Stronghold's elder Wu ordered. I understand. Taiyan Stronghold's elder Wu bowed and said, I'll go get the millet seed right now and rush to Shibai and Stronghold. Oh right. Xiao Mao suddenly thought of something and whispered. Big brother, where are the 3 treasures from Bibe and Stronghold? You should return them to them. Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Mao and rolled his eyes. When have you ever seen Big Brother take back something that has fallen into his hands? Don't even think about it. Then, all right. What else could Xiao Mao say? Thinking of the benefits that Xiao Hua brought to Bai and Stronghold, these spirit treasures could be considered as a price. Big Brother has no use for this thing. If you want to return it to him, then return it to him. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and stuffed the bone case of the bone snake into Xiao Mao's hands. Xiao Mao took it and smiled bitterly. They gave us 3, and now I'm giving them 1. What's the meaning of this? I might as well not return it. If you don't want to return it, then keep it for yourself. This is a bone snake spirit treasure. It seems to be related to the snake on God Shibai's ear. It might be useful when you have the power of blood meridians. Xiao Hua smiled and whispered. It was not convenient for Xiao Mao to open it now, so he kept it in his storage bag. Looking at the noisy Huta Hall, Xiao Hua said to Huta Hall's elder Wu, Senior, it seems that the matter here will not be settled in a short time. Junior and the others will return first. Wait until Senior has nothing to worry about, then we'll bid farewell. All right. Elder Wu nodded and ordered the guards in the hall to send the 4 of them back to the quiet room. Once they arrived at the quiet room, Fairy Hong Xia said anxiously, Darling Xiao, the millet seed has been delivered, and Zimming has lit up the soul-falling lamp. The matter of Million Meng Mountains should have nothing to do with us, right? Let's hurry back, shall we? Let's not talk about the result of the Dao Sword War. It's about elder sister's life and death. If I don't see it with my own eyes, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. As she spoke, Fairy Hong Xia turned to look at Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao had not spoken for a long time. Ever since he found out that Kai Zhuoxia might still be alive, he seemed to have lost his soul. Every day, he followed Xiao Mao and the rest in a daze, not saying a word, not doing anything. Xiao Hua understood Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao's anxiety. He told them about his worries and said, It's easy for us to enter Million Meng Mountains. No one knows about it. But turning back here will be troublesome. Almost all the elders have seen us before. They might not have any thoughts. But what about their subordinates? What about those swordsmen with ulterior motives? Huan country is a big place, and there are thousands of ways for us to return to Xi country. Once we get to the sword catacomb, we can still make plans. But from Million Meng Mountains, we can only go through Drifting Cloud Lake. If the Elder Wu or Zimming of Hutu Stronghold sent us off, wouldn't that save us a lot of trouble? It's just a matter of 10 days, or dozens of days. If Zhuoxiao is still alive, she wouldn't mind waiting a few days, right? Fairy Hong Xia knew what Xiao Hua said made sense, so she sat down with her legs crossed. She wanted to meditate, but the worry in her heart was still the same as before. She couldn't calm her mind. Fairy Hong Xia opened her eyes and looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was sitting there quietly, as if he had already started meditating. Say. Fairy Hong Xia sighed, feeling a little disappointed. She really didn't like being in Hutu Stronghold. Everything was out of her control, especially when she was facing the 12 elders of Hutu's stronghold. That feeling of disgust and fear came from the bottom of her heart. Although Xueqi looked like he was meditating with his eyes closed, his mind had already entered the mysterious Heaven Ring of Aura. The Heaven Ring of Aura had undergone a huge change. It was no longer empty and boundless like before. The 49 green seal characters were flashing with a brilliant green light, flying everywhere. As the light of these green seal characters changed, not only did 49 voices come out from the Heaven Ring of Aura, but all kinds of illusions also appeared in the light. These illusions were either mountains, rivers, flowers, or the starry sky. In short, there were so many of them. Everything in the Heaven Ring of Aura looked very pleasing. But Xueqi was extremely distressed. Yes, Xueqi already had the foundation of comprehending these 49 green seal characters. He was able to pronounce them in a short period of time. But the last green seal character had been there for a long time. No matter what, Xueqi couldn't pronounce it correctly. The primordial spirit had already written the green seal character for the 9th time in front of Xueqi's mind. But the green light only flickered slightly before disappearing. The green seal character didn't even make a single sound. That's strange. Everything is correct. Xueqi was bewildered. Why is it that the other 49 green seal characters are so easily produced, but the last one is so easy to pronounce? Damn it, this young master doesn't believe. Xueqi didn't have anything else to do at this time, so he used all his strength. He waved his soul strands again and again, trying to pronounce the words. Xueqi of the Back Earth Stockade was currently meditating. This meditation lasted for 9 days. In these 9 days, Xueqi was completely engrossed in the Heaven Ring of Aura's final green seal character. But he didn't make any progress. On this day, Xueqi exited the Heaven Ring of Aura with extreme helplessness. His heart was somewhat depressed because Ziming had come. The moment she saw Xueqi, the originally reserved and dignified Ziming quickened her pace and approached him. With a trace of reluctance in her voice she said, "Young Master Xiao." Fairy Hongxia naturally came out of her meditation as well. Seeing Ziming's expression, she was unhappy and hurriedly said, "Miss Ziming, how should we address you now? Can we address you as G-Man?" Hearing Fairy Hongxia's reminder, Ziming's face dimmed, and his cheerful steps became heavy. When he was a few feet away from Xueqi, he stopped and turned to look at Fairy Hongxia, saying, "Little sister Hongxia, this concubine has only lit up the soul-falling lamp, and has the qualifications to inherit G-Man. Even if G-Man personally agreed to give up G-Man's position 10 years later, that is still a matter for the future. This concubine is the same as before. You can call me whatever you want." "Hee, that's good," Fairy Hongxia said with a smile. "This way, I and the rest don't have to pay respects to Miss Ziming." Hearing Fairy Hongxia use the word "I" to remind her of the difference between her and Xueqi, Ziming felt even more sad. But this expression lingered on her face for a moment, and disappeared when it was seen by Xueqi. "Young Master Xiao, young Master Li." Ziming bit her lips and said, "Elder Wu has already finished dealing with the matters in the stockade. He has just ordered that the 4 of you will be sent out of Meng Mountains in 3 days. Chapter 2946. Very good. Fairy Hongxia raised her eyebrows. The anxiety that she had suppressed for the past 9 days was awakened once again. "I and the rest have left Xi for a long time. It is time for us to return." Li Zongbao's eyes flashed with anxiety, but he did not say anything. But Xiao Mao's expression was a little lonely. For him, the journey to Meng Mountains was like a dream. Although he had told Xueqi that he was very satisfied with everything he had done, Xueqi was still not satisfied. But it was impossible for him to not have any other thoughts. Sure enough, looking at Xiao Mao's expression, Ziming said, "Regarding Xiao Mao's background, Elder Wu said that he will help you investigate it in detail." "Thank you, Elder Wu." Xiao Mao was overjoyed. It's not just that." Ziming looked outside the hall and lowered her voice. "Now that the bloodline of Xueqi's stronghold is thin, and the swordsmen are causing trouble, the entire Xueqi stronghold is showing signs of falling apart. Moreover, the 99 upper strongholds and 360 lower strongholds of Xueqi stronghold are even more chaotic. Otherwise, Elder Wu and G-Man of Xueqi stronghold would not be so bold to treat you. Therefore, Elder Wu said that you still have a chance. Although the chance is not great, but It's better than nothing. You should focus on your cultivation. If there is any witchcraft passed down by your ancestors, you must pay more attention to it. Opportunities are always given to those who are prepared. Ziming naturally could not say too much, but her words represented Elder Wu. Since Elder Wu thought so highly of Xiao Mao's chances were naturally much greater than the others. Xiao Mao's face lit up with joy. He bowed and said, "I won't say any unnecessary words. My elder brother is Master Xiao. Even if I can't be Master Xiao, I will be a Xiao who loves his people." At this point, he really could not say what he wanted to be a Xiao. Young Master Xiao, don't think too much. Elder Wu can't interfere with the internal affairs of Shebi Stronghold. Everything depends on you. Ziming smiled again, and the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Yes, this Xiao naturally understands. Xiao Mao smiled and said, "Doing my best is exactly what this Xiao thinks." Good. Ziming clapped her hands. "I will pass your words to Elder Wu." Ziming then looked at Xiao Hua. "In 3 days, you will be leaving." Ziming said in a low voice, "I will ask Grandmaster Wu for permission and try my best to send you off." However, Ji-Man and Venerable Wu couldn't leave the shaman's stronghold at the same time. Since Venerable Wu was sending Ji-Man off, Ji-Man had to stay. And as the next Ji-Man, I will most likely have to accompany Ji-Man. Miss Ziming, if you can send him off for 1,000 miles, you'll have to do it eventually. Instead of sending him away for a long time, why don't you make a decision now? Seeing Ziming's affectionate gaze, Fairy Hongxia was displeased. She said with a double meaning, "It's better to end the pain quickly than to prolong the pain." Haha, this concubine naturally knows. That's why I've come to send everyone off today. Ziming bit her lip and forced a smile. She was a bit conflicted. Because her feelings towards Xiao Hua were very complicated. To say that she treated Xiao Hua as her lover like Fairy Hongxia, this was clearly not possible. After all, the two of them had only known each other for a short period of time. It was impossible for their feelings to reach that stage. However, if one were to say that he was really as pure as Ziyi and Xiao Hua, that was obviously not too realistic. After all, in the Netherworld path, in that dark and special environment, Ziming, who had always been strong, rarely revealed a trace of his heart to Xiao Hua. With their fingers intertwined, how could Ziming treat Xiao Hua as an ordinary person? Unfortunately, the two of them had different identities and experiences. Xiao Hua still had a long way to go, and the responsibility on her shoulders was also very heavy. As the saying goes, fate makes fools of people. Perhaps Ziming could only find a position between lover and acquaintance. With such thoughts in mind, Ziming was filled with mixed feelings towards Fairy Hongxia's sensitive senses. "Then many thanks, Miss Ziming." Fairy Hongxia dragged her voice and did not wait for Xiao Hua to speak. Rubbish. This was the future G-Man of Ho-Tu Stronghold. Other than beauty, Fairy Hongxia could not compare to her in any other aspect. That sense of danger filled Fairy Hongxia's heart. Also, facing Fairy Hongxia's pressure, Ziming retreated slightly. Looking at Xiao Hua, who had not spoken, she said softly, "Young Master Xiao, G-Man asked me to give you something." However, before Ziming could take out G-Man's gift, Fairy Hongxia, who was at the side, said in a sharp tone, Why is there only darling Zhao's? There's nothing for us?" Fairy Hongxia's emphasis on Xiao Hua was very heavy. "If sister can take out a spring return pill, you will naturally receive G-Man's generous gift," Ziming said indifferently, as though she was starting to retaliate. You gave the spring return pill to G-Man?" Fairy Hongxia was curious. Looking at the silent Xiao Hua, and then at the grateful Ziming. Then if G-Man stays young forever, wouldn't Ziming? But, at this point, Fairy Hongxia stopped. Obviously, she had understood the cause and effect of this matter. This concubine. Sometimes my precautions are too much. This is this concubine's fault, and also, the fault of coveting power. Ziming bit her lips and said softly, "During the Dip Ankara ceremony, G-Man made an unimaginable concession." This concubine then understood. After many days of reflection, this concubine finally understood young Master Zhao's painstaking efforts. What young Master Xiao said that day was right. Family is more important than anything else. Even if you have the power to rule the world, you are still alone. Then, who can share your happiness? Moreover, you have to worry about the disappearance of your power at every moment. How can there be any happiness? This concubine and G-man's confrontation is not only disadvantageous to the situation of my Ho-Tu stronghold, it is also a wear and tear on the family ties of my Ho-Tu stronghold. Rather than being so nervous, it is better to take a step back. The entire Ho-Tu stronghold will be clear, and this concubine and G-man will be able to break free from the hatred. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart was shocked. As the saying goes, the speaker does not mean it, but the listener does. Xiaohua had been thinking about the matter of cultivating the green seal text. Although he had heard Zi Ming's words and Fairy Hongxia's words, he did not care about them. Now, Zi Ming's seemingly insignificant words immediately woke Xiaohua up. Take a step back, that's right, take a step back. Zi Ming and G-man's confrontation, if we don't take a step back, we will lose both. If we take a step back, we will both live. This step back is the best. As the saying goes, the number of the Dian is 50, but 49 are used. When it is divided into 2, it is divided into 2, and it is divided into 3. When it is divided into 4, it is divided into 4, and it is divided into 4. Heaven 1, Earth 2, Heaven 3, Earth 4, Heaven 5, Earth 6, Heaven 7, Earth 8, Heaven 9, Earth 10. Heaven 5, Earth 5, 5, each have their own combination. Heaven has 25, Earth has 30, Earth has 50, Earth has 50. This is why it becomes a ghost god. It is said that outside of this world, 49 can be completely formed. Isn't this the illusion of my heaven ring? And the number of the Dian is not 49, but 50. Then, what about the one that disappeared? Isn't that the one that retreated? 49 is full. 50 is overflowing. Therefore, this one cannot be born. This one can only take a step back. And it is not that it cannot be born but it cannot speak. This one is the one that Tao begets, and it is also the one that does not need to be used. This one is the origin of the 49 green seal text, and it can be used together with the 49 green seal text. It can also be said that speaking is yang, and not speaking is yin. This unique green seal text is that yin. Although the green seal script can't be pronounced, it can't be missing or missing. Perhaps the art of moving clouds and summoning rain doesn't need this silent green seal script, but it can definitely be used in talismans that can connect with the gods. After thinking through this, Xiaohua's spirit was greatly shaken. He let the primordial spirit in the heaven ring begin a new attempt, and said with a smile, "How can this be the reason for Miss Zi Ming's hatred? It is also not because Miss Zi Ming is too cautious. It is because Zi Ming is in the situation. Although Zi Ming can see clearly, when Zi Ming really wants to do it, she does not dare." This Xiao dares to say that when Miss Zi Ming asked this Xiao for the 4 rejuvenation pills, you must have thought of G-man, right? Seeing the joy on Xiaohua's face, although she did not know the reason, Zi Ming's heart immediately brightened. She said with a smile, not to hide it from young Master Xiao, this concubine really did think of G-man that day. But what is this rejuvenation pill? This concubine being able to ask for 4 was already unexpected. How could I dare to ask for half more? Moreover, this concubine also hesitated on whether to give this rejuvenation pill to G-man or not. Haha, this Xiao knew that you would have such thoughts, so I did it for you. Xiaohua said again. This Xiao was also somewhat hesitant that day, afraid that you would blame this Xiao, afraid that I would do something wrong. Moreover, now that I think about it, perhaps G-man thought that this rejuvenation pill was given by Zi Ming at that time, but after that, she might have understood. Since she still made the decision at the Dipankara ceremony. Then, she must have the same thoughts as Miss Zi Ming, and did not want to disregard the safety of Empress Tu village. This concubine does not dare. Zi Ming pursed her lips and said with a smile, this rejuvenation pill was originally young Master Zhao's. How to deal with it naturally depends on young Master Xiao. In fact, just as young Master Xiao said, G-man has the inheritance of Confucian cultivators, and also admires the freedom of reading 10,000 books and traveling 1,000 miles. Now this concubine has a heavy responsibility. 10 years later, she may go to the depths of Wu Meng, or perhaps go beyond Meng Mountains to find the truth of the destruction of Confucian cultivators. Cough, cough. Fairy Hongxia could not help but cough. In that case, Miss Zi Ming and G-man's wishes have been fulfilled. I really have to congratulate you. Oh, that's right, Miss Zi Ming's 5th rejuvenation pill. When this Xiao has the opportunity to refine it, I will definitely refine it. Xiaohua glanced at Fairy Hongxia and said, Of course, if this Xiao has no time, I will ask Xiao Mao to send it over. Chapter 2947. Thank you, young Master Xiao. Zi Ming's eyes flashed with gloom as she said, "There's no need to rush the 5th rejuvenation pill. This concubine may not be able to use it in this lifetime." Xiao Hua comforted her. "Now that young Miss Zi Ming has ignited the soul lamp, you can carefully comprehend the mysteries within it. With young Miss Zi Ming's painstaking efforts, you will surely be able to move heaven and earth. You will surely be able to attract the pity of the great deity Hutu. Zai's resurrection may not be impossible." Zi Ming smiled and said, "Thank you, young Master Xiao, for your auspicious words. If Zai is alive, he will surely understand young Master's sincerity." At this moment, Li Zongbao, who had been watching from the side, suddenly spoke. "Junior brother Xiao, you gave Ji-man the rejuvenation pill for some other reason, right?" Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and looked at Zi Ming and the others who were puzzled. He revealed a bitter smile and said, "Senior brother Li is right. However, this little brother is the same as Zi Ming. Only after giving the rejuvenation pill did I realize that since Ji-man was so happy to see the rejuvenation pill and even accepted Zi Ming's sincerity, that means Ji-man didn't get the rejuvenation pill from Zi Yen. So where did Master Ni Qin's rejuvenation pill go?" Sure enough, Zi Ming frowned and said, "You are right, young Master Xiao. I have the same question. My previous methods were too. I killed many of Zi Yan's subordinates. Not many soul warriors have returned. I have asked around and they did not go to the soul refining cave. Of course, it is normal that they did not go. Zi Yan is very careful in his actions. Even if he wanted to kill me or Master Ni Qin, he would not let his subordinates know. He could do it with just a few divine guards. Although the rejuvenation pill is not in Ji-man's hands, it does not mean that Zi Yan did not kill Master Ni Qin. Perhaps the rejuvenation pill was lost in the process of being sent to Hutu's stronghold. But obviously, there was only one possibility. Not to mention that Zi Ming's subordinates would give the rejuvenation pill to Zi Ming. Zi Yan's subordinates would not dare to keep it for themselves. Or perhaps the demonic person used the rejuvenation pill for some other purpose. Li Zongbao whispered, "Didn't Elder Wu search Zi Yan's soul after he was possessed by the demonic person?" Fairy Hongxia asked curiously. Miss Zi Ming didn't ask Elder Wu about it. "Soul searching isn't omnipotent." Zi Ming shook her head. "I've asked Elder Wu, but Elder Wu didn't get this information from the devil cultivator's soul." Xiao Hua's heart moved as he said, "Or perhaps Zi Yan really didn't go to kill Master Hua Qin? Was it done by someone else?" "But this 6. What does it mean?" Zi Ming obviously couldn't figure it out. "Forget it. There are no absolute secrets in this world. Sooner or later, there will be clues." When Xiao Hua thought about Master Qin Qin's arrangements and Master Qin Qin's so-called last words, he felt that this matter was even more strange. Just saying that it was confusing was not enough to describe how strange it was. He could only support his forehead with his hand. "Hee, young Master Xiao, I'm afraid you're thinking about Ji-man's things, aren't you?" Zi Ming blinked his eyes slyly when he heard this. But just as she finished blinking, she felt a little regretful in her heart. Fairy Hongxia was obviously here. Why would she do such a thing for no reason? Speaking of which, Zi Ming's thoughts were quite normal. She was the next Ji-man of Hutu's stronghold. She was second only to the two of them, and her status was incomparably noble. Usually, other than the twin Midnight, who else had seen her smile before? It was also this Xiao Hua who gave Zi Ming a sense of security and magnanimity. In front of him, Zi Ming could do things without any pressure, without any burden. Hee, that's true. Xiao Hua smiled and touched his nose. His answer didn't deviate from Zi Ming's thoughts. This Xiao has always been thinking about Ji-man's Confucian inheritance. A rejuvenation pill can be exchanged for a cultivation method. This Xiao's painstaking efforts are not in vain. "You wish." Zi Ming couldn't help but say, although the rejuvenation pill is precious, it's insignificant compared to the Confucian inheritance. How could Ji-man do such a stupid thing? When he spoke up to hear, Zi Ming wrinkled his nose and said helplessly, "Alas, this rejuvenation pill was clearly something I asked young Master Xiao to give to Ji-man. Why didn't Ji-man give these things to me?" It's not the Confucian inheritance? Seeing Ziming's expression and hearing Ziming's explanation, Xiaohua laughed in his heart. His face also made an exaggerated expression of astonishment. Of course, Xiaohua was also somewhat puzzled and curious. He didn't know what other good things Ji-man could give him other than the Confucian inheritance. Darling Xiao, you're too imaginative. Fairy Hong Xiao's mouth revealed disdain. You don't understand the meaning of inheritance. How could others give you the Confucian inheritance? This bystander bit the bullet very hard again. Young Master Xiao, take a look at what this is. Ziming said as he reached out and took out two things from the soul nest. Tortoise shell? Xiaohua's gaze fell on the old tortoise shell in Ziming's right hand. He was astonished. However, when Ziming raised his left hand, there was a jade slip in his hand that Xiaohua was familiar with. Ziming said with a smile, according to Ji-man, the Confucian inheritance can't be easily given to others. As a Dao sect cultivator, young Master Xiao can't give the Confucian cultivation method to you. However, there are many Confucian inheritances. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that there are hundreds of schools of thought contending. Many cultivators also admire Confucian cultivators. When they have the opportunity to obtain the Confucian inheritance, they will change to learn it. This jade slip contained a secret technique. It can be said to be the bridge between Confucian cultivators and Dao sect cultivators. However, Ji-man said that young Master Xiao probably won't be able to use it. Of course, if young Master Xiao has a great opportunity, this technique may be useful. Hearing Ziming speak so mysteriously and ambiguously, Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. Since it was a jade slip, it must be something of a cultivator. It couldn't be considered a pure Confucian cultivation method. It might not even be comparable to Huang Yi's Confucian cultivation method. Thus, Xiaohua pointed at the tortoise shell and asked curiously, "Then, what about this thing?" Ji-man didn't say anything about it. "I'm afraid it's recorded in the jade slip." Ziming looked at the inconspicuous tortoise shell and handed the jade slip to Xiaohua and said, "Moreover, I didn't look into the contents of the jade slip. Young Master Xiao, please take a look and you will know." Xiaohua took the tortoise shell and looked at it carefully. Sure enough, it was similar to the tortoise shell in his space. It was also close to 20% but less than 20%. It was abnormally simple. Then, Xiaohua used his divine sense to look into the jade slip carefully. In just a moment, a trace of disappointment appeared on Xiaohua's face. There was naturally a lot of information recorded within the jade slip. What Xiaohua could see at this moment was naturally the introduction at the front. This introduction was very simple. It meant that what was recorded within this jade slip was a secret technique used by a Dao sect. It was called transplant flowers to wood. The function of this transplant flowers to wood was to change the cultivation of a Dao sect cultivator to a Confucian cultivator. The meaning of transplant flowers to wood was not only because Dao sect's flower was replaced with Confucian cultivator's wood. More importantly, the meaning was that the cultivation of a Confucian cultivator from a Dao sect cultivator was not a true Confucian cultivator in essence, but a kind of cultivation that was not the same. As for what Ji-man said about Xiaohua not being able to use it, it was because this technique could only be used when a cultivator was still in the qi refining stage. Once a cultivator reached the foundation establishment stage, this secret technique would have no use at all. Seeing this, Xiaohua sighed slightly. Now, he already knew the secret of Confucian cultivation from Huang Yi's Confucian cultivation technique. Confucian cultivators cultivated different from Dao sect cultivators. They cultivated the middle dantian. Moreover, they cultivated the so-called xiantian true qi, which emphasized on refining the qi in the chest. In contrast, Dao sect cultivators cultivated the lower dantian. Moreover, above the qi refining stage, there were still foundation establishment, gold core, and other stages. This transplant flowers to wood technique was the Confucian cultivator's way of refining xiantian true qi. Using it on Dao sect cultivators, it could be considered a wonderful technique. But to Xiaohua, this wondrous technique was simply trash. Not to mention that Xiaohua had already condensed his gold core, it was very unlikely for him to use this technique. Even if he was an ordinary qi refining cultivator, without the inheritance of a Confucian cultivator, how could he possibly cultivate as a Confucian cultivator? What does Ji-man mean by this? There is no sincerity in his gift at all. Xiao Hua slightly curled his lips, but his heart was slightly moved. Ayo? Could it be that Venerable Wu told Ji-man about my seal? Once this thought appeared, Xiao Hua shook his head. With Venerable Wu's status and his solemn warning, Venerable Wu would definitely not tell a second person about the seal on his body. Perhaps only the word perfunctory could describe Ji-man's intention in giving this jade slip. However, when Xiao Hua looked at it a few more times, a trace of pleasant surprise actually appeared on his face. Because the last few sentences were written by Ji-man, it explained the origin of this tortoise shell. Although it was only a few sentences, it truly moved the greedy Xiao Hua. As it turned out, this damaged tortoise shell was called Ji Ding, and it was a legendary item in the Confucian cultivator inheritance. There were a total of 9 such damaged tortoise shells, namely Ji Ding, Yan Ding, Qing Ding, Su Ding, Yang Ding, Jing Ding, Liang Ding, Yong Ding, and Yu Ding. After gathering all 9 of these damaged tortoise shells, one could piece them together into a complete tortoise shell, and this complete tortoise shell had an even more resounding name, Heavenly Book and River Diagram. As for the use of this Heavenly Book and River Diagram, Ji-man only used one word to describe it: flesh sanctification. After reading to the end, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with joy, but his heart suddenly turned cold. This so-called sanctification of the flesh was simply too massive. Xiao Hua, who had experienced many life and death situations, did not believe that a Heavenly Book and River Diagram could allow one to reach the heavens in a single step. Moreover, if the Confucian cultivators had such a miraculous treasure, how could they have been completely annihilated by the Dao sect? The most important thing was that if Xiao Hua had such an arrogant treasure, how could he give it to someone else? Even if he could not find the other 8 tortoise shells, he would definitely keep this Ji Ding in his space and be secretly happy, right? Chapter 29:48. Ji-man, ah, Ji-man. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and smiled bitterly. What are you thinking? Do you want to give me something? If you don't want to, then don't give me anything. Why do you want to use these boring things to trick me? But at this time, Xiao Hua saw the somewhat nervous Zi Ming in front of him. His mind lit up and he suddenly saw the light. Sigh, I finally understand. It doesn't matter what Ji-man gives me. She just wants me to know that she already knew that the rejuvenation pill was given by me and not Zi Ming. Furthermore, she also used this opportunity to explain the matter between Zi Ming and herself. She eliminated the last of her grudges with Zi Ming. She even warned me not to have any ideas about the Hutu Stockade's Confucian cultivators. Xiao Hua smiled in his heart. Of course, Ji-man is Ji-man. The thing she gives can't be too degrading. Such a flashy but impractical treasure of legends was exactly in line with her identity. As for the so-called Heavenly Book and River Diagram, Ji-man herself doesn't believe it. Xiao Hua immediately kept the 2 items and said to Zi Ming with a smile, "Does Ji-man have anything else to say to this, Xiao?" "Nothing." Zi Ming shook his head slightly. But after thinking for a while he said, "Ji-man seems to have muttered, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment, right? It's similar to what I said to Xiao Mao earlier." Hee. Then I ask Miss Zi Ming to thank Ji-man on my behalf. I understand her intentions. Many thanks for her generous gift. As Xiao Hua spoke, he bowed towards Zi Ming in greeting. Zi Ming knew that this gift was given to Ji-man by Xiao Hua, so he accepted it. At the same time he said seriously, "I will pass on young master's thanks to Ji-man." Then, Zi Ming looked at Fairy Hong Xia, who still had some hostility, and sighed in his heart. He bowed and bade farewell to the 4 people. When he walked out of the quiet room, he couldn't help but look back at Xiao Hua. That look was enough to erase all the sceneries of the mortal world. That look of resentment was also enough to express all the thoughts in Zi Ming's heart. That heavy gaze, the expression imprinted in Xiao Hua's eyes was enough to freeze the heavens and earth. Unfortunately, all the enough was only for an instant. Zi Ming had no choice but to shift his gaze away from that person's eyes. Her figure remained the same, her steps remained the same, and everything in the world remained the same. Seeing Zi Ming's figure turn around and gradually disappear through the hall door, Fairy Hong Xia looked at Xiao Hua, who was still looking up. She originally wanted to say a few words of ridicule, but after today, who knew what their fates would be like? Who knew when they would meet again? She also sighed in her heart and didn't say anything else. She found a corner to sit down and closed her eyes to meditate. Sure enough, 3 days later, a soul warrior came to pass on Venerable Wu's orders. When the 4 of them arrived at the Hutu stronghold with the soul warrior, other than Venerable Wu, who was standing in the air with his hands behind his back, Ji-man and Zi-ming were nowhere to be seen. Seeing such a cold farewell, Xiaohua didn't feel any dissatisfaction in his heart. He didn't like to show his face in front of others. The complicated etiquette would only make him feel tired and impatient. Coming quietly and leaving quietly was exactly what he wanted. However, Zi-ming didn't appear, which was beyond his expectation. Although Zi-ming had already bid farewell to Xiaohua and the others 3 days ago. Young Master Xiao. Seeing Xiaohua coming over, Venerable Wu's figure didn't change, but there was a trace of a smile on his face. He said, "Now, our Hutu stronghold has finally seen the light of hope after the disaster. Everyone is now focused on the distribution and sowing of the millet seeds. You also know that the millet seeds of our Meng Mountains have always been left to their own devices. Even the natives have never planted them. It is indeed troublesome to let them plant the seeds. Besides, young master also knows that there aren't many millet seeds to begin with. Although every shaman stronghold can get some, the amount is different after all. It is inevitable that there will be some conflicts." Zi-ming had already gone to inspect every shaman stronghold yesterday. With her prestige, it was enough to intimidate all the shaman strongholds under Hutu stronghold. Besides, this is also her training before she takes over as Ji-man's leader. Therefore, this old man can only come to see young master off. "I don't dare." Xiaohua hurriedly bowed and said, "Since Hutu stronghold is so busy, Venerable Wu doesn't need to see us off. It is better for us to stay in the stronghold. Junior and the others can return to the country of Xi by ourselves." "Hee," Venerable Wu laughed. "If it was before our Hutu stronghold distributed the millet seeds, young Master Xiao can leave or stay as you wish. But now, if this old man doesn't see you off, I'm afraid young master won't be able to take half a step out of Meng Mountains." Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this. His eyes quickly turned, sizing up his left side, which was no different from usual. The expression on his face changed slightly. That's right. Ever since the Venerable Wu of the other 12 shaman strongholds received Xiaohua's millet seeds in the ancestral temple of Hutu stronghold, Xiaohua was already a little vigilant in his heart. It was as if in the eyes of these Venerable Wu, he was just a little soul beast, and his life and death were all under their control. These millet seeds, although they were placed in Xiaohua's dimensional storage, it was no different from being placed in the hands of these Venerable Wu. When the Venerable Wu received the millet seeds from Xiaohua, it was no different from taking something out from his own pocket. And now, even the Hutu stronghold didn't have enough millet seeds. So what about the other shaman strongholds? Just like what Venerable Wu said, Xiaohua was known as the messenger sent by the great god Hutu. Who knew if Xiaohua still had more millet seeds? Besides, even if the great Magus elders of these colossal clans didn't have any ideas, would the Venerable Wu and Ji-man of the other shaman strongholds not have any ideas? In addition, there were many swordsmen and cultivators in Meng Mountains, and those who had evil intentions and had their own plans were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Perhaps, these were not people that Xiaohua and the other 3 could deal with. When Xiaohua brought the people of Meng Mountains out of their predicament, he had also placed himself in a dangerous situation. Thinking of this, Xiaohua smiled bitterly, bowed again and said, "Junior has troubled Senior again." "Ha ha ha, what trouble are you talking about? If not for young Master Xiao, I'm afraid all the people of Meng Mountains would have starved to death. Young Master Xiao was sent by the great god Hutu. How could I not know about the favor you have done for Meng Mountains? Being able to safely send young Master out of Meng Mountains is what I should do. Even if young Master didn't mention it, I would still say it." Venerable Wu raised his hand and helped Xiaohua up from the ground. "If that's the case, Junior will take out the flying boat now. Senior, please board it." Xiaohua signaled Xiao Mao with his eyes, then asked Venerable Wu, "Or perhaps, Senior has pointed out some secret exit." However, before Xiaohua could finish his words, and before Xiao Mao could take out the flying boat, Venerable Wu burst out laughing. His laughter was long and harsh, and it lasted for about half the time it took to finish a pot of tea. Xiaohua was confused by his laughter. On the other hand, Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao had a faint smile on their faces, as they understood the meaning behind Venerable Wu's laughter. "Young friend Xiao, Not to mention Hutu's stronghold, even in Meng Mountains, if I want to send someone out, no one will be able to stop me. What secret exit? I don't know anything about it. Venerable Wu raised his voice and said proudly. Furthermore, using your Dao Sect's flying boat in my Huta stronghold, isn't that a slap to the face of the people of Meng Mountains? Today, I will use my own mount to send young friend out of Meng Mountains. Yes, it's all Junior's fault. Xiao Hua answered in fear. Of course, he was cursing in his heart. Nonsense, if he had Venerable Wu's strength, he wouldn't be afraid of those people's schemes. Yes, even if he was alone, he might not be so shameless. Everything was because he had Xiao Mao, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hong Xia with him. Along the way, the four of them had suffered a lot. Now that his tracks were exposed, he naturally had to protect the three of them. Flying out of Meng Mountains in a grand manner was indeed honorable, but in reality, perhaps only he knew the pain. As a matter of fact, Fairy Hong Xia, Li Zongbao, and the others had already told Xiao Hua about these things before they entered Million Meng Mountains. As a grandmaster, bearing and face were of utmost importance. Xiao Hua understood this as well. But when he had to face it, with his petty personality, he was really worried. Caw! A loud bird cry came from a distant mountain peak. Then, a fist-sized black shadow appeared from the mountain peak and flew towards the group. Oh! Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. As a cultivator of the Dao sect, he had heard the cries of many spiritual birds. However, those cries were not without sonorous or clear sounds. There was even a hint of arrogance within those cries. But the bird cry just now was obviously different from all the ones he had heard before. His voice was low, hoarse and sharp, which made people's hearts tremble. Unknowingly, Xiao Hua was extremely curious about Venerable Wu's mount. However, when that black shadow got closer and closer and appeared in the field of vision of Xiao Hua and the others, Xiao Hua and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. They looked with some disbelief at this approximately 300-meter-long mount. How could this be a mount? This was not an ordinary spirit beast, nor was it an ordinary body of flesh and blood. It was a gigantic skeletal phoenix. A white bone that was several feet wide and several hundred feet long pierced through the body of the skeletal phoenix. At the front of the white bone was the skeleton of the skeletal phoenix that was several feet long. Although there were no feathers or phoenix crown, the skeleton was still proudly raised. From where the eyes of the skeletal phoenix were located, the darkness could even suck in one's gaze. At the back of the white bone was the skeletal phoenix's tail. Now that it was swaying slightly, traces of black gas were emitted in the air, and gusts of bone-piercing cold wind were also slowly produced. The two ends of the white bone were where the skeletal phoenix's wings were located. Now they were also white bones. These white bones had some scarlet brilliance within them, and traces of black gas were also entwining these white bones. As the skeletal phoenix approached, the skeletal phoenix's wings slowly retracted, and the white bones danced rhythmically. An indescribable sense of beauty and a strange feeling of fear unconsciously arose in everyone's heart. Chapter 2949. Actually, just by looking at the bones, it was impossible to tell if it was a bone phoenix or not. However, when Xiao Hua first saw the bones, his first thought was that it was a bone phoenix. Ga. The bone phoenix landed, and it was only a few dozen meters away from the group. Just as it was about to retract its wings, the bone phoenix suddenly raised its head again. The place where it no longer had a beak spewed out black gas and red flames. With a screech, it pounced towards Xiao Hua and the others. Not good. Xiao Hua was shocked and immediately thought of Fairy Hong Xia, who obtained the inheritance of the phoenix. She had the phoenix bloodline. Could it be that she would clash with this bone phoenix? Evil creature. How could old Wu let the bone phoenix get close to him? With a cold snort, he spat out a beam of green light from his mouth and rushed in front of the bone phoenix. The green light was like an arrow and hit the bone phoenix's skull. Rumble with a loud sound, the bone phoenix's huge body couldn't withstand the green light. Its entire body collapsed in midair with a loud sound. Gag. The bone phoenix's entire body trembled violently. It slowly flapped its bone wings and countless black gas and red flames shot out. When it got up in midair, its cry was clearly filled with fear. This old Wu. How powerful is he? Xiao Hua couldn't help but think. When the bone phoenix pounced over, That indescribable coldness and the sound of it breaking through the air showed how sharp its attack was. Xiao Hua was confident that he wouldn't be able to withstand it easily. At this moment, Xiao Hua's body suddenly trembled. An indescribable feeling came from the primordial spirit in his body. Moreover, as luck would have it, when Xiao Hua's gaze swept over, it happened to be facing the bone phoenix's skeleton. A kind of provocation, a kind of unyieldingness, was born from that pitch-black area, falling right into Xiao Hua's eyes. See, Xiao Hua was shocked and thought, could it be that the bone phoenix isn't attacking Fairy Hong Xia? But me? Could it be that I also have the phoenix bloodline? Indeed, Xiao Hua had always been puzzled by his phoenix Dharma body. It was obvious that his Dharma body was different from Fairy Hong Xia and the others. It was transformed from the mighty Vajra Dharma body. But since it was already in the form of the mighty Vajra, how could it turn into the form of a phoenix for no reason? Moreover, the primordial spirit that he sent into his corporeal body didn't have any other techniques other than practicing the celestial infusion technique. Xiao Hua had never paid attention to it, but he didn't know why there was such a change when he met the bone phoenix today. Xiao Hua couldn't help but wonder, could it be that after this strand of primordial spirit passes through the lightning tribulation, there's something different about it? At this moment, Elder Wu raised his hand and said with a smile, "Little friend Xiao, please." Xiao Hua hurriedly put away his thoughts and praised, "Senior, this mount of yours is also a little domineering." This junior really couldn't imagine it. When Elder Wu heard this, he was very pleased. He smiled and said, "It's not that you can't think of it, it's that you don't know. I am Hutu Village's Elder Wu. It is normal for me to ride on this undead underworld beast." Undead underworld beast. Xiao Hua nodded lightly and seemed to be lost in thought. The two nether beasts he encountered in the netherworld ocean that day were probably like this as well. But it was very obvious that those two nether beasts were far less arrogant than this bone phoenix. However, if they were to compete in strength, Xiao Hua didn't know who was more powerful. As expected, when Elder Wu got on the bone phoenix and Xiao Hua stepped onto the white bone phoenix, the huge body of the bone phoenix trembled slightly. Even Elder Wu, who was standing steadily in front of the bone phoenix, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that he had never encountered such a situation before. However, Elder Wu didn't ask much. When Fairy Hong Xia and the rest also got on the bone phoenix, Elder Wu ordered indifferently, "Let's go." Then, a ka-ka-ka-ka sound like beans being fried rang out. The bone phoenix's wings gradually spread out. Amidst the black gas and red flames, its huge body slowly flew up. Around the bone phoenix, there were about 100 spirit warriors riding on strange spirit beasts. They escorted the bone phoenix out of the Hotian village. Standing on the bone phoenix, it was very stable. Although it didn't have the same protection as the flying boat, there were gusts of wind blowing against their faces. Furthermore, the black gas and red flames around the bone phoenix seemed to have no heat. There was even a kind of indescribable coldness that pierced through the skin and soul. But this was nothing to Xiao Hua and the rest. The brilliance of the body protection flickered and blocked everything outside of their body. This was out of Xiao Mao and the rest's expectations. If it was any other time, Xiao Hua would definitely ask Elder Wu about the bone phoenix. At this time, Xiao Hua was indeed standing quietly behind Elder Wu. His gaze was level and his face was indifferent. It was as if the curiosity from before had disappeared. Xiao Hua naturally didn't have the time to ask about the origin of the bone phoenix. This was because he had already sent the primordial spirit into the space. When he saw the second primordial spirit clearly, he could no longer hide the raging waves in his heart. That's right. Within the space, the second primordial spirit was no longer the same as before. In other words, it was different from the primordial spirit in the mysterious dark clouds and the primordial spirit in the hand of karma. This was because this primordial spirit had the appearance of a phoenix. A phoenix that spread its wings and flew high. It stretched its neck and let out a long cry. It looked disdainfully at the world. Not only that, this primordial spirit was five-colored. It was about a few feet in size. The five-colored light around its body was emitted from the primordial spirit. It was as if every tiny spot was a five-colored spot. Xiao Hua didn't even need to think to know that there were a total of 13200 spots. He didn't know if Xiao Hua's primordial spirit was split into 13200 spots again, or if it was the 130-200 spots that formed Xiao Hua's primordial spirit. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Xiao Hua's mind looked at the phoenix primordial spirit that spread its wings and wanted to fly. He really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really couldn't understand how this primordial spirit became like this. It was no wonder that the bone phoenix was on guard against him. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Hua really felt powerless and was about to send this primordial spirit back to his body. However, in an instant he had another idea. When he obtained the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique from Zhongqing Shao, he wanted to cultivate another embodiment technique in addition to the Phoenix embodiment technique. Now that the primordial spirit of this body had succeeded in cultivating the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique, shouldn't it cultivate the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique? Xiao Hua took out the jade slip from the space and sent it into the primordial spirit before sending it back to his body. Shortly after, Xiao Hua's heart itched again. He really wanted to know the situation of the other primordial spirits. Although these primordial spirits would constantly send him information, he still didn't know the specific situation of the primordial spirits. The primordial spirit that cultivates the dragonization technique. This was the first primordial spirit that Xiao Hua had split out. Similarly, he hadn't paid attention to it for a long time. I wonder what this guy has become. However, just as Xiao Hua was about to call out the primordial spirit in his meridians, an incomparable palpitating feeling arose from his body. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and quickly withdrew his consciousness from the space. He felt several rather unscrupulous soul senses sweeping over from afar. They swept past Xiao Hua, Senior Wu, and landed on the bone phoenix, as if Senior Wu didn't exist. Humph! Senior Wu snorted coldly, but didn't do anything. However, when those soul senses landed on the bone phoenix, they immediately withdrew in panic, as if they were bitten by a poisonous snake, and didn't dare to probe any further. Xiao Hua naturally didn't know whether these soul cultivators' soul senses were injured by the bone phoenix, but it was very obvious that this bone phoenix was the symbol of Senior Wu of Hutu Stockade. When the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains saw this bone phoenix, they immediately knew that Senior Wu had come personally. Who would dare to be bold? Knowing that there would be more harassment later, Xiao Hua simply stopped his consciousness from entering the space. Looking at the huge bone phoenix under his feet, he asked curiously, "Senior, this mount of yours, where did you get it?" Where, of course, it's the Netherworld Sea." Senior Wu turned his face and said with a smile, "I heard from Zimming that you went to the Netherworld Sea with her, and that's the only place where undead underworld beasts can be found." "Oh my!" Xiao Hua stuck out his tongue and shook his head. "That place is really dangerous. If it weren't for Zimming's repeated assurance that nothing would happen that day, Junior wouldn't have dared to go there. But who knew? Misfortunes and blessings are unpredictable." In the end, something still happened. Yes, misfortunes and blessings are unpredictable. This saying is really true. Senior Wu looked at Xiao Hua with interest. "If it weren't for little friend following me that day, I'm afraid that Zimming wouldn't have been able to return to Hutu Stockade." This is Zimming's blessing, the great god Hutu's protection. Junior was just lucky," Xiao Hua said smoothly when talking about the great god Hutu. But Junior really didn't expect that the Netherworld Sea was actually under the Hutu Stockade. "Little friend, you're wrong." Senior Wu shook his head. "The Netherworld Sea is not under the Hutu Stockade, and it's not even in Meng Mountain. My Hutu Stockade is only slightly related to the Netherworld Sea because of the great god Hutu. Moreover, this Netherworld Sea. To be honest, even I don't dare to go deep. If it weren't for the great god Hutu's senses, I wouldn't be sure that this is the legendary Netherworld Sea. As for the Netherworld..." At this point, Senior Wu shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything else. Obviously, he also knew that Xiao Hua had asked Zimming this question. Xiao Hua didn't intend to ask so much. He just wanted to know the origin of the bone phoenix so that he could know why the bone phoenix was hostile to him. Seeing that Senior Wu didn't want to say more, he naturally knew that this was probably the secret of the Hutu Stockade. His curiosity couldn't be satisfied. In the next few days, there were many people who coveted the bone phoenix. In addition to some soul senses, there were even many powerful divine senses that swept over, but they were all intimidated by Senior Wu's bone phoenix and fled far away. Xiao Hua didn't release his divine sense, so he couldn't see clearly whether the person was a cultivator or a swordsman. Seeing that the situation was as serious as Senior Wu said, Xiao Hua couldn't help but mutter in his heart, Chapter 2950. As the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. Even if Grandmaster Wu wanted to send them off personally, he would have sent them all the way to Drifting Cloud Lake. What would happen after they left Drifting Cloud Lake? Would those soul cultivators or swordsmen stop chasing them? They couldn't possibly stay under the protection of Grandmaster Wu of Hutu Village forever. What should we do? Xiao Hua looked at the vast Meng Mountains under the Bone Phoenix and frowned. When Xiao Hua glanced at the withered cliffs, he raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Senior, Junior has been staying in Hutu Village for many days. I'm very grateful for Senior's kindness and G-Man and Z-Ming's hospitality. Now that Junior has to leave Hutu Village and Meng Mountains, I'm a little reluctant. I want to make a small deal with Grandmaster Wu. I want to give a small gift to Hutu Village. I wonder if Senior is interested?" Grandmaster Wu turned his head slightly and said with a smile, "Tell me about it. If I'm interested, of course, I can make a deal with you." Hee. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Junior once obtained a jade slip in Xi country. It recorded a soul cultivation technique that could allow one to cultivate to pure God heaven. Of course, Junior knows that this mortal tier cultivation technique is the lowest tier among all the cultivation techniques in Meng Mountains. Even the so-called mortal, earth, heaven, and saint tiers were all created by the seniors of Dao sect by referring to the cultivation techniques of Dao sect and forcefully separating the inherent realms of soul warrior and shaman." "You used that jade slip to cultivate to pure God heaven?" Grandmaster Wu wasn't surprised at all. He said indifferently, "Could it be that you want to get the so-called earth class and heaven class technique from me?" "Oh no, it should be saint class technique." "That's right." Xiao Hua didn't deny his thoughts and straightforwardly admitted it. He also knew that Z-Ming would report Master Qin-Qin's matter, and it wasn't strange for Master Qin-Qin's inheritance to have earth rank and heaven rank cultivation methods. Strange? Why didn't you ask for it that day in the ancestral temple? Grandmaster Wu felt strange. Xiao Hua scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Millet seed is a necessity for the people of Meng Mountains. Junior felt that it wasn't good to threaten Senior with it. What's more, millet seeds are incomparably precious. It's not something that soul cultivation techniques can compare to." Hee. Then what are you going to use to exchange for these cultivation techniques? Elder Wu chuckled. When Xiao Hua heard this, he immediately became spirited and asked curiously, "Senior, didn't you say that these cultivation methods are? Of course I can't teach you the soul cultivation techniques of my Hutu stronghold. And you definitely won't be able to cultivate it." Elder Wu stretched out his hand and took out a few jade slips. He then said, "But I have these so-called earth rank and heaven rank cultivation methods too, don't I? In fact, there were even some records of saint-level cultivation techniques. It's just that this old man doesn't know what you can take out to exchange for it." "Your grandmother." Xiao Hua almost wanted to slap his forehead. "How could I forget about this? Since the soul cultivation technique passed down by Daoist sect could be found in Meng Mountains, it is only natural that Elder Wu of Hutu Stockade would keep it as well. Since Senior has these jade slips, then that's easy." Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Junior will take them out now. If Senior is satisfied with them, then I'll let Senior set the price." After he finished speaking, Xiao Hua's figure floated up high into the air. As he waved his hands, the dark clouds in the sky rapidly covered the sky. Rumbling sounds of thunder were produced from the dark clouds. "Oh!" When Elder Wu saw this, he was slightly stunned, but he couldn't help but reveal a smile on the corner of his mouth. However, Xiao Hua's figure was like a dragon. Lightning was lingering around his body. Every time he waved his hands, there would be lightning that was as thick as a thumb falling down. Under the gloomy sky, the lightning flashed. How similar was it to the time when Xueqi took the Ling Lei pill to build her foundation in the Kueha Sea that day? After the thunder rumbled, Xiao Hua's body suddenly trembled. Wisps of green light rushed out from between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. As soon as these green lights appeared, they immediately formed into strange patterns. These strange patterns turned into green lights and wrapped around Xiao Hua's body. At the same time, waves of energy were also emitted, echoing Xiao Hua's trembling body and rushing into the sky. Suddenly, the entire sky was filled with strange sounds. Woo 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 woo. It sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. Moreover, the green lights lingered around Xiao Hua's body for a moment, then rushed into the sky and turned into hundreds of thousands of tiny green seal scripts. These tiny green seal scripts seemed to have intelligence as they surged and danced in the sky nearby. In the end, these green seal scripts formed into a green seal script that was dozens of feet in size. It emitted a dark green brilliance in the sky and slowly circled around. As this green seal script circled around, it emitted an even louder sound. This sound was very ear-piercing and extremely strange, as if it had existed since the beginning of this world, but also as if it had never existed in this world. The source of the sound was the most mysterious place in this world. Everyone was flabbergasted. However, before they could think about it any further, the enormous green seal text suddenly vanished. Along with its disappearance, a strange sound resounded in an area of several hundred meters around Xueqi. The sound was like thunder, oppressive to the extreme, and dense to the point that it was like rain. Moreover, as this sound was emitted, waves of energy that ordinary people couldn't detect once again emitted from Xueqi's body and rushed into the sky with incomparable speed. High up in the sky, amidst the thunder and dark clouds, a little bit of light gradually appeared. The cloud summoning rain technique. Although Elder Wu was somewhat prepared, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. After all, it had only been a few months since Xueqi first used the incomplete cloud summoning rain technique. Moreover, Elder Wu thought that as a Dao sect cultivator, Xueqi wouldn't be able to grasp the pronunciation of the green seal script for hundreds or even thousands of years. It was impossible for him to easily use the cloud-summoning rain shaman incantation. Plop, plop, plop. Drops of raindrops fell like pearls, and they were very scattered. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Not long after, the raindrops formed a string and hung in the sky, shining brilliantly and extremely beautiful. Another half a meal's worth of time later, rumble, amidst the thunder and lightning, the rain poured down like a torrential downpour. Hua, hua, hua. The sound of the rain falling endlessly could be heard. The entire sky was pierced by the seemingly endless rain. Big brother. Xiao Mao stood on the bone phoenix. The yellow talisman protecting his body flickered, blocking the raindrops outside of the brilliance. He opened his mouth and exclaimed a few times. He really couldn't hide the disbelief and confusion in his heart. This was cloud summoning rain technique. This was the legendary ability of immortals, and this mysterious big brother of his was actually able to use it effortlessly. He had used the cloud-summoning rain talisman with Xueqi before. The power of the yellow seal was completely incomparable to the power of this cloud-summoning rain technique. Not to mention Xiao Mao's astonishment, even Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao looked on in extreme disbelief, stunned on the spot. Sigh, old Wu, who was slightly absent-minded, sighed softly. With a wave of his hand, he kept the jade strip in his pocket. He looked regretfully at Xueqi, who was like a deity in the dark, like rain falling from the heavens. Xueqi did not stop at one spot. Instead, he slowly flew forward with the bone phoenix. Following his figure, the dark clouds also moved, and the torrential rain also spread forward amidst the thunder and lightning. The strangest thing was that the dark clouds did not move at a visible speed. Instead, they appeared as they moved, as if there was no end to them at all. After flying like this for a meal's worth of time, Xueqi slowly descended. The lightning around his dragon-like body was still faintly lingering, and the green light was also spread all over the surroundings. As he approached, bursts of explosions could be heard coming from the green light. "How do you feel?" Elder Wu asked worriedly as he looked at Xueqi's descending figure. "Very good." Xueqi's face was not pale, but rather a little green. He nodded slightly and said, "This is the first time this junior has used the cloud-summoning rain technique. My soul sense is somewhat exhausted." Hee. Elder Wu turned his head to look at Xiao Mao and the others. He did not speak too openly and said, "Soul sense is nothing. If it wasn't for the consumption of life essence, little friend Xiao, you would be." However, he did not say the rest of his words out loud. Instead, he chose to send a voice transmission. "I wouldn't dare." Xueqi hurriedly shook his head. Then he raised his head and said, "Senior, are you satisfied with this junior's gift? Haha, let this old man see how much your cloud-summoning rain technique can bring about." Elder Wu laughed. With a tap of his foot, the bone phoenix's wings flapped rapidly, and its speed suddenly increased. Ignoring the stunned spirit warriors around it, it rushed forward. The bone phoenix flew for several li before it escaped from the torrential rain. When the bone phoenix stopped in midair, everyone turned their heads to look at the rainwater that was pouring down like a heavenly river not far away. It really felt like two different worlds. This torrential rain continued for the time it took to eat a meal before it slowly stopped. At the same time, the dark clouds in the sky also slowly dispersed. However, this time was different from last time. Most of the dark clouds created by the lightning summoning technique had disappeared, but a small portion of the dark clouds created by the cloud summoning rain technique remained in midair. It was similar to the situation of a normal dark rain. There was not a trace of a technique at all. The green seal runes steal the essence of heaven and earth and do the things of heaven and earth. It really is a technique that surpasses all other techniques in the world. Even Xueqi himself was endlessly praising the miraculous effects of the cloud summoning rain technique. "Senior, how is it?" Xueqi asked for the second time. Elder Wu looked at the flowing water that covered the mountains and heard the sound of flowing water again. His face revealed a smile as he nodded and said, "Very good. Then." Xueqi's thumb and forefinger slightly rubbed together as if he was hinting at Elder Wu. "Hee, this rain is not bad, but it's still too little." Elder Wu laughed. "Right now, we're still very far away from the flowing cloud lake. Most of the Wu villages under my back earth stronghold cannot be blessed by the rain. This old man still wants to see the effects." Chapter 29:51. Fine. Xueqi sighed. But he wasn't disheartened. The reason he used the thunder summoning technique and the cloud summoning technique was to intimidate the weak, and at the same time, he could give the millions of natives of Meng Mountains rain and dew in exchange for a soul cultivator's cultivation technique. Killing two birds with one stone. Why wouldn't he do it? For the next few months, Xueqi used the cloud summoning technique every day. Moreover, the green seal script didn't seem to cause any harm to Xueqi's life essence. His face was still the same as before, and time didn't leave any trace on it. Moreover, in these few months, Xueqi's nascent divinity soared 90,000 miles in the mysterious dark clouds, directly reaching the peak of clear God heaven. He was only one step away from reaching bright Ruah heaven. Of course, the effect of the cloud summoning technique on the nascent divinity was the same as the effect of spirit pills on a cultivator's cultivation. It was always extremely effective in the beginning, but the further one used it, the weaker the effect would be. As for those soul scholars, swordsmen, and even cultivators who coveted Xueqi and the others, in the beginning, the number of people who noticed Xueqi's divine ability didn't decrease. But as the rain increased, more and more people noticed Xueqi's divine ability. Everyone knew that Xueqi was important in Hutu's stronghold, and even in the entire Meng Mountains. Everyone understood that a person like this wasn't someone that a single power could control. Therefore, in the end, the number of soul senses and divine wills that swept over actually decreased by a lot, gradually disappearing. Of course, the most important thing was that since Xueqi knew the cloud summoning technique, who could guarantee that he didn't know other killing techniques? Within Meng Mountains, all soul warriors and shamans knew that using green seal script incantations would consume their life essence. No one dared to use it carelessly. Even if it was an incantation used to kill, they would still be extremely cautious when using it. Now that they saw Xueqi casually using the green seal script, who would dare to come and look for trouble? Huff. Although Xueqi couldn't distinguish north from south, east from west, and couldn't tell if he was near Drifting Cloud Lake, he estimated that it was about time. Only then did he let out a long breath. His killing the chicken to scare the monkey, or as it was called, joining forces finally had some effect. "Little friend, you've worked hard." Old Wu looked at Xueqi descending. The green light on his face was extremely bright. He said indifferently, "Your empty fort strategy is almost used up, you should rest more. If you have any rejuvenation pills, you can take some. Although you can use the green seal script incantations, it isn't as simple as you think. In the future, if there's no special reason, I advise you to use it less." Yes, this junior understands. Xueqi knew that he had reaped what he had sown and made Elder Wu somewhat dissatisfied, but he had no other choice. Once they left Meng Mountains, they would have to rely on themselves. If they did not make any plans for themselves, why would they need others to worry about them? As his teat. Just as Old Wu said, at this moment, the green light in Xueqi's clear spirit heaven was dim. Other than the little white dragon's soul that was not affected, whether it was Xueqi's primordial spirit or those soul strands, they all felt weak. There were even specks of green light. Those 50 green seal characters were also weakly floating in the sky. Say. Xiao Hua sighed. He took out some twilight moon from his space and sent it into Qingshan heaven. Immediately, an indescribable nourishment was transmitted into Xiao Hua's soul along with the green light of Qingshan heaven. It was just like when he tasted the spirit tea brewed by midnight in the tea house in Sky Patrol City. Wonderful! Xiao Hua sighed and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Then he thought to himself, damn it, even the Hutu stronghold has such a good thing like the twilight moon. Then among the things the Shaman King sent, are there even more useful things for soul cultivators? Thinking of the Shaman King, Xiao Hua frowned again. This Shaman King seems to know too much? How did he know that I like to collect these things? Could it be that his divine connection technique can predict this space? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's back was suddenly covered in cold sweat. Impossible! Impossible! In a hurry, Xiao Hua thought of Jiu Xia. Even someone as strong as Jiu Xia couldn't know. How could the Shaman King know? But I might have to make some preparations first. Xiao Hua was worried again. A man without foresight is bound to have immediate worries. If I get too many spirit seeds, who knows what kind of trouble that cultivator or swordsman will come up with? Xiao Hua's meditation lasted for several days. As the bone phoenix flew past the foothills, the drifting cloud lake that Xiao Hua and the rest had first arrived at appeared in the distance. Fairy Hong Xia stood on the bone phoenix's back, biting her lips. Her eyes looked at the foothills, which had already turned green, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She really couldn't imagine. She had only come to the ancestral shrine of Million Meng Mountains once. From the time she encountered the night rain when passing by Drifting Cloud Lake, to the time when she was sent out of Million Meng Mountains by Elder Wu of Huta Stockade using the bone phoenix, to the time when she came to Drifting Cloud Lake again, in just 2 years, so many things had happened. She then looked at the man who was sitting cross-legged in front of her. The green light around his body was gradually disappearing. His back was still thin, but it was still so stalwart. She felt a sense of softness and warmth in her heart. During this period of time, everything that happened was shouldered by this man. She felt incomparably safe in this man's chest. If it weren't for this man's protection, let alone her, even Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao would have perished in the Meng Mountains. Not to mention, each of them had their own fortuitous encounters now. What I said earlier. My attitude towards Jiu Xia, towards Ziming. Was it too much? Fairy Hong Xia hesitated. After all, my dear Xiao didn't do anything with them? Caw, at this moment, the skeletal phoenix let out a long cry that sounded like a deep thunderclap, waking Fairy Hong Xia up from her deep thoughts. When Fairy Hong Xia focused her gaze, she saw that they had arrived at the border of Mount Meng. Clouds and mist were slowly seeping out from the drifting cloud lake in the distance, and the skeletal phoenix had stopped in midair, flapping its wings that were flickering with a red glow and black mist. It's time to go back. Fairy Hong Xia sighed. She couldn't help but turn around and look. Although the vast and boundless Million Meng Mountains were still mysterious, it was obvious that a corner of this mystery had been lifted. Under this mystery, the 4 of them had left behind countless feelings. Xiao Hua was also awakened by the bone phoenix's cry. A green light flashed across his body, and he stood up from the bone phoenix. He also looked down, and then turned around to look at the depths of Million Meng Mountains. Flying out from the bone phoenix, he took a deep breath and said, Senior, there's no such thing as an eternal banquet in this world. Although the Hutu stronghold is located in the depths of Million Meng Mountains, but in the blink of an eye, we've arrived at the edge of Million Meng Mountains. I believe that with Venerable Wu's prestige, you can't easily step into the sword domain, right? Hee. Venerable Wu chuckled, looking at the distant clouds. Since when did Meng Mountains have so many rules? However, if I step into the sword domain, those sword cultivators in the sword domain would be unhappy. It's better for me not to go. Then, we'll bid farewell. We're grateful for Senior's kindness in sending us off. Xiao Hua bowed deeply, and then looked at Venerable Wu. Of course, he had the intention of intimidating them by summoning clouds and rain for such a long time. Xiao Hua also coveted the so-called Earth, Heaven, and Saint class cultivation techniques. However, Venerable Wu didn't seem to know. Looking at Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao and Fairy Hong Xia flying out from the bone phoenix and bowing to Venerable Wu, he waved his hand and said, It's still far from here to the 3 kingdoms of cultivators. I can't send you off. It's better for you all to be careful. After saying that, Venerable Wu put his hand behind his back, and the bone phoenix circled around, spreading its wings and flying away. The group of spirit warriors that were guarding the stronghold also urged their spirit beasts to follow. That. Xiaohua couldn't help but reach out his hand and open his mouth, as if he wanted to call out to Venerable Wu. But he was too embarrassed to call out to him. Damn it, it's broken, it's broken. Looking at the back of the bone phoenix that was getting smaller and smaller, and the black aura and red light that were fading, Xiaohua couldn't help but shout out. He was thinking of summoning clouds and rain, and wanted to leave a good impression on Venerable Wu so that he could obtain the soul cultivation technique from him. Who knew that Venerable Wu would see through his intentions in an instant? Or maybe he was angry in his heart, and actually left with a flick of his sleeves. Everything he did before was in vain. Hi, let's go. Xiaohua was a little dejected, and like a rooster that had lost a fight, he weakly waved his hand and said, Hee. Fairy Hongxia covered her mouth and laughed. She understood her lover's thoughts very well. Flying to Xiaohua's side, she pulled on Xiaohua's Taoist robe and said, Xiaohua, don't forget. You said that day that you would let Venerable Wu bargain based on the situation. Furthermore, Venerable Wu didn't really promise you that he would give you the cultivation technique. It's normal that he doesn't want to give it to you now. How would I know that Venerable Wu would be so untrustworthy? Xiaohua was a little flustered and exasperated. He shouted, if he doesn't like it, then so be it. Why didn't he say a word? I was just afraid that others would hunt us down, that's why I showed a little bit of my strength. Is there a need for him to be so jealous? Hee, Xiao Mao also laughed. Big brother, you have to be careful with your words. Don't let Venerable Wu hear you. We haven't left Million Meng Mountains yet. Hearing that, Xiaohua rolled his eyes. Looking at the disappearing distance, he said resentfully, that's exactly what I want Venerable Wu to hear. Being trustworthy. That's the basic principle of being a person. Let's go. Li Zongbao waved his hand indifferently. If we stay here any longer, someone might really come after us. Humph. Do you think I'm afraid of them? Xiaohua sneered, but he still flew up. Xiao Mao also took out the flowing cloud airship and invited everyone to board. Oh right, Xiao Mao, why is there no news about Yiyu? After the flowing cloud airship flew past the flowing cloud lake, Xiaohua still didn't give up looking at Million Meng Mountains. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked. Chapter 2952. Xiao Mao was taken aback. He immediately realized that Xiaohua had nowhere to vent his anger and wanted to vent it on Yiyu. He thought for a moment and said, this guy is the Fu man of the Shibai village. Right now he must be worried about the seeds of the Wu village under the Shibai village. Besides, he must know about the relationship between Big Brother and Hutu village. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to find trouble with you. Humph, Yiyu deserves to die. Even if he doesn't find trouble with us, we can't let him go. Xiaohua said with hatred. Yiyu will die but not now. Fairy Hongxia also hated Yiyu. Now that we have left Million Meng Mountains, and Xiaohua's reputation in Million Meng Mountains is a bit embarrassing, why don't we talk about it in the future? Yes, with Xiao Mao here, Yiyu will definitely come. Li Zongbao said calmly. All right, I'll let him go for now. Xiaohua said helplessly. Then he looked at Li Zongbao and said, Senior brother Li, from now on, don't use your kill immortal whip. Wait until this little brother has practiced the refining technique of soul cultivation and healed your injuries. No problem, Li Zongbao said impatiently. With you by my side, do I still need to do anything? Don't be so wishy-washy. Let's go back to Luyang first. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua knew that Li Zongbao was extremely anxious. He looked at Fairy Hongxia and felt the same. The flying boat was like a flowing cloud. In just a few moments, it had flown for over 10 miles. But suddenly, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said, Xiao Mao, stop the flying boat for now. Big brother forgot something again. Oh, what is it? Xiao Mao quickly stopped the airship and asked curiously. Sigh, it's all because of this guy. Xiaohua took out the storage bag. He shook his hand and the fire ape fell out of the bag. The fire ape landed in the air and was slightly startled. When it saw the situation around it, It immediately bared its teeth and revealed a ferocious expression. The flames around its body rose and it pounced toward Xueqi. Evil creature, Xueqi sneered. He chanted an incantation and pointed his finger. The sun-moon corona on the fire ape's forehead let out a rumbling sound. The fire ape no longer cared about attacking Xueqi. It held its head and rolled in the air while howling. Darling Xiao. Fairy Hongxia was stunned. She was as confused as Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. She pointed at the fire ape and asked curiously, "What? What is this?" "This is a fire ape." Xueqi knew that this fire ape was related to Xueqi, so he didn't dare to be careless. He wanted to know why the fire ape came to Million Meng Mountains, and why it found Hanba. He then told Xueqi about his encounter with the fire ape, but he didn't tell him about the fire ape and Xueqi. "Oh, big brother, you're asking me to summon Hanba, right?" Xiao Mao understood. "That's right. We've left Millions of Meng Mountains. I'm afraid Hanba won't be able to follow us. If we don't ask now, when will we know?" Xueqi nodded. "Big brother, please wait a moment." Xiao Mao nodded. He closed his eyes and meditated for a moment, then opened his mouth again. "Hanba is currently at a critical juncture in its cultivation, so it won't be able to follow me to the country of Xi. Once it's successful in its cultivation, it will definitely go to Xuanyan's sect to look for me. Actually, it won't be too late for Big Brother to ask then." Xueqi rolled his eyes again. Nonsense. Who knew when Xueqi would need this fire ape? If he didn't ask now, when would he? Sure enough, in less than 2 hours, an indescribable heat was born in everyone's heart. Their blood was also surging and unstoppable. Hanba had appeared. When Hanba saw the fire ape rolling in pain in mid-air, it seemed to be angered. Its sharp gaze swept across Xueqi, so much so that Xueqi could feel an indescribable heat wave around him. Humph, naturally, Xiao Mao could sense Hanba's hostility. He snorted coldly and opened his mouth to scold Hanba. Hanba helplessly shrunk his neck, which was almost gone, and blinked his eyes. On his face, which had already lost its red hair, there was obviously a resentful expression. It was almost the same expression that Xueqi had when he faced Elder Wu. Damn it, Xueqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He opened his mouth and said, "Xiao Mao, ask this fire ape what's its relationship with it. How did it come to Millions of Meng Mountains from the country of Xi? Why are you looking for it? If this fire ape is Hanba's man, Big Brother will treat this fire ape well. Once it's finished, I'll set it free." Man? This time, it was Xiao Mao's turn to not know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head slightly and began to ask Hanba. Hanba's voice was very hoarse. It was impossible to make out any syllables. However, Xiao Mao seemed to be able to understand it, nodding his head from time to time. "Big brother." In the end, Xiao Mao smiled and said to Xueqi, "Little brother has already asked clearly. This fire ape and Hanba don't have any special relationship. They're just demon beasts that have taken shape. They've met a few times in the past. This fire ape didn't come to Millions of Meng Mountains to look for Hanba. It came to look for one of its close relatives. As for what Hanba is, I'm not sure. It just received a message from the fire ape and came to meet it." Before the fire ape was sealed, they knew each other? They can even send messages? Xueqi was a little stunned. Furthermore, there's a close relative of the fire ape in Millions of Meng Mountains? Damn it, are these demon beasts going to become demons? Big brother, according to what Hanba said, there are indeed demon beasts that have become demons in this world. Xiao Mao smiled and said, "It said that there are many of them in Millions of Meng Mountains. Even Hanba himself said that he's nothing. Some demon beasts can even cultivate into humans. They're no different from ordinary soul scholars." "Isn't that so?" Suddenly, Xueqi thought of that Elder Wu he saw in the ancestral shrine of Hutu Stockade. He actually had 2 faces. How could an ordinary person look like that? Maybe he was some kind of demon beast. "Forget it." Xueqi nodded. With a wave of his hand, he used the universe in the sleeve technique and once again put the fire ape into his spirit storage pouch. "Big brother, is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'll let Hanba go back." Xiao Mao probed. "That." Xueqi was a little hesitant. He was a little worried about bringing Hanba along. At least with Hanba, This trip to Sword Domain would be a little easier. Xiao Mao seemed to have seen through Xiao Hua's thoughts and hurriedly said, "Big brother, Hanba is now at a critical juncture. If you don't have to use it, then don't use it, right? When it comes to find me, that's the best time to use it." Alright. Xiao Hua naturally only thought of it as draining the pond to catch fish and nodded. After that, Xiao Mao gave Hidorigami a few instructions. Hidorigami actually lowered its head and leaned its head against Xiao Mao's hand, looking extremely strange. Xiao Mao obviously didn't feel good either. He patted Hanba's shoulder, turned his head, and jumped onto the flying boat. Under the urging of his magic power, the flowing cloud flying boat suddenly rose and rushed into the sky. Roar! Behind the flying boat, Hanba's hoarse roar could be heard. Sigh! When Xiao Hua heard it, his heart was slightly sour. He understood the misery in Xiao Mao's heart. Although he found his roots in the millions of Meng Mountains, they didn't recognize him at all. The shaman of Shibai village didn't have the slightest intention of letting him recognize his ancestors. In the end, Xiao Mao didn't even know who his father was. Fortunately, in this world, besides Xiao Mao, there was also Hanba. Although Hanba was a demon beast, it also had the bloodline of the Shibai great god. It could be considered a closer relative than Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao didn't dare to look back. He controlled the flowing cloud flying boat and rushed forward like an arrow, afraid that he would turn back if he hesitated. After flying for nearly 2 hours, the flowing cloud flying boat finally slowed down. Looking at Xiao Mao, whose expression had somewhat calmed down, Li Zongbao said indifferently, "You're a cultivator of the Dao sect. Since you entered the Dao sect at a young age, naturally you're fated with the Dao sect. Although soul cultivators are powerful, they've declined. Look at those uncivilized natives. Even if you're their shaman now, how heavy of a burden can you bear? Why don't you focus on cultivating? It won't be too late for you to return to the millions of Meng Mountains after you've achieved great success. Not to mention the current shaman, even the Shaman King might bow down to you." Thank you for your encouragement, Senior Brother Li." Xiao Mao nodded and sighed. "I originally came here to accompany Senior Brother, but I didn't expect that there would be so many troubles. Seeing that my background has already surfaced, I can't do anything even if I don't cultivate diligently. Night Rain already knows my whereabouts. Then, that nascent soul cultivator will definitely know soon. I can only rely on the merit of the great battle of Dao and Sword, and my Xueqi school to protect myself." "Oh, that's right." Xiao Hua was also greatly shocked. He quickly said, "Xiao Mao, if possible, why don't you stay in the millions of Meng Mountains?" "Stay in the millions of Meng Mountains?" Xiao Mao shook his head calmly. "Night Rain's influence in the millions of Meng Mountains is definitely no less than Zimming, and I can't possibly stay in the Hutu stockade forever, right? Even if I stay in the Hutu stockade forever, who can guarantee that I won't be schemed against by Night Rain? After all, I'm not Taoist Xiao." What Xiao Mao said makes sense. Fairy Hong Xia nodded and said, "In the millions of Meng Mountains, Huan Country, and Shi Country, Xueqi School is still safer. Xiao Mao has the merit of the great battle of Dao and Sword, and the sect master's special pardon. If Xueqi School can't even protect him, how can it still be called Xueqi School? Even if Xiao Mao's enemy is a nascent soul cultivator, he still has to think about his own reputation, and the consequences of revealing this matter. Now that the great battle of Dao and Sword is happening, a nascent soul cultivator having a connection with a sword cultivator, that's a big deal. In my opinion, within the next 10 years, that nascent soul cultivator won't do anything to Xiao Mao." Li Zongbao also nodded. "We can only wait for the great battle of Dao and Sword to calm down, then there's a possibility of making a move. And after 10 years, Hanba will have succeeded, and I'm afraid he'll already be guarding by my side." Xiao Mao laughed. "Therefore, Big Brother, you don't have to be too worried." "Humph. Of course Big Brother doesn't have to be worried about you." Xiao Hua sneered. "You're my brother, a nascent soul cultivator is nothing. There's no need for Hanba to come. I alone can beat him to the ground." Xiao Hua's words with his gold core cultivation was extremely arrogant, but whether it was Li Zongbao, Fairy Hong Xia or Xiao Mao, none of them felt that there was anything wrong with Xiao Hua's words. They were truly convinced by Xiao Hua's methods. Even if Xiao Hua said that he could kill an avatar, they would probably nod their heads blankly. Caw-caw. Suddenly, an owl-like voice sounded in the air. "Who dares to talk so big? Who dares to kill a nascent soul cultivator?" He's just a small gold core cultivator, aren't you afraid of blowing the sky open? Who? When Xiao Hua heard this, his complexion changed greatly. This voice came too suddenly, and Xiao Hua absolutely did not expect that under the escort of the Hutu stockades Wu Lao, a spirit warrior would immediately chase after the Wu Lao as soon as he left. His plan to move clouds and rain along the way could be considered a waste. Between shame and anger, Xiao Hua coldly said, "A thief who doesn't dare to show himself, I'm afraid you've been chasing after me for a long time, right?" Immediately, the Buddha sense swept behind him, but before Xiao Hua's Buddha sense could find any trace of the person, several sharp flying sword-like divine senses swept from all sides of the flying boat, firmly locking onto the four people. Only then did Xiao Hua and the others come to their senses, unconsciously turning as white as paper. Half a li away from the flowing cloud flying boat, four swordsmen appeared in the air. In front of these four swordsmen was a beautiful woman, but her face was as cold as frost. Her face was full of ridicule and astonishment. Who else could it be but Lu Ruochang of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect? In addition to Lu Ruochang, there were three other swordsmen, firmly surrounding the flowing cloud flying boat in a triangular formation. In front of the flowing cloud flying ship, there was a young swordsman with a robust figure. His 5 strands of beard looked very spirited. However, his pair of sword-like eyes carried a kind of incomparable hatred. He was staring fixedly at Xiao Hua's face as he slowly flew over. Chapter 2953. On the left rear of the flowing cloud flying ship, there was a female swordsman with a graceful figure. She wore very little clothing, only covering her vital parts. Her exposed bluish-white skin emitted a lustrous sword light. When one's gaze fell on her, a feeling of dizziness involuntarily arose in one's heart. It was as if one didn't even need to look at the female swordsman's appearance to be mesmerized by her sword light. To the right of the flowing cloud flying ship was an old man. This old man wasn't tall and was a bit fat. His sword clothes were also bulging. However, this old man's bean-sized eyes were flashing with a sharp brilliance. Every time he raised his hand, a fiery red sword light flashed with a thin flame sword intent, as if it could split the void apart. Swordsman transformation. Xiao Hua sensed these sharp sword intents and immediately identified the cultivation of these 3 swordsmen. Moreover, these 3 swordsmen had restrained their sword intent and successfully concealed their whereabouts. They didn't arouse the sword origin in Xiao Hua's body. Needless to say, they were at least second-grade transformation swords, surpassing the Void Heaven Sword School's Xueming Cha. Go! Xiao Hua saw the appearance of several swordsman transformation swordsmen and immediately understood that he was their target. He didn't hesitate and left Fairy Hong Xia and the others behind. His body was surrounded by lightning, and with a rumbling sound, he rushed towards the sky. It was only when he had flown a few dozen feet away that Fairy Hong Xia's terrified voice called out, "Darling Xiao, run!" Xiao Hua felt a trace of guilt in his heart, but he understood that Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Fairy Hong Xia were only at the Foundation establishment realm. Not to mention 3 swordsman transformation swords, they were nothing in LV Ruochang's eyes. As long as he used some method to escape, these 3 people might not be in any trouble. However, Xiao Hua's thoughts were just thoughts. Could he escape? Kaka, you were so arrogant just a moment ago. How come you've become a coward now? The gloomy voice came from the young swordsman. A huge sword light suddenly shot out from the swordsman's mouth, producing a loud rumbling sound, and rapidly pierced towards Xiao Hua's body. This sword light was extremely fast, as if it had instantly streaked across the sky and appeared between Xiao Hua's chest and abdomen. Within the snow-white sword light, streaks of ice python-like sword intent slashed towards Xiao Hua with their soul-devouring fangs. Xiao Hua didn't panic in the slightest. He also slashed with his right hand, and a sword light also appeared. With a boom, it smashed onto the ice-cold sword light. Woo! With a sharp whistling sound, Xiao Hua's figure borrowed the sword light to rush into the sky. His speed increased by more than 20%. The young swordsman's complexion turned somewhat unsightly. His mouth issued a sound of astonishment. The sword light around his body suddenly flashed, and a huge sword suddenly appeared. Then, he chased after Xiao Hua. The strange thing was that after the huge sword flew out for a few dozen meters, it slowly disappeared without any trace of fluctuation or sword chi. How could Xiao Hua care about this young swordsman? His figure had just used the lightning escape to rush up another few dozen meters when a sword intent like the falling of the Milky Way sprinkled down on his head. Admittedly, the strands of rain were like those of an orphan girl, but the desolation within was enough to split the soul. Damn it! Xiaohua couldn't help but curse in his heart. He was already struggling to deal with one sword transformation, but the Huan state actually sent out 3 sword transformations. The third sword transformation hadn't even made a move yet. Just 2 sword transformations. He probably couldn't deal with them, right? Go to hell. Xiaohua's heart was filled with hatred. He understood that the matter of his sword transformation cultivation was no longer a secret. The sword light around his body surged, and the sword origin shot out. A huge sword was also slowly born. Inside, 9 flying swords of different sizes were arranged in different shapes. This shape was constantly changing. Even the flying swords within the sword formation turned into shooting stars. Countless tiny hurricanes madly gathered and slashed towards the ice river sword intent. It was like 9 stars transiting the sun. Boom! A loud sound rang out. That unparalleled sword intent was actually torn apart by Xiaohua's huge sword. Below that sword intent, the graceful swordswoman's figure was revealed. However, this swordswoman's face didn't have any astonishment. Instead, it showed a kind of pleasant surprise. Even those big curved eyes contained traces of charm. Looking at Xiaohua's heart sword and the 9 stars within the heart sword, a smile appeared on her dark red lips. She even muttered in a low voice, 9 stars transiting the sun. This guy actually knows 9 stars transiting the sun. It wasn't rough. Except for the execution dream and mountain splitter, Xiaohua's other 7 sword orbs were completely repaired in the sword catacomb. However, they had always been nurtured in the sword scars of his primordial spirit, and hadn't been successful. During the trip to Meng Mountains, Xiaohua once again placed his attention on soul cultivation. That is, when he just activated the execution dream and mountain splitter, he realized that the 9 flying swords were all successful. Xiaohua was overjoyed, but he didn't care too much. He immediately used the 9 stars transiting the sun that he had comprehended countless times in the sword intent. Sure enough, 9 stars transiting the sun was extraordinary. In just one sword strike, it defeated a 2nd-grade sword transformation flying sword. Of course, Xiaohua still didn't have the time to appreciate this graceful swordswoman's charm, nor did he have the time to savor the joy of defeating a 2nd-grade sword transformation flying sword. He didn't even have the time to look at the swordswoman's figure. Before he could escape from the huge sword, he once again activated the lightning evasion and rushed away. Swoosh! Xiaohua flew out another 10 zhong. Seeing that there was a glimmer of hope to escape the encirclement, countless scarlet flames appeared in the space of nearly 100 zhong. Not only were these flames extremely hot, they were also abnormally sharp. The entire sky had become a place of mountains of blades and seas of fire. Humph! Xiaohua was not afraid of fire. He coldly snorted in his heart, opened his mouth, and a wisp of spirit fire immediately flew out. Normally, this was his last resort. But now, in order to escape, he couldn't care about anything else. When the spirit fire appeared, under Xiaohua's divine flame art, it immediately turned into a net and rushed in front of the huge sword. Although the sword will of the flame was powerful and seemed to be able to burn the surrounding space, when it came into contact with the spiritual fire, it was like a snowflake coming into contact with boiling water, instantly melting into the spiritual fire. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua urged the spiritual fire to rush out of a gap in the fire lake, and was about to break out of the encirclement of the 3 swordsmen. What Xueqi said was true. Under the lake of fire, the old swordsman hadn't transformed into a sword, but his body was surrounded by a fiery sword light. His fiery red eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. This nameless actually has a supreme spirit fire in his hands. While the old swordsman was pondering, the huge sword transformed by Xiaohua had already flown out of the lake of fire. The lightning was shining brightly, and it was flying towards the direction of millions of Meng mountains. But at this moment, above the seemingly clear blue sky, many whirlpools suddenly appeared. These thumb-sized whirlpools didn't even wait for Xiaohua to see clearly, and they immediately emitted a powerful sword energy. Clang! Not allowing Xiaohua to do anything, the sword energy around his body emitted a strong sword cry, as if it was going to come out of his body. Moreover, the huge sword transformed by Xiaohua was also emitting a mournful cry, and the sword light was almost skyrocketing. There's a fourth sword transformation? Xiao Hua was shocked. Baz! The sword energy roared, and all the whirlpools instantly converged to form a huge sword. Wasn't this the young swordsman who fought with Xiao Hua for the first time? Invisible sword! Xiao Hua suddenly realized. However, he was still shocked by the speed of this young swordsman. He didn't expect that there would always be someone who was faster than him, and that there was someone who could be faster than his lightning evasion. Boom! The young swordsman's huge sword was very close to Xiao Hua, and it didn't give Xiao Hua any chance to dodge. The two huge swords clashed together. A powerful roar was heard, and a powerful hurricane was generated. It was like the wind was sweeping away the clouds, and it was like the gathering of the wind and the clouds, flattening everything in the sky. Even Xiao Hua's body, that flame that hadn't been retracted, was swept away. Looking at the two huge swords, the young swordsman's majestic body didn't move, and the sword light around him slowly dissipated, revealing a proud face. He coldly stared at Xiao Hua, who was falling down from the sky like a falling leaf. Xiao Hua seemed to have lost consciousness, falling straight down. His entire body was jolted left and right by the shockwaves created by the huge swords, and he looked extremely pitiful. Xiao Hua hadn't truly transformed into a sword. Even though he had the sword will of the 9 stars illuminating the sun, he still couldn't defeat a second-grade sword transformation. Humph, you've just stepped into the threshold of sword transformation, and you actually dare to compete with me, a real sword transformation swordsman. Didn't Xue Mingcha teach you a lesson? Although the old swordsman sneered sarcastically, his body didn't slow down. Even the graceful female cultivator also stood guard on the other side to prevent Xiao Hua from escaping. She also laughed. Yes, even if you have the sword will of the 9 stars illuminating the sun, you haven't truly stepped into sword transformation, so how can you be my opponent? Xiao Hua. Fairy Hongxia couldn't help but cry out sorrowfully. Her body flew out from the flowing cloud flying ship, wanting to catch the falling Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua flew out from the flowing cloud flying ship until he was struck down by the young swordsman. In just a few moments, Fairy Hongxia and the others didn't have time to react, and Xiao Hua had already flown hundreds of feet away. Now that Fairy Hongxia flew up again, how could she catch up with Xiao Hua? However, when Xiao Hua was still hundreds of feet away from the ground, Fairy Hongxia tried her best to circulate her magic power, wanting to catch Xiao Hua's body before he fell to the ground. Xiao Hua's body suddenly moved. Like a stiff snake that had awakened from hibernation, he rushed towards the ground at an extremely fast speed. Ah! Fairy Hongxia suddenly froze, her hand covering her mouth as she stood in mid-air. Pang! With a loud sound, Xiao Hua's figure abruptly crashed into the solid ground. Although his entire body was flashing with an earthen yellow brilliance, the earth escape technique that he had always been proficient in actually lost its effect at this crucial moment. Solidifying earth into steel? Xiao Hua's face was filled with awkwardness. Looking at the faint glow on the ground and the distant Elviruocheng who was standing steadily in mid-air, his heart was filled with shock. Sword cultivator. How did a sword cultivator know that I know the earth escape technique? Chapter 2954. Senior John Doe. Elviruocheng was in the distance. He seemed to know that he was no match for John Doe, so he didn't fly closer. With only sarcasm in his tone he said, "Unexpected things can't be done again and again. Do you think that the swordsmen of my sword domain are all idiots? You have done so many things and my sword domain people do not know?" Xiao Hua saw the 3 sword transformation swordsmen slowly descend, and behind Lu Ruocheng, there were dozens of swordsmen flying out. Although they were not sword transformation swordsmen, they were at least grade 1 or 2 illusory swordsmen. Knowing that it would not be easy to escape today, he sneered and flew towards Fairy Hongxia. As for Xiao Mao, who had just reacted, he hurriedly urged the flowing cloud flying ship to fly in front of the two. What's wrong? Not boasting any more? The young swordsman stood in the air and said indifferently, "With your cultivation, you actually want to kill a nascent soul cultivator? What a joke." However, to be honest, although this old man had estimated your strength, but I still underestimated you. You actually forced this old man to sword transformation swordsman. Xiao Hua sneered and did not speak. However, the young cultivator still said, "It's fine if you don't speak, it can only mean that you have a guilty conscience. But from your words just now, This old man is somewhat puzzled. I wonder if you can dispel this old man's doubts? Speak. Xiao Hua replied indifferently. This old man knows that you are a terrifying phoenix and also know that you are nameless. I also know that you dare to kill a grade 3 illusory swordsman. I also know that you know the rare earth escape technique among the Dao sect cultivators. But this old man did not expect that you would dare to kill a nascent soul cultivator. This old man wants to ask you, what kind of divine being are you? Who am I? Don't you already know? Although Xiao Hua's face was pale and his eyes were spinning rapidly, he still wanted to escape. However, he did not admit defeat and retorted sarcastically, on the other hand, who are you? One is a grade 3 illusory swordsman and the other 3 are sword transformation swordsmen. You actually did not care about your face and trapped us 4 puny foundation establishment cultivators here. Do you still care about your face? Hehe, Xiao Hua, you also know about face? Lu Ruocheng sneered. If you had any sense of shame, how could you mix with foundation establishment cultivators with your nascent soul cultivation base? Ambushing and killing countless warriors of my sword region? Today, this sword might as well tell you that your death has arrived. This was Martial Uncle Qin Heng of the Void Heaven Sword School, Senior Martial Brother Qin Jian's master. You tried to kill Senior Brother Qin Jian with your nascent soul cultivation, which is a taboo of the sword domain. Today, Senior Uncle Qin Heng is here to avenge Qin Jian. Then Lu Ruocheng's finger moved away from a young swordsman and pointed at the old swordsman as he said, You killed Ling Yunwu, Yuan and her husband, and took the sword pouch of my sword domain. Now, Martial Uncle Xueqi Dong of the Ling Feng sword sect is also here to avenge the disciples of Sword's Gate. Hehe. Xiao Hua sneered. Many swordsmen have died in my hands. If you want to avenge yourselves, you don't have to sign up one by one. Anyway, I know that the sword cultivators of the Han country bully the weak with numbers. It's not the first time you've encountered such a situation. Hehe. The young swordswoman giggled. She was so beautiful that the sword armor on her body was almost scraped off. Little brother, you're quite brave. I like you the most. I'm Feng Suiwu of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect. I heard that the terrifying phoenix in the Dao Sword War was actually a nascent soul nameless and had the strength of a first-grade sword transformation realm cultivator. I've long been impressed. Now that I've met you, I'm even more impressed. You even have the 9-star soaring sun sword intent. If little brother is interested in joining my sword domain, I can recommend myself to help little brother reach the divine sword realm. At this moment, Qin Heng frowned and reminded, Feng Suiwu, the 9-star soaring sun sword sect's secret technique. I know little brother Xiao is willing. Feng Suiwu glanced at Xiao Hua in an extremely charming manner and smiled. I'm not afraid of the flame bamboo sword sect. What can others do about our love? Formless sword. As expected. Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the crowd. He knew in his heart that there was no chance of survival today. He couldn't help but feel anxious. When he heard Feng Suiwu's teasing, he licked his lips and said with a smile, Old witch, how old are you? You're actually still thinking about this young master? Isn't the legend of an old cow eating young grass exactly like this? Hehe, Feng Suiwu actually didn't get angry. She smiled and said, I'm an old witch. How can you be worse? You're drooling over Fairy Hongxia's youth and beauty. Isn't that the same as an old cow eating young grass? Good little brother, just submit to this concubine. As long as you tell the whole story and reveal your identity, won't you be able to fly away with me? And this Fairy Hongxia, I can also treat her as a little sister. Not to mention how many good little sisters you have. Even if you have more, I won't care. Don't you like the 9 stars transit? How about I and my 8 sisters transit the sun together? Bah! Fairy Hongxia's face turned red. She spat and cursed, old witch. Bitch, Feng Suiwu sneered. She flicked her finger, and an ice flower pierced towards Fairy Hongxia. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He waved his hand, and the wishful staff struck out. With a pung sound, it hit the ice flower. The ice flower turned into fragments, and the moment it fell, it once again rushed towards Fairy Hongxia. Humph! Fairy Hongxia hurriedly waved the phoenix command in her hand, and a 5-colored brilliance fell in front of her body. Puff 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 puff. A series of sounds rang out. The fragments hit the brilliance and instantly shattered the defensive brilliance. Fortunately, Those sword lights were shattered by Xiao Hua, and after passing through the defense of the Phoenix token, by the time they reached Fairy Hongxia's body, they were unable to break through her protective brilliance, and fell from the sky one after another. Little girl. Feng Xuewu said coldly, don't think that you can block this sword intent. This sword was only afraid of hurting little brother Zhao's heart, so I didn't go all out. Fairy Hongxia muttered a few words, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Obviously, against a second-grade sword transformation realm swordsman, she really didn't have the strength to fight back. Nameless. Qin Heng said faintly, sword friend Feng is right. You have my sword domain sword energy. So why did you sneak into the country of Xi's Imperial Thunder Sect? Which sword sect of my sword domain are you a disciple of? As long as you tell us the reason, we will definitely not make things difficult for you. In fact, we will even assist you. Have you ever seen a sword cultivator's disciple with a nascent soul realm cultivation? Have you ever seen a sword cultivator's disciple kill a sword cultivator? Xiao Hua said coldly, besides, Qin Zhen's life, Ling Yunwu's and Yuan's lives. Won't you all pursue it? And the lives of these few Dao sect disciples. It's precisely because Senior Nameless has the nascent soul realm cultivation of the Dao sect and my sword domain sword transformation realm cultivation that our sword domain sword transformation realm senior treats you so well. Lu Ruocheng chuckled and said, isn't a sword transformation realm swordsman who can control the country of Xi's Imperial Thunder Sect more important than the entire Sky Patrol City? Sky Patrol City? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said coldly, I'm afraid that Sky Patrol City is already heavily guarded by our Dao sect disciples. If you all attack, speaking of this, Xiao Hua was suddenly shocked and knew that he couldn't continue. If he said too much, he might expose Zhou Xia. Senior Nameless actually knows that Sky Patrol City is the target of our sword domain's battle? Lu Ruocheng was naturally stunned, but then he smiled and said, to be able to see this point in such a complicated battle situation, Senior Nameless is indeed amazing. If that's the case, our sword domain will have to invite Senior Nameless back. Furthermore, I've also revealed to you that even if the Dao Sect's cultivators manage to find out about the sword domain's goal, the Sky Patrol City will still fall into the hands of the sword domain. There will be no change at all. Well, if you follow us back, you might be able to see how the warriors of our sword domain will attack Sky Patrol City. I'm not going. Xiao Hua didn't believe Lu Ruocheng's words. He had already sent the message to the Imperial Thunder Sect. He didn't believe that such an important piece of news would not be taken seriously by the nascent Soul Realm Masters in the meeting hall. Moreover, he originally wanted to go through with it. However, looking at Qin Zhen's master and Ling Yunwu's senior uncle, how could he back down? Senior Nameless, you don't have to worry. Our sword domain accepts all kinds of cultivators. Not only do we have beast cultivators, weapon cultivators, bird cultivators and soul cultivators. The one who set up the soul formation in the sword tomb that day was a soul warrior from Meng Mountain. Naturally, this soul warrior has something to do with our sword domain. Since our sword domain can accommodate a soul warrior, why can't we accommodate a mere cultivator? Lu Ruocheng persuaded again. Besides, in your 3 kingdoms, there are more than thousands of cultivators who have submitted to our sword domain. One more Senior Nameless won't make much of a difference. Why do you care? I'm afraid none of those thousands of cultivators are in the nascent soul realm, right? Xiao Hua said coldly, since one more won't make much of a difference, one less won't make much of a difference either. If I submit today, I'm afraid my path of cultivation has come to an end. Moreover, how can I give up on my fellow disciples? Xiao Hua understood that if Lu Ruocheng and the others attacked him, Fairy Hongxia and the others would have a chance to live. However, if he submitted, Fairy Hongxia and the others would definitely die. Good little brother. Don't tell me you don't want to live anymore? Feng Xuewu smiled tenderly. Don't you want to take pity on me? Old witch. Xiao Hua scolded coldly, not wanting to say a word more. Now that things have come to this, we can only take action. Xueqi Dong, who had not spoken until now, waved his hand faintly and said, I've said it before. Unless we capture this guy and search his soul, it's impossible to know his background. LV Ruocheng also sighed. A living Nameless Hua was much more valuable than a dead Xiao Hua. A lively Nameless Hua was naturally much more useful than a demented Xiao Hua. However, if they captured him, it might not be impossible for them to turn the situation around. Chapter 29:55. Wang, Wang, Wang. 3 sword cries shook the heavens and the earth. 3 giant swords gradually emerged from the bodies of the 3 second-grade swordsmen. The crisscrossing sword energy had already sealed the space around Xueqi and the others. The biting cold sword energy absorbed a huge amount of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth and hovered in the air. How do we escape? Xueqi was very anxious, but the surrounding area was sealed by the sword energy. He was really helpless. Spiritual fire? Wishful staff? Overturning sea seal? Nascent soul hand? Xueqi thought of many methods, but they seemed to be ineffective. Fight! Xueqi clapped his hands and was about to use the nascent soul hand. Hee, it's really lively. At this critical moment, a young voice came from the stern of the flowing cloud airship. When did the swordsman of Sword Domain become so bold? Causing trouble at the doorstep of Meng Mountain? Senior? Hearing this, Xueqi saw the familiar figure of Hutu Stockade's Elder Wu. He almost couldn't believe his eyes and stammered. Where did this soul warrior come from? Qin Heng and the others had already transformed into swords, but they still couldn't sense the cultivation of this young man. It was as if a person in the void revealed a shadow. While they were shocked, they shouted, "This is a dispute between Sword Domain and Dao sect cultivators. It has nothing to do with Meng Mountain's soul warriors. If you have nothing else to do, please dodge. If my flying swords hurt you, it will affect the relationship between Sword Domain and Meng Mountain." Haha, when did Meng Mountain have feelings for Sword Domain? Elder Wu laughed and pointed at Qin Heng. This old man remembers that you should be the disciple of Void Heaven Sword School's Old Qin. Has Old Qin stepped into the Spirit Sword sect? When Qin Heng heard this, the sword's radiance shook violently. It was obvious that he was shocked. Rumble, 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 rumble. The sound of the sword resonated again. Qin Heng's sword flashed again, and the entire sword suddenly disappeared. Qin Heng actually wanted to run away at this moment. If Qin Heng wanted to leave, how could Feng Suiwu and Xueqi stay? Both of them had the same thought. Sword energy overflowed from their bodies, and in the blink of an eye, they flew dozens of feet away. Hee, don't you think it's too late to leave now? Old Wu chuckled and did not chase after him. Instead, he extended his hand and a pitch-black spirit treasure strangely appeared in mid-air. Lost Soul Lamp. Seeing the familiar Lost Soul Lamp, Xueqi's eyes lit up. Woo woo woo. Strange witchcraft curses came out from Elder Wu's mouth and turned into a dark green color that landed on the soul-extinguishing lamp. The soul-extinguishing lamp, which was originally the size of a bean, suddenly shone with a bright green light. It shot up into the sky at an extremely fast speed, and in an instant, it illuminated an area of several hundred feet. Poof! Elder Wu spat out again, and a faint tiny green seal script fell into the light. Pong! There was an explosive sound, as if the wick of the lamp had exploded. 3 dark green lights flew out from the wick of the lamp. The flow of the lights could not be seen at all, and in the next moment, they appeared on top of the giant sword formed by Qin Heng, Xueqi, and Feng Suiwu, who were flying in 3 different directions. Woo-woo. Others might not be able to see it clearly, but Xueqi's sharp senses allowed him to detect that when the 3 green lights appeared, there was a ghostly shriek in the nearby void. The entire horizon was suffused with strands of black gas, and each and every one of them was a strange ghostly head. Using the lost soul extinguishing lamp actually caused a celestial phenomenon. Xueqi sighed inwardly, because he could even see the faint rolling thunder and fierce winds in the horizon. When the 3 lights fell on the giant sword, the 3 previously arrogant second-grade sword transformation stage swordsmen immediately froze in midair. They could not get out of the sword's body, nor could they fly even half an inch. An obscure, dry, and incomparably majestic sigh came from the lost soul extinguishing lamp. It was actually the same sigh as the Hutu great god when the lost soul extinguishing lamp was lit. Along with this sigh, the entire world suddenly became bright and dim. Even Xueqi was startled, as if something had happened in this world, but also as if nothing had happened. The black gas and ghost heads froze, and the heavenly thunder and fierce winds also froze. Woof! At the lost soul extinguishing lamp, a soul-stirring bark sounded, and the entire space was stirred up by a strong storm. A burst of light and shadow swayed, the green light rolled back, and the black gas dispersed. Even the rolling thunder in the sky quickly subsided. Looking at the three giant swords again, they fell straight from midair. Obviously, the 3 second-grade sword transformation stage swordsmen had been killed by Elder Wu in an instant. This lost soul extinguishing lamp is too powerful, isn't it? Xiao Hua was really stunned. Not to mention him, Xiao Mao and the others, as well as all the swordsmen, were stupefied on the spot. This unforeseen event seemed to be even more inconceivable than when Xiao Hua rushed into the sky to escape and was intercepted by the 3 sword transformation stage swordsmen. Scram, Elder Wu withdrew his hand, and the entire green light converged into his hand. The lost soul extinguishing lamp also disappeared. All the swordsmen seemed to still be in a daze, and simply did not understand what Elder Wu was saying. After a few breaths, only then did the clever swordsmen wake up. How could they dare to stay here for a moment longer? They urged the flying generals under their feet to flee in panic. Someone moved, and the remaining people naturally woke up and hurriedly fled. LV Ruochang hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to fly towards the giant sword transformed from the 3 swords, he heard Venerable Wu's cold voice again. Leave the flying swords behind. Xiao Hua is my little friend. It's disrespectful to me for you to intercept him. These 3 flying swords are the compensation. How could Lu Ruochang dare to disobey? He shrunk his neck and hurriedly flew away without looking back. Senior. Seeing all the swordsmen flee, Xiao Hua couldn't help but give a thumbs up, and sighed. Junior only knew that he had the empty fort strategy, but I didn't expect Senior to have a secret plan. You've actually been following behind this Junior all this time. Humph, if I didn't follow behind, how would I know that someone was still gossiping behind me? Do you think I'm the kind of person who doesn't keep his word? Elder Wu's face was cold. He waved his hand, and a few jade slips were thrown onto the flying boat. This is the bullshit cultivation method you wanted. Take it yourself. Don't. Since it was like this, what else could Xiao Hua say? He could only thicken his face and endure the heat. With a wave of his hand, he once again picked up the jade slips and respectfully handed them to Elder Wu. He smiled apologetically. Junior. Junior was in a hurry. Hee, how could Junior be as far-sighted as Senior? You thought I would be greedy for your things? Elder Wu didn't take the jade slips and said coldly. No. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically. Junior didn't expect that Senior would actually want to lure the snake out of its hole and give the sword cultivators and the others a warning. That's why I concealed myself. Junior now truly understands Senior's love for fists. Now that Senior has saved our lives, how could Junior still have the face to take Senior's things? Junior definitely can't accept these things. Junior thanks Senior for saving our lives. Xiao Mao and the others didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Elder Wu's kindness was indeed great. Humph. Elder Wu looked at the 4 of them and snorted coldly. He reached out his hand and took the jade slips, and said indifferently, "Get up. I naturally have my reasons for sending you all out." Yes, Junior only knows now. Xiao Hua hurriedly smiled apologetically. Furthermore, these so-called Earth, Heaven, and Saint class cultivation techniques are just nonsense made up by your Dao sect cultivators. What use do you have for these cultivation techniques? Then, Venerable Wu continued, even all the soul cultivation techniques in Meng Mountains are based on the Green Seal script. Now that you have understood the pronunciation of the Green Seal script and the witchcraft incantation, all you need to do is to understand the Green Seal script one by one. That will be the most basic soul cultivation technique. Isn't that much stronger than any other soul cultivation technique? Yes, Junior didn't know about this, right? Senior said it, Junior only knows now. Xiao Hua was shocked and smiled apologetically, but it said that there are 365 Green Seal scripts. Where would Junior find them? How would I know? Elder Wu rolled his eyes and said indifferently, I only know that soul scholars can learn 50 Green Seal scripts every day in the 6 days of the soul. Shamans can learn 20 Green Seal scripts every day in the 3 days of the soul. As for the remaining 5, I don't even know where to find them. Of course, this is only a possibility. No one would dare to waste their life essence to compete with the essence of heaven and earth. Yes, Junior thanks Senior. Xiao Hua naturally knew that Elder Wu was giving him pointers. While feeling grateful, he bowed and saluted. Also, Elder Wu hesitated for a moment and said, this time in Shaman King's stronghold, the The Shaman King suddenly said that these 365 green seal scripts are the essence of heaven and earth. But outside of this essence of heaven and earth, there are 7 other essences that cannot be contained by heaven and earth. If someone is fated to obtain them, I'm afraid that they will transcend this heaven and earth. Ah? Xiaohua was stunned. This green seal script has so many things to pay attention to. The soul cultivation techniques of Meng Mountains far surpass your Taoist sect. Elder Wu said coldly. What I said is only the most basic. How could a kid like you know the other secrets? Elder Wu slapped his hand again and took out a bone and threw it in front of Xiaohua, saying, Take it, this is what you want. It's been hard for you to help the people of Meng Mountains all this time. What is this? Xiaohua was stunned. Didn't Senior say that the soul cultivation techniques can't be passed to outsiders? You asked Junior to be loyal. Humph, you've been using witchcraft curses all this time, and you even asked G-Man for the inheritance of Confucian cultivators. No matter if it's us soul cultivators or Confucian cultivators, we are both the great enemies of your Taoist sect. Aren't you afraid of being found out by others? You've been acting like this in front of me. Is it just for the sake of a saint-level cultivation technique? Elder Wu sneered. This is a soul technique used by us soul cultivators to conceal and protect the soul. Consider it your reward for helping us all this time. Xiaohua blinked his eyes. He really wanted to cry and laugh in his heart. He really didn't have such thoughts. But since Elder Wu had already said so, and had even taken out a spirit technique, how could he reject it? He rolled his eyes and smiled apologetically. Senior is indeed astute. Junior's little thoughts have been guessed by Senior. Chapter 2956. Humph, how old are you? In front of this old man, you're just a child. At this point, Old Wu didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and a jade slip fell onto the flowing cloud airship. This is the route from Meng Mountains to the country of Xi. Although the people of Sword Domain won't dare to stop you, it's not without danger. This route is safe. After he finished speaking, Old Wu's figure disappeared again. Thank you, Senior. Xiaohua was overjoyed and bowed towards the sky. In addition, your rejuvenation pill. If you still have it, you can give one to Hanba. This thing is very useful for the transformation of a soul beast. Heh. Maybe that drought demon took the rejuvenation pill and became a charming and beautiful lady. Old Wu's voice suddenly came from far away, but in the eyes of Xiaohua and the others, it seemed close at hand. Hiss, Xiaohua didn't pay attention to Old Wu's words, but he was really surprised that Old Wu could fly so far in an instant. The path of cultivation in this world is really strange. I thought that the lightning escape technique of the Imperial Thunder Sect was already very wonderful, but today, not to mention that Qin Heng of the Void Heaven Sword School was able to catch up to me, Old Wu flew so far in an instant. This is far from what I can compare with. Light escape, a light escape. When will I be able to master it? When Xiaohua woke up from his shock, he turned to Xiao Mao and asked, Xiao Mao, what does Old Wu mean? He should know that I don't have any more rejuvenation pills, right? At this time, Xiao Mao's face was as red as a big red cloth. His eyes were wandering as he whispered. How would I know what Old Wu is talking about? However, Xiaohua looked at Xiao Mao's expression, then looked at Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao who couldn't help laughing. He suddenly understood. Hanba's extremely exaggerated figure, if she was really beautiful, then what kind of taste would that be? Old Wu. He's actually this old and dirty. Xiaohua was immediately happy. He really didn't expect that the usually serious Old Wu had this side to him. Forget it. Xiaohua flew out of the flowing cloud flying boat with a smile and said, You think about how to deal with your Qin Jian. I'm going to get the compensation for my hurt heart. That's right, Red Cloud. Take a look at this jade slip with Senior Brother Li and plan how we're going to return to the state of Xi. Big brother. Xiao Mao's face burned even more. It was nothing serious to begin with, but Elder Wu's sudden words made it seem like he was having an affair with Hidorigami. Xiaohua smiled as he left. Not long after, he returned with the 3 illusory sword grade 2 swordsmen. Looking at the 3 people he asked, Who wants these 3 flying swords? And their storage pouches. Hee, that's the compensation for your hurt heart. Why would we want that? Li Zongbao chuckled as he sat down cross-legged, and then he withdrew the immortal slaughter whip and said, "With this treasure, I'm satisfied with my life." Red Cloud Fairy and Xiao Mao naturally didn't want it. Xiao Hua didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it. Looking at the jade slip in Red Cloud Fairy's hand, he asked, "Is the route given by Elder Wu suitable?" Red Cloud Fairy smiled and said, "This is a secret passage. It's a shortcut from the Million Meng Mountains to the 3 kingdoms of cultivators. It must be used by the Million Meng Mountain spirit warriors." Elder Wu's thoughts. Really don't treat Xiao Hua as an outsider. "Yeah. Who are we to Huta Stockade?" Xiao Hua smiled and said casually. But after he finished speaking, he saw the slyness in Red Cloud Fairy's narrowed eyes and that thought-provoking smile. He hurriedly explained, "No. Xiao, big brother, you don't have to explain." Xiao Mao interrupted. "There's no point in saying more. If there is, there is. If there isn't, there isn't. What's the use of explaining?" "Damn it," Xiao Hua scolded. "It's all because of your hitorigami. After I refine the rejuvenation pill, I won't give you half a pill." "Oh right, you still have a mission." As he said that, Xiao Hua took out a storage pouch and threw it to Xiao Mao. "This is the remaining spiritual seeds. When you're driving the airship, find a suitable place and scatter some." "Big brother, you can't order me around like this, right?" Xiao Mao looked at the spiritual seeds in the storage pouch and stomped his feet. "There are so many spiritual seeds. How long do I have to scatter them?" "Hee, you're the messenger of Huta Great God." Xiao Hua laughed. "If you're not the one doing this job, who else can do it? Hurry up and fly. We're still waiting to return to the country of Xi." Yes, I'll drive the airship right away." Xiao Mao smiled bitterly and looked at Red Cloud Fairy. "Senior sister, even if you want me to drive the airship, you should at least tell me where I'm flying to, right? I can't possibly break into the sword domain again, right?" Hee. Red Cloud Fairy rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua and looked at the jade scroll cautiously. She pointed in another direction and said, "Fly there." "Yes. I guarantee that under Senior Sister's command, the direction is correct," Xiao Mao replied in a loud and clear voice. He urged the flying boat to soar into the sky and charged in the direction that Fairy Hongxia had pointed out. Hee. It's finally easy." Xiao Hua heaved a sigh of relief and looked towards the direction the airship was heading towards. It was a piece of ice field and there was no direction to refer to. "Darling Xiao, how's your spiritual will?" Red Cloud Fairy kept her smile and asked with concern. Hee. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and released his spiritual will. A strong pressure rushed out like a storm. In the golden core? Facing such a vast spiritual will and that strong pressure, Red Cloud Fairy, who was in the late stage of foundation establishment, could not help but groan and ask in shock. "My spiritual will has not recovered by 40%. However, it's no longer a problem." Xiao Hua looked at Red Cloud Fairy's increasingly beautiful smile and replied, "And in the process of recovery, my spiritual will was restored after it was broken. I have benefited a lot from it. When my spiritual will is fully recovered, it will be 30% stronger than before. As for the pressure, even if I meet a nascent soul cultivator again, I will not be afraid." "You can even do that?" Li Zongbao was also shocked by Xiao Hua's pressure and was a little dumbfounded. "If that's the case, I also want to be injured by hitorigami." "This, you have to ask Xiao Mao." Xiao Hua smiled and retracted his spiritual will and pressure. "Up to you. As long as Senior Brother Li is willing, I can summon hitorigami here right now." Xiao Mao drove the airship and replied, "Just like what happened with the fire ape. Sigh, I don't have any secret techniques." "Better not." Li Zongbao shrugged. "Don't go for wool and come home shorn." That's not right. Suddenly, Xiao Hua shouted and hurriedly said, "Elder Wu's words are definitely not that simple. I seem to have understood something." "Oh? What's wrong?" Xiao Mao did not go to the soul refining cave and had never seen Master Qin. He was not very clear about the night sacrifice and asked curiously. That's right. Li Zongbao also suddenly understood and stood up from the airship. "Elder Wu mentioned the rejuvenation pill for no reason, as if to remind us." Xiao Hua held his chin with his hand and looked at the millions of Meng mountains behind the airship. "Indeed. It seems that Elder Wu is also very concerned about Master Qin Qin's death. How can he not be concerned? Master Qin Qin repaired the soul lamp of Hutu Stockade. Speaking of which, she died for the inheritance of Hutu Stockade. Fairy Hong Xia heard this and was a little sad. That is to say, Elder Wu suspects that a spirit beast that was preparing to transform took away the rejuvenation pill from Master Qin Qin. However, Elder Wu does not know who this spirit beast is. Xiao Hua frowned and said, however, the strange thing is, if it was a spirit beast that could transform into a human form and kill Master Qin Qin, whose cultivation is comparable to the late gold core stage and is close to the nascent soul stage, why didn't it attack us? After all, we have always been with Master Qin Qin. We were only absent during the period when Master Qin Qin was killed. Thinking about how she had always been coveted by a spirit beast that had transformed into a human form, Fairy Hong Xia shrunk her neck and felt a lingering fear. This can only be discussed in the future. Li Zongbao shook his head and said, our cultivation is not enough to deal with a spirit beast that has transformed into a human form. Even with Elder Wu's divine ability, you can't find this spirit beast, so I'm afraid we can't do it. Sigh yes. This should be the only regret of our trip to Meng Mountains. Xiao Hua was disappointed, and Master Qin Qin's short figure, ferocious face, and broad chest unconsciously appeared in his mind. Sometimes it's more than that. Xiao Hua sighed as he looked at Meng Mountains getting farther and farther away. Under the miraculous hands of Reverend Xiao Hua, the crisis of millions of Meng Mountains had gradually subsided. Gradually, the peace and tranquility were restored. Meanwhile, Xiao He had been brought away from the ancestral hall of Hutu Stockade by Xiao Hua, and the millions of soul warriors of Meng Mountains would no longer intrude into the territory of Huan Kingdom to search for Zhang Xiaohua, who did not exist. The battle between soul warriors and swordsmen had come to an end. The greatest contributor had returned to Shi Kingdom through the secret passage of soul cultivators, and did not go to Celestial City. What about the sword battle between swordsmen and soul cultivators? Now, it had reached the most critical stage. The towering Celestial City was still standing in the snowy region like a huge fortress. The snow and ice around it were still unmelted, quietly shining a dazzling white under the sunlight. Today was a rare sunny day in the snowy plateau. The pale white sun was hanging in the sky without any clouds, and the azure sky looked like a boundless green pond hanging upside down in the sky. Under the clear sky, Sage Xueqi was sitting leisurely on a cushion in the quiet city lord's mansion. A small red furnace was burning in the air in front of him. There was a fist-sized emerald green teapot on top of the furnace, and it made gurgling sounds as it was being licked by the red flames. Along with the sound, wisps of white smoke spurted out from the teapot's spout. This white gas was very strange. It didn't disappear like normal water vapor. Instead, it was like a long snake slithering in the air. There was a lot of white gas, and the whole teapot's surroundings looked like a dense fairyland. This white gas was the spiritual energy that the teapot breathed in and out. Chapter 2957. Hiss. Master Xueqi opened his mouth. Countless streams of white smoke turned into a thick white chain and rushed into his mouth. Gurgle, like the sound of a teapot. Master Xueqi's stomach was also growling. Then, 2 streams of turbid air came out of his nostrils. Phew! Xueqi Master let out a deep breath, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Clearly, he was enjoying the tightness. This cloud mist tea. Ordinary people only know how to brew it with spring water to satisfy their cravings. Even if it's the spiritual energy in the spirit tea, what benefit can it bring to cultivation? Who would know? If we use innate true water to evaporate this energy, not only will it be able to purify the energy, it will also be able to neutralize the innate true water. Using this innate true water for cultivation is a very rare technique for cultivators with water physique. Sage Xueqi muttered to himself, to be able to enjoy life like this at such a time, and to be able to cultivate while enjoying it, even if you asked me to be the sect master, I wouldn't be willing. As Taoist Xueqi smiled, the white mist surrounded the teapot again. Just as Taoist Xueqi was about to open his mouth to take a sip, the corner of his right eye suddenly twitched. Then, the slender white eyebrows above his right eye suddenly trembled for no reason. Ayo! Xueqi's face was filled with shock. Why is that? Could it be some sort of warning sign? Master Xueyu closed his eyes for a moment as if he was trying to comprehend something. However, a moment later, he opened his eyes and said, "It seems there is nothing to worry about? Although my Sky Patrol City is the focal point of the Great Dao Sword War, the Sky Patrol City is the main focus of the war. But now, the Great War of Dao and Sword has spread across the borders of the country of Xi, the country of Lian, and the country of Huan. Without the Sword Tomb, my Sky Patrol City's role is reduced. Cultivators can occupy a large territory of the country of Lian, so who would care about a small place like my Sky Patrol City? Moreover, it's fine if sword cultivators don't come to Sky Patrol City. But if they do, won't they fall into the trap of the Three Kingdoms? Perhaps. It's because of Ai's cultivation." Just as Sage Xueyu was deep in thought, a sharp cry like that of an eagle rang out in the sky above Sky Patrol City. Not good. Sage Xueyu's expression changed when he heard the eagle's cry. He stood up from the futon in disbelief and exclaimed, "Who dares to trigger the Snow Eagle alarm in the Sky Patrol City?" Master Xueyu flew up from the praying mat and waved his sleeve. Whether it was the red clay stove or the emerald green teapot, they both fell into his sleeve and disappeared without a trace. Before Master Xueyu could reach the entrance of the hall, the door silently opened. Master Xueyu's divine sense swept out like a waterfall. Hiss! Xueyu True Master gasped when he saw what was happening 100 miles away from Sky Patrol City. These sword cultivators. Where did they come from? At this moment, the sky was no longer as blue and boundless as before. Although the tragic sun was still stuck in the sky, there were still many dark clouds in the surroundings. These dark clouds were like thin strands, but they were like waves, surging rapidly. Accompanied by the dark clouds was a howling cold wind. The cold wind was so harsh that it seemed as if it was going to blow Sky Patrol City into the sky. Just as the wind and clouds were surging, Master Xueyu's divine sense saw that the sky 100 miles away from Sky Patrol City was filled with sword cultivators. They were densely packed like locusts. Moreover, looking at the dense mass of sword cultivators, who knew how many sword cultivators were behind them? How could Master Xueyu not be stunned? An unknown number of sword cultivators were flying over on their swords. Each of them released their sword chi. The soaring sword chi rushed straight into the sky, disrupting the weather. What was special was that all the flying swords were emitting a powerful sword hum, faintly resonating with each other and faintly laughing arrogantly. That kind of invincible and heaven-shaking momentum made even Master Xueyu, who was a nascent soul cultivator, feel his heart pounding. At this moment, before Master Xueyu could expand his divine sense with the help of Sky Patrol City's array, there was a loud clang, and an even more arrogant sword chi rushed into the sky from behind the sword cultivators. Hum! All the flying swords emitted a sorrowful cry. A powerful divine sense swept over like the flying swords, and Master Xueyu's divine sense was immediately hit by it. Hiss! Third-grade swordsman. Master Xueyu gasped again. His divine sense was instantly shattered by the sword chi. How could Master Xueyu not know that this was the appearance of a sword cultivator? His face turned pale. He did not dare to continue probing with his divine sense. He quickly withdrew it and looked in another direction. This time, Master Xueyu was much more obedient. He only briefly checked before withdrawing his divine sense and looking in another 2 directions. As Sage Xueyu had expected, he scanned the outside of Sky Patrol City with his divine thought. Among the swordsmen on all sides, there were powerful sword essences. Obviously, these swordsmen were going to surround Sky Patrol City. Just as Master Xueyu was shocked, several divine senses that were even more powerful than Master Xueyu's divine sense rushed out from Sky Patrol City and patrolled around like Master Xueyu. These divine intents seemed to have a tacit understanding as they all searched in different directions. However, just like Master Xueyu, the moment their divine intents touched the sword cultivators, they were all injured by the sword cultivators and were forced to withdraw their divine intents. City Lord. Just as Xueyu's spiritual master stood in front of the palace door with a pale face, bewildered, Jin Kang, whose face was also pale, rushed over and shouted in a panicked tone, "Bad news, bad news." Humph. Master Xueyu had already made a decision. Seeing Jin Kang so panicked, he snorted and said calmly, "Even when the mountain collapsed, your expression did not change. Even when the enemy was at the city gates, your spirit did not waver. Jin Kang, if even you are so panicked, what will happen to the disciples of Sky Patrol City?" Phew! Jin Kang took a deep breath and barely suppressed his panic. He said anxiously, "I know I was wrong. However, today's situation is beyond my expectations. I don't know how to deal with it. Easy. Master Xueqi said coldly. The first thing is to activate the city defense formation of Sky Patrol City. Secondly, send a distress signal to the cultivators of the three kingdoms. Lastly, stop the teleportation formation to prevent the sword cultivators from using it to attack Sky Patrol City. Yes, I know all of this. Jean Kang nodded and said, I have already informed the city guards to adjust the city defense formation to the Snow Eagle level. All the disciples guarding the city are in position. Also, I have already issued an order to mobilize the disciples of the two sects to the four sides of the city gates and prepare to face the enemy. However, from what I can see, this Snow Eagle level defense can only withstand the first wave of attacks from sword cultivators. If you want to withstand the illusory sword and sword transformation level, then you have to activate the formation to the Snow Peak level. Then, you have to ask the City Lord to personally issue a City Lord order. As for the distress signal, Jean Kang smiled bitterly and said, I just received a message from the patrolling disciples outside the city. I wanted to send the signal through the teleportation formations that are not fixed. However, I found that all the teleportation formations, whether they are fixed or not, cannot be used at all. Master Xueqi was stunned. However, this subordinate still followed the City Lord's instructions and sealed the teleportation array. Jean Kang was a little relieved when he said this. How serious is the situation? Master Xueqi had already seen the situation outside Sky Patrol City, but he still asked. Jean Kang replied, according to the patrolling disciples of my Sky Patrol City who were 100 miles away, sword cultivator disciples suddenly appeared 100 miles away from the Sky Patrol City. They could not tell where these sword cultivators came from. Moreover, there were so many of them that they could not see clearly. These sword cultivators did not attack the patrolling disciples and allowed them to fly back to Sky Patrol City. According to the patrolling disciples, the sword cultivators besieging the city have cultivations ranging from pregnant sword to bright sword. There are so many of them. As for the illusory sword and bright sword that cannot be detected, there are about 20% of them. Have the patrolling disciples returned? Master Xueqi pursed his lips and looked into the distance. He seemed to be dissatisfied with the situation and asked again. Governor, 80% of them have returned. There are still about 200 people who have not returned. Jean Kang said solemnly, I'm afraid they have already died. About 200 people. Not all of them have died. Perhaps about 10% of them escaped the encirclement. Master Xueqi said faintly. Yes. Jean Kang nodded. There is also Mist Li and the others who are in charge of the teleportation formation. They should be able to escape the encirclement of these sword cultivators. It will not be long before the cultivators of Dao's sect come to their rescue from all over Huan country. Perhaps. Master Xueqi narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed across his eyes. These sword cultivators have made such a big fuss and let the patrolling disciples go. It is obvious that they want to catch us off guard and take down Sky Patrol City in one go. This was beyond my expectations, but at the same time, it wasn't beyond my expectations. Although I have made preparations and even the cultivators of the three kingdoms have made preparations, it is obvious that there are too many sword cultivators. We still have to fight to the death. Humph. Facing the calm immortal Xueqi, Jean King's mood also calmed down. He snorted coldly and said, I have read the ancient books in the city. Back then, my ancestor the city lord of Xueqi, with the cultivation of the middle stage of the nascent soul stage, used the snow wave ice wave formation to protect the city to block the attack of 5 swordsmen at the late stage of the sword transformation stage. Although there are many sword cultivators, I am afraid they are just a motley crew. As he spoke, 4 powerful divine senses swept over. At the same time, 4 figures flew out from the same direction and landed in the sky above the city governor's mansion. Master Xueqi did not dare to be negligent. He waved his hand and a city governor's token landed in front of Jean Kang. He ordered, Go, pass on my city governor's token. Activate the Great Ice Wave Formation. When the time is right, I will personally take charge of the Great Ice Wave Formation. Kill those sword transformation swordsmen in front of Sky Patrol City. Chapter 2958. Yes, I understand. Jean Kang received the order and hurried out. Xueqi's spiritual master flew up to greet them. Junior brother Xueqi, a clear voice said in shock. Why did the sword cultivator suddenly appear outside Sky Patrol City? Why didn't my Dao sect disciples react? Xueqi's spiritual master looked indifferent. He looked at Miyu from Imperial Thunder Sect and said with a smile, "Isn't the arrival of the sword cultivators exactly what we want? It's fine if they don't come, but if they do, they'll definitely be defeated by our Sky Patrol City. Didn't they fall into our trap?" "Ha ha ha, that's right." An extremely arrogant voice said, "I've said it before, our Imperial Thunder Sect's message has always been accurate. Zhu Chenghe, that little brat, didn't believe me. Now that the sword cultivator is here, this Dao sword war will end in our hands. The credit of defending the Sky Patrol City and killing Hua Jian will fall on the heads of the Thunder-controlling sect, Sky Patrol City, and Mo Sang Mountain." The voice belonged to none other than Quang Tian's spiritual master. As mentioned earlier, Xiao Hua told Qian Diheng that the sword cultivator's target was Sky Patrol City through Jiu Xia. However, under Zhu Chenghe's analysis, Sun Yunzi and the others did not take it seriously. Instead, they thought it was a trap set by the sword cultivators. Quang Tian's spiritual master was furious and challenged Zhu Chenghe on the spot. He wanted to pull the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples back to Sky Patrol City to prevent the sword cultivators' sneak attack. Zhu Chenghe naturally went with the flow. He asked Sun Yunzi to agree to the Imperial Thunder Sect's request to fight and let the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples return to Sky Patrol City. Quang Tian's spiritual master was not as good as Zhu Chenghe in terms of scheming, but he believed in Xiao Hua's message and the defensive formation of Sky Patrol City. In particular, if the sword cultivators really wanted to attack Sky Patrol City, the Imperial Thunder Sect would have to make a new contribution in the Great War of Dao Sword. Of course, Quang Tian had another plan in mind. If Xiao Hua's message was wrong and the sword cultivator's target was not the Celestial City, then wouldn't the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples be able to survive the Great Dao Sword battle by hiding in the city? To minimize the casualties of the Imperial Thunder Sect? When he first came to Sentry City, Crazy Heaven was still a little nervous. From time to time, he would contact Reverend Miyu to come to Reverend Xueqi's City Lord Mansion to check the battle reports. However, as time passed, those sword cultivators seemed to have forgotten about Sky Patrol City and had no intention of attacking it at all. Quang Tian also became lazy and only meditated in the encampment every day, waiting for the end of the Great Battle of Dao Sword. He did not expect to encounter a large-scale attack by sword cultivators today. However, Quang Tian only panicked for a moment before he calmed down again. He understood that no matter the outcome of the battle in Sky Patrol City, the Imperial Thunder Sect and Xiao Hua's contributions would not escape. He could even make a false accusation. Moreover, Sky Patrol City was originally a trap set up by Zhu Chenghe and the others. Quang Tian, Spiritual Master Miyu, and the other disciples of the Thunder Control Sect returned to Sky Patrol City in secret and would not let the sword cultivators know. Apart from the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect, there were also two early-stage nascent soul cultivators from Mo Sang Mountain, perfected Qing Yan and perfected Lao Yun, as well as many disciples of Mo Sang Mountain. Haha, Quang Tian is right. Reverend Xueqi also laughed. And the credit should go to Xiao Hua who sent the message. After the battle I will have to thank him properly. Well said, well said. Quang Tian knew what Reverend Xueqi was thinking and smiled widely. Senior brother Miyu, senior brother Qing Yan, and senior brother Lao Yun. Reverend Xueqi looked at the other three and said seriously, "I's cultivation is shallow and cannot compare to the previous city lord. I will have to rely on you for this battle." Spiritual Master Mi, you had always felt that there was a grudge between the Thunder Control Sect and Sky Patrol City because of Tu Hong and Dui Qiming's dual cultivation. Therefore, Reverend Xueqi did not want the Thunder Control Sect to be stationed in Sky Patrol City. However, now that the situation was critical and both sides had to join hands to face the enemy, she smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother Xueqi, don't worry. Now that you are in charge and we are just assistants, we will do our best to resist the sword cultivators." That's right. The two nascent soul cultivators from Mo Sang Mountain nodded. We have already discussed the city defense array with Reverend Xueqi. If the sword cultivators attack, we will fight the enemy together. Good. Reverend Xueqi clapped his hands and said, "I have already issued the city lord's order. The snow and ice waves array will be activated immediately. I feel that the sword cultivators have gathered so many troops to besiege the Sky Patrol City. They are prepared to attack with all their might. If the attack fails, they will definitely retreat. Otherwise, When the army of our Taoist sect cultivators surround them from the outside, they will be defeated. Hee, Kwang Tian laughed again. Before I came to Sky Patrol City, I heard from Sun Yunzi that there are a few fellow cultivators lying in ambush near Sky Patrol City. Now, they have probably received the news and are rushing here to help. In fact, we only need to withstand the first wave of attack from the sword cultivators and the situation will be set. There is such a thing? Why don't I know about it? Reverend Xueqi was stunned. Humph, don't say that fellow cultivator doesn't know. On the day I came to Sky Patrol City, if I hadn't forced him, the little bastard from Su Yen faction would not have spat. Kwang Tian snorted coldly. They are all playing tricks. How can we compete with them? Sigh, no matter what, I have to thank the Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain. Reverend Xueqi sighed slightly and bowed. Boom boom boom. Reverend Xueqi's words were drowned out by a loud roar. The sound came from all sides of Sky Patrol City and was abnormally fierce. Accompanied by the roar, countless sword chi soared into the sky. Not only did it tear the dark clouds apart, it also cut the cold wind apart. At the spot where the dark clouds had shattered, snowflakes that looked like bird feathers slowly fell. The previously sunny and warm Sky Patrol City was now shrouded in gloom and tragedy in an instant. The sword cultivators attacked just like that? Reverend Kwang Tian was stunned. Of course, the sword cultivators appeared out of nowhere. When they arrived at Sky Patrol City, they had to organize their troops. How could they start the battle so hastily? Reverend Xueqi bit his lip slightly when he saw how flustered the sword cultivators were. He waved his hand and said, "Fellow cultivators, let's go and take a look. Perhaps the sword cultivators are at the end of their rope." Before Reverend Mi Yu and the others followed Reverend Xueqi into the sky and approached the edge of Sky Patrol City, hum. Another series of sounds was heard. These sounds were similar to the sound of sword humming. Although it was not as sharp as the sword humming, it was still a continuous sound. On the city walls around Sky Patrol City, thousands of rays of light shot out like fountains. These rays of light also rushed into the air, stirring up the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi and meeting the sword cultivators' oppressive sword light. Rumble. Countless explosions sounded one after another, and the entire Sky Patrol City seemed to be trembling. Cold winds blew everywhere, and snowflakes flew backward. Everything between heaven and earth was in a mess. In this chaos, streaks of blood began to appear from the places where the rays of light and sword light collided. The swordsmen who rushed at the front began to fall under the city-guarding formation of Sky Patrol City. Reverend Xueqi's anxiety faded when he saw that the sword cultivators were already very close to Sky Patrol City. They lined up neatly and attacked the city-guarding formation in an orderly manner. It seems the sword cultivators came prepared. Reverend Kwang Tian looked at Reverend Mi Yu and said in a low voice, "They're not just passing by in a hurry." "Nonsense." Reverend Mi Yu said coldly, "If they were just passing by in a hurry, would those swordsmen be able to follow them?" Reverend Mi Yu was obviously unhappy with Reverend Kwang Tian for bringing the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples into Sky Patrol City. "Senior brother Mi Yu." Reverend Xueqi chuckled and said, "It's because the sword cultivators came prepared that I am not afraid." Reverend Mi Yu said curiously, "Even though my Taoist sect cultivators have set up a big pocket outside Sky Patrol City and are waiting for the sword cultivators to enter, the process of tightening the pocket is also the most difficult process. I would be a little worried if there were only the disciples of Sky Patrol City." Reverend Xueqi pointed at the rays of light and said with a smile, "But with the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain, the city-guarding formation of Sky Patrol City is several times stronger. It's impossible to defeat it with just these sword cultivators." Then, he pointed with a heroic spirit and said, "As for those third-grade sword cultivators, I won't hide it from you. I can take on 3 of them by myself. With the 4 of you attacking, a dozen third-grade sword cultivators may not be able to take down Sky Patrol City." Hiss. Sky Patrol City's city-guarding formation of Sky Patrol City is so powerful? Reverend Qing Yen of Mo Sang Mountain gasped and said, "Hee, if not, how could Sky Patrol City stand outside the sword tomb for so long?" Reverend Xueqi said confidently, "But I'm afraid the sword cultivators will also set up a sword formation." Kwang Tian said again, "I heard that the teleportation formation of Sky Patrol City was cut off. This sword formation must be very powerful, right?" Reverend Xueqi's expression changed slightly. He did not tell the four of them that the teleportation formation was cut off because he was afraid that they would be afraid. He did not expect Kuang Tian to find out. It's okay. Reverend Xueqi did not care at all. No matter how powerful the sword formation is, we can hold on for a few days. Once the other cultivators surround the sword cultivators from the outside, we can attack from the inside and defeat the sword cultivators. Sky Patrol City will be the final battle of our Taoist sect cultivators. This was the second time Reverend Xueqi said this. It seemed that he was really confident that he could defeat the third-grade sword cultivators in Sky Patrol City. Chapter 29:59. Woo! The soft sound of the sword rang out again. It was like the sound of a flute in the midst of chaos. It was cool and sharp, piercing into everyone's ears from dozens of miles away from Sky Patrol City. Sage Xueqi and the others' hearts skipped a beat. Before they could spread out their divine thought, similar sword sounds were heard from the other three sides of Sky Patrol City. Then, in the distance, behind the colorful sword lights, a faint green light emerged from the ground and slowly flew up into the sky. There! Before Sage Xueqi could see the green light clearly, Sage Miyu was shocked again. Another green light appeared from her finger and rose to the left of everyone. Although it was far away, the green light was as bright as a meteor and was not obscured by the sword lights and the brilliance of the array. The other two sides must be there too. Sage Xueqi did not look back. The other two sides were too far away and could not be seen. Sure enough, in less than half a cup of tea's time, 5 pillars of green light shot straight up into the sky. The 5 pillars of green light were like 5 green bamboos. They were extremely proud and tall, as if they were going to pierce through the sky. This is... Sage Xueqi was puzzled. Could it be that they are going to break through the city with just these 5 pillars? However, at this moment, a rumbling sound rang out from the ground of Sky Patrol City. The entire city was shaking. Following the rumbling sound, layers of white light appeared out of thin air in mid-air. These light threads were like floating catkins in the sky, growing larger and larger. In just a moment, the catkins were like goose feathers, covering the entire sky above Sky Patrol City. The thick brilliance was like the snow on a snowy region, stacking layer upon layer. The snow and ice wave array of Sky Patrol City had been brewing for such a long time and was only activated now. Sage Xueqi smiled when he saw the formation being activated. He waved his hand and a white light flashed. Above everyone's head, the 5 green lights gradually converged into one point in the sky above Sky Patrol City. As soon as the 5 green lights gathered, they immediately emitted an extremely bright brilliance. This brilliance was as strong as the sun, but it was immediately annihilated. However, where the brilliance fell, 5 spiraling green lights intertwined and rapidly spiraled towards Sky Patrol City. What kind of formation is this? It's actually made of 5 flying swords? Reverend Lao Yun of the Mozong Mountains said curiously. Judging from the formation, it seems to be somewhat similar to the 10 Directions Annihilation formation. Who cares what sword formation it is? We can't let them set it up so easily. After that, Taoist Master Xueqi flew up into the sky. He pointed with his finger and a wave of light rushed out from the great ice wave array towards the sword array in the sky. Haha! Little Xueqi, don't you think it's too late to stop me now? A loud laugh came from the crowd of sword cultivators. A red-faced third-grade sword transformation swordsman also soared into the sky. With a wave of his hand, a sword light like a gurgling stream rushed towards the light that was as cold as ice and snow. This swordsman was Sword Master Chong Taishu of the Void Heaven Sword School. There was a loud boom. Although Chong Taishu's sword light looked slow, it was very close in an instant. It hit Master Xue's attack. The small stream of light was able to shatter the mountain-like snow wave. We're here too. More than 10 swordsmen who had transformed into swords flew out from all sides of Sky Patrol City and surrounded Sky Patrol City. Damn it! Are you kidding me? Crazy Heaven was a little panicked at this time. Why are all these swordsmen in Sky Patrol City? Aren't they in the country of Xi and the country of Lian? Xiaohua, you've got me in trouble. At this time, Crazy Heaven was still thinking about Xiaohua. He didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing for Xiaohua. But how could Crazy Heaven have time to think? Sage Xueqi shouted, "Fellow Taoists, Please enter the array. Our success or failure depends on this. If we win, we'll be recorded in the Dao Sex records. Bullshit. Crazy Heaven cursed in his heart, even if I'm not in Sky Patrol City, I'll still be recorded in the records. Who cares about the records in your Sky Patrol City? Besides, if I lose my life, what's the point of being recorded in the records? But now he had no choice but to listen to Sage Xueqi's command. Sage Miyu glared at him and the four of them flew in different directions. Not to mention Taoist Crazed Heaven and the others who were controlling the Great Ice Wave Formation. When Taoist Xueqi saw the four of them fly away, waves of magic power surged out from the formation, and he was filled with fighting spirit. He knew that his sky patrolling city relied on the formation of snow and ice waves. He had invested a lot of crystal stones in this formation every year. In order to protect the sky patrolling city during the Taoist Sword War, all the crystal stones obtained by the sky patrolling city were piled up in the formation. This huge investment had long strengthened the strength of the Defender formation. He firmly believed that he would not be afraid even if there were 2 more third-grade swordsmen, let alone Chong Taishu. Old Man Chong, Sage Xueqi patted his forehead and spat out a fist-sized magic bead from his mouth. It was Sage Xueqi's magic treasure, Icy Beauty Bead. The moment the bead landed in the formation, a blue pillar of light that was as thick as a thumb and several feet long appeared. When the pillar of light entered the formation, it transformed into a giant palm that was several hundred feet large. Soon after, the ice-like light rushed into the palm, causing the light on the palm to become even more solid. The entire palm quickly expanded until it was half a mu in size. Zhang Yenzong, come and help me. Chong Taishu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the giant hand formed by the ice pearl and said coldly, "Yes." A rough reply came and a bald old man flew over. It was the vice swordmaster of the Xian sword sect, Zhang Yenzong. Hee, even if there are 2 sword transformation realm swordsmen, why should I be afraid? Sage Xueqi coldly snorted and patted his forehead again. A dharma that looked like the hand of a nascent soul appeared. This dharma rushed into the array and merged with the light from the icy beauty bead. With a whoop sound, the giant hand flew toward Chong Taishu and Zhang Yenzong. Woo woo woo. Sounds similar to the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard from the gaps between the fingers of the giant hand formed by the icy beauty beads. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 feet of the hand was sucked dry, and a solid sealing force was produced from the palm. At the same time, it enveloped the space within 100 feet. Inside the space, strands of ice continued to form. Chong Taishu and Zhang Yenzong didn't move, but they were already surrounded by ice. Hee, if it was anything else, the swordsman of my sword domain would be afraid, but this ice? What a joke. Take a look at this old man's methods. Chong Taishu coldly laughed. Although the ice was like sharp thorns, he was a grade 3 sword transformation realm swordsman. His entire body was the body of the sword, so the ice couldn't touch him. Instead, the light pierced through the ice like thorns. Wang wang wang. As Chong Taishu finished speaking, Zhang Yenzong and Chong Taishu both turned into swords at the same time. The huge flying sword suddenly streaked across the sky, slashing towards the huge hand and the snow and ice wave formation. Boom, with a loud sound, the 2 giant swords slashed down even faster than normal swords and hit the giant hand formed by the icy beauty bead. With a kachub sound, all the ice was shattered. Half of the giant hand was shattered and the light from the icy beauty bead dimmed. Woo, with a long cry like a tsunami, the snow domain sage was already prepared and once again activated the giant hand. Several rays of light shot out from the giant hand and smashed down toward Zhang Yenzong and Chong Taishu's giant swords. Hee. Zhang Yenzong's cold laughter came from the sword shadow. The giant sword suddenly exploded and turned into a thunderbolt that smashed into the ocean of light. At the same time, wang wang. With a loud sword cry, Chong Taishu's giant sword slowly raised its head from the array. It was like a giant dragon coming out of the sea. Countless rays of light scattered in all directions. With a boom, it fell down like a waterfall. The sword light was so heavy and the sword light was so sharp that even a mountain would bow down before it. Even a river would be cut off by this giant sword. The giant sword that Chong Taishu had transformed into flashed in the sky, and an unparalleled sharpness filled the space of several hundred feet. In this space, not only was sword light flashing and sword chi crisscrossing, even the sword intent revealed was awe-inspiring. Everything in the space was torn to pieces and the snowflakes that were floating in the air disappeared without a trace. Woo! A deafening sword cry suddenly rose up and then there was silence. The entire world seemed to have stopped. The Snow Domain Sage's eyes were filled with that sword light. The sword light was like lightning and like a rainbow. It flashed through the air and slashed down on the giant hand formed by the icy beauty bead. Almost without a doubt, the giant hand was instantly split in half. However, the moment the giant hand was split apart, the entire formation emitted a powerful roar. Countless rays of light immediately gushed out from the giant hand like a raging storm, wrapping around the giant hand like a wave of the sea. The giant sword slashed down for more than 100 feet and could not go any further. However, in the blink of an eye, the sword cry moved forward again. Just as the shadow of the giant sword had yet to dissipate, 5 more sword lights surged out and slashed down one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Seemingly endless explosions were produced under the huge sword. The snow and ice waves that had been raised earlier were suddenly lifted high up into the air, reaching tens of feet high. Moreover, the area of effect was extremely wide, probably more than 1 mu. The entire sky above Sky Patrol City was filled with sword light and snow light. Chapter 2960. At this time, Zhang Yenzong had already retreated. Although he did not get out of the giant's sword, his smiling expression could be seen in the sword light. He knew that Chong Taishu did not ask him to break the formation together. Instead, the two of them joined forces to explore the power of the Sky Patrol City's formation. The other swordsmen who were fighting in the distance did the same. Of course, these swordsmen also planned to use up the formation's spirit stones. However, they also knew that the Sky Patrol City had several spirit veins and there must be a lot of spirit stones stored in the city. However, it would take months for them to use up all the spirit stones. Behind the swordsmen, there would be Taoist sect cultivators who would come to their rescue. They had to take down the Sky Patrol City before these cultivators arrived. Otherwise, they would be attacked from the back as Master Xueqi had said. Clang with a loud sound, the thousands of sword light converged like fireflies. It was the giant sword in the snow light. Chong Taishu got out of the giant sword with a calm expression. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked down at the 1 mu area below him. The brilliance was still surging there, rising and falling in an unstable manner. However, every time there was a wave, the area that was scattered by the sword light would close up again. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the entire formation was restored. The ice pearl gradually bulged in the formation again, and a big hand was gradually formed. Under the big hand, the brilliance gradually faded and revealed the pale-faced Master Xueqi in the formation. Although he looked a little weak, his bright eyes were full of joy and excitement. Obviously, the Sky Patrol City's formation was worthy of its reputation. He was only an early nascent soul stage cultivator, but he was able to fight 2 swordsmen to a draw with the formation and magic weapon. Boom boom boom. Behind Master Xueqi, there was a series of loud roars. It was Master Quangtian and Master Mi Yu from the Imperial Thunder Sect and Master Qing Yan and Master Lao Yun from the Mo Sang Mountain who were fighting with the other swordsmen. Ha 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 ha, it's indeed the legendary snow and ice wave formation. Chong Taishu threw his head back and laughed. He was not angry at being blocked by an early nascent soul stage cultivator. He said, "My sword domain has always said that the Sky Patrol City is unbreakable. Every time we attack the country of Xi, we will suffer at the hands of the Sky Patrol City. This great ice wave formation really lives up to its reputation." Humph. Even though Master Xue had managed to block the attacks of the 2 swordsmen, he had also lost a lot of energy. While secretly adjusting his breathing, he snorted coldly. "Since you know the power of my Sky Patrol City, you should stay in Huan country obediently. Don't covet the 3 cultivation countries. If any of the Dao sect's major sects were to get angry, the sword cultivators of Huan country wouldn't be able to resist. This poor Daoist advises you to return to Huan country as soon as possible. That is your territory." Ha 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 ha. Chong Taishu laughed out loud once again. He looked up at the sky, at the azure sky, and said, "Then let this old man see how angry your Dao sect is. Let the flames of fury burn even more fiercely." Master Xue bit his lip and looked up at the sky as well. At this time, the 5 spiraling green lights had completely disappeared. The sky above Sky Patrol City was as clear as the sky before the sword cultivator's attack. Apart from the absence of the pale winter sun and the absence of floating clouds, the sky above Sky Patrol City was clear. Of course, if these damned sword cultivators were not around, it would be exactly the same as before. Unfortunately, this was just a fantasy. Immortal Xueqi had an unknown premonition in his heart, and a sense of heaviness gradually grew in his heart. Chong Taishu was too calm, and the 5 green lights from before were too strange. The sword formation that completely surrounded Sky Patrol City must be very powerful. Furthermore, the fact that the sword formation had not been activated for a long time only magnified the fear in Master Xue's heart. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire Sky Patrol City trembled violently. This tremor was much stronger than the one caused by the Great Ice Wave formation. Master Xue was now one with the formation and could feel the entire Sky Patrol City trembling. What kind of sword formation is this? Master Xue was shocked. Before he could think further, a suffocating aura that could destroy heaven and earth surged from all sides of the Sky Patrol City and enveloped Master Xue completely. This is the seal of my true path sect. Master Xue was absolutely shocked this time. Ha ha ha, Chong Taishu seemed to have sensed the aura of the entire heaven's single azure light array. He raised his head and laughed loudly. Little Xueqi, today, I will show you the power of my sword domain's single azure light array. I will also let you know that your Dao Sex array is nothing in front of my sword cultivator's sword array. Chong Taishu's body was covered in sword light as he shot up into the sky. As he flew up, 4 other sword lights flew out from the other 4 directions. They were Cheng Minghua from the Bright Sword Sect, Qi Liandia from the Black Phoenix Sword Sect, Zhuo Ming from the Lingfeng Sword Sect, and Rua Tian from the Skyscraper Sword Sect. As Chong Taishu shot up into the sky, the sword light around him was as dazzling as the sun. What was special was that Rua Tian and the others in the other 4 directions also transformed into swords at the same time. 5 soaring sword essences rushed into the sky azure light formation. As the powerful sword hums were heard, all the flying swords outside the Sky Patrol City rushed up into the sky. Countless flying swords cried out as if they were bowing to a supreme being. Woo! 5 sword cries sounded as if they were one. Where the 5 sword lights were pointing, another 5 green lights fell. When the green lights arrived above the 5 giant swords, the 5 giant swords trembled and showed signs of collapsing. Chong Taishu, Rua Tian, Chang Minghua, Qi Liandai, and Zhuo Ming could no longer maintain their swords' form. One by one, they broke out from the giant swords. However, Chong Taishu's red face emitted a faint blue radiance. Without any surprise, he reached out his hand and grabbed the green light. An extremely ordinary green flying sword appeared in his hand. Apart from a pure green light flowing on the flying sword, there was nothing special about this flying sword. Similarly, Rua Tian, Chang Minghua, Qi Liandai and Zhuo Ming's faces flashed red, green, yellow and silver respectively. They each held a green flying sword in their hands. Woo! It sounded like the wind and also like thunder. The 5 of them were in 5 different parts of the Sky Patrol City. They calmly waved the 5 green light swords in their hands. At first, there was no movement at all. However, after a while, an endless hurricane was born from the 5 green light swords. There was also a faint sound of thunder coming from the void. All the spiritual energy of heaven and earth near the Sky Patrol City was completely absorbed by the 5 green light swords. Even the snow and ice wave formation that covered the Sky Patrol City was set off huge snow waves. It was like a calm sea being stirred up by a hurricane. An uncontrollable feeling of powerlessness arose in the heart of Sage Xueqi. Seeing that the Sky Patrol City's formation was about to collapse before the 5 green light swords attacked, how could Sage Xueqi dare to be careless? Almost without any hesitation, he snorted coldly and slapped his forehead. A baby that looked like Sage Xueqi appeared on top of his head. This baby was holding a fist-sized ice pearl in its hands. As for the nascent soul, it was wearing a pocket-sized spirit armor. The spirit armor was dotted with greenish-purple ice crystals and was overflowing with treasure light. It was clearly an excellent defensive treasure. Sage Xueqi took out his nascent soul. The nascent soul didn't fly far and sat cross-legged on top of his head. The ice pearl in its hand emitted a beam of light that rushed into the formation. Then, the nascent soul waved its 2 fat hands and a series of seals rushed into the formation and the ice pearl. As the light flashed, the entire formation seemed to gradually calm down. However, it only lasted for a few breaths of time before the lightning-like green light hit the snow wave that rushed into the sky. The snow wave was like a void in the green light. There was no resistance at all as it slashed into the formation. Bzzz. Sage Xueqi's nascent soul suddenly stood up on top of his head and grabbed with its hand. The ice pearl immediately turned into a giant fist and rushed toward the green light swords with a roar. Boom! Countless green lights and beams of light scattered. The green light swords hit the fist and the entire green light sword stopped in midair. However, at this moment, the green light sword suddenly elongated and rushed to the center of Sky Patrol City. There, the sword lights of the 5 green light swords converged and the 5 green light swords revealed a ferocious look. An unparalleled sharpness and an irresistible sword intent followed the 5 connected azure light swords as they fell. Crack, crack, crack. A series of cracking sounds could be heard coming from the fist formed by the ice pearl. In an instant, the entire fist was covered in cracks. With a loud bang, the fist suddenly collapsed. Thousands of light beams shot out from the fist, and the snow fell like a falling tide. When the light faded away, the ice pearl that had been split into 6 pieces was floating in the air. Not only that, even after the green light shattered the ice pearl, it did not stop descending. Buzz, 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 buzz. A loud rumbling sound rang out like a dragon raising its head. In an instant, it disappeared. All the snow-like brilliance was split into 6 pieces by the green light, and shattered after a slight vibration. Damn it! Sage Xueqi's nascent soul was already standing on top of his head. At this moment, silver blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He cursed angrily and his 2 small hands madly formed seals. Countless lights flashed and the snow wave formation shone brightly again. At the same time, a deafening sound could be heard and the scattered lights gradually gathered together again. Sage Xueqi found it hard to believe that Chong Taishu and the others could destroy the defensive formation that he had built for tens of thousands of years with just a single sword formation. Unfortunately, reality slapped Sage Xueqi in the face. When the 5 green light swords fell, they crisscrossed and formed a giant green spider web. The power of the green light swords did not weaken because of the spider web. Countless loud noises could be heard in the sky above the Sky Patrol City. The entire formation's snow wave was suppressed by the green spider web. Chapter 2961. Oh no! Seeing the green light that was only a few dozen feet away from him, Master Xueqi could feel the weakness of the snow and ice wave formation. A sense of fear that he had never felt before rose from the bottom of his heart. His nascent soul's body sank a bit and was about to retreat back into his body. But when it was halfway through, the green light sword had already reached his head. The distance of a few dozen feet was covered in a flash, and the snow and ice wave formation could not stop it at all. What kind of sword formation is this? Master Xueqi panicked and no longer dared to let his nascent soul go back into his body. The nascent soul formed a spell and jumped out from the top of his body and disappeared into the distance. The moment the nascent soul disappeared, Master Xueqi used a secret technique and forced his body to escape toward the Sky Patrol City. He wanted to avoid the attack of the green light sword. Whoosh whoosh, there was no need to think. After the green light swept by, Master Xueqi's body had only moved a few feet before it was cut into pieces. In just a moment, Master Xueqi's nascent soul reappeared a few dozen feet below. The nascent soul's face was pale and he was panicking. Where do you think you're going? Unfortunately, Chong Taishu did not plan on letting him go. He roared and sneered. His right hand's index and middle finger were together as if he was forming a sword spell. Master Xueqi's nascent soul did not dare to hesitate. He immediately formed another spell and disappeared. Kill! Chong Taishu did not panic. As he formed another spell, a Tai Wei azure light sword appeared from the green spider web and slashed toward where the nascent soul disappeared like lightning. Wang with a sword hum, the Tai Wei azure light sword slashed through where the nascent soul disappeared and disappeared as well. Next, a few hundred feet away, ice flowers that looked like colored glass appeared. The color of the ice flowers was purple and green, the same color as the armor on Master Xueqi's nascent soul. As soon as the ice flowers appeared, they immediately absorbed a large amount of spiritual qi from the world. An extremely cold ice was formed from the ice flowers. It was extremely tough and it was as if it was going to seal the entire space. However, as soon as these ice flowers and astral ice were formed, traces of green light were immediately produced from the space. In an instant, everything was split in half, and the seal immediately collapsed. Ah! Another miserable scream came from 1,000 feet away. Sage Xueyu's nascent soul had an expression of disbelief as he looked down at his own body. His nascent soul, which was wearing a suit of armor, had been cut in half. That seemingly sturdy armor hadn't been able to stop the supreme light sword. What was even more strange was that the two halves of Taoist Xueyu's nascent soul became blurry and was absorbed by the supreme light sword. This. Xueyu enlightened master never thought that he would die here. He knew very well that he still had a way to escape in the Sky Patrol City. As long as he entered the Sky Patrol City. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to think about anything else now. He really couldn't understand how this so-called Heaven's single azure light sword formation could be so fast. Why were the 5 azure light swords so sharp? At this moment, Sage Xueyu regretted it. He blamed himself. Why didn't he escape earlier? Why did he escape before he sensed danger? At that time, the sword cultivators hadn't surrounded the Sky Patrol City, and the single azure light sword formation hadn't been completely set up yet, so he had enough time to escape. My life. Xueyu Zhenren still wanted to remember something, but his consciousness was already blurred. His entire nascent soul gradually disappeared into the supreme light sword, leaving behind only a gaze filled with hatred as he looked into the distance. That was where Sage Miyu and the others were fighting. Now that Sage Xueyu had died, Sage Quangtian and the others were naturally in danger. After all, Sage Xueyu was the one in charge of the formation. Without Sage Xueyu, the ice wave formation was just an empty shell. At this moment, Taoist Crazed Heaven and Taoist Miyu both had serious expressions, and even their eyes were filled with panic. Although they were far away from Taoist Xueyu's nascent soul being destroyed, they could still feel it. They felt a sense of sadness and uneasiness. After all, which cultivator who could reach nascent soul wasn't a genius? Which one of them didn't suffer a lot? Which one of them didn't experience a lot of hardships? However, it was also in an instant that all of this turned into bubbles. Although some words and stories would be left behind, who could really remember him in their hearts after being passed down for so many years? In particular, if he couldn't escape this calamity, he would most likely end up like Sage Xueyu and die. As a result, not to mention the usually arrogant Taoist Wild Heaven, even the calm Taoist Miyu had a trace of panic in her eyes. Taoist Wild Heaven patted his forehead and a purple golden light rushed out. A 1-foot-long rhombus-shaped magic treasure flickered with dazzling lightning as it appeared in the air. This lightning was different from the lightning that Taoist Miyu had used before. This lightning was purple and gold, and every time it flashed, it would create a lightning flower in the air. All of the lightning flowers extended in the air, and at the end of each lightning flower, there were specks of black as if they were hiding in the void. This magic treasure was Taoist Master Miyu's final life-saving measure. Following the birth of this lightning flower, the green spiderweb that had just broken the great ice wave formation began to flicker, and the green light around Taoist Master Miyu actually showed signs of collapsing. Sage Miyu was overjoyed when he saw this. He formed a seal and was about to activate his nascent soul. Just as he was about to charge out of the sword formation, he heard a loud voice above his head. Miyu, you should obediently stay here. Following this voice, Skyscraper Sword Sex Ruatian appeared not far from Sage Miyu. Ruatian also had a green light sword in his hand. The green light also flashed and slashed at Sage Miyu's magic treasure. Wherever the azure light went, the outer layer of the lightning flower on the magic treasure was annihilated. It was as if all the lightning threads were cut off by the azure light. Crack crack, a series of crisp sounds rang out, and azure cracks appeared on the purple-gold magic treasure. Ah! Sage Miyu's eyes were about to split open and blood came out from the corner of his mouth. Just like Sage Xueyu, he couldn't imagine how the green light sword could be so sharp. I'll risk it. Sage Miyu knew that this was a moment of life and death. If he didn't fight to the death with the sword cultivator, he would have no chance of survival. However, before he could put his hand on his forehead and release his nascent soul to control the magic treasure, the green spiderweb that had collapsed suddenly shrank and completely wrapped around Taoist Miyu. The moment the green light gathered, all of the world's spiritual energy was completely cut off. Not only was the lightning around Sage Miyu extinguished, even the lightning flower magic treasure lost its brilliance and fell on top of her head. With Sage Miyu trapped, how could Quang Tian escape? He was in the same situation as Quang Tian. Looking at the green space, Quang Tian smiled bitterly. He already understood that Chong Tai Su and the others didn't plan to kill him. All they wanted was the Sky Patrol City. Of course, his value alive was much higher than his value dead. The sword cultivator had 4 nascent soul cultivators and hundreds of thousands of disciples from the 2 sects and Sky Patrol City. How could he be afraid of other Taoist cultivators attacking the city? Forget it. Quang Tian smiled faintly. I've only just reached nascent soul. Which one of these swords isn't stronger than me? Falling into their hands isn't a coward. Damn it. Thinking of this, Quang Tian couldn't help but curse. Xiao Hua, you little bastard, if it weren't for you, would I be able to guard Sky Patrol City? This person had always been like this. Not to mention the secular world or cultivators, Quang Tian and Sage Miyu led the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect to guard Sky Patrol City because of Xiao Hua's message. But in the end, if Quang Tian and the others weren't greedy for military merits, why would they come? If Taoist Crazed Heaven and the others had blocked the sword cultivators, Sky 1 Azure Light Sword formation, and obtained the battle merit, Taoist Crazed Heaven would have taken most of the credit for himself, and definitely wouldn't have pushed the blame onto Xiao Hua like now. Unfortunately, no matter how much Quang Tian cursed Xiao Hua, he couldn't escape the fate of being captured by the sword cultivator. Xiao Hua, who was far away in the country of Shi, definitely didn't know the cause and effect of this. To the northwest of the country of Shi, there wasn't the bitter cold of the Huan country. Most of the land was green grassland. Most of the time, it was blue like waves. Although it didn't have the monstrous momentum of the Xueqi Sea, a ripple of wind and grass could be transmitted thousands of miles away. It was a kind of boundlessness. Occasionally, there were some herds of cattle and sheep, embellishing the blue sky like white clouds. One in the sky and one on the ground. It was even more beautiful. However, the grassland wasn't the Xueqi Sea after all. Slightly to the west, there was an endless mountain range. These mountain ranges were also different from the other places in the country of Shi. There were more low mountain ridges and fewer steep peaks. Moreover, the trees on these mountain ridges were lush, covering the entire mountain range. From time to time, there were sounds of tigers roaring and wolves howling. Occasionally, birds would soar into the sky from the mountain ridges, flying to different places with different feathers. The mountain wind was also somewhat long, lacking the biting cold of the Huan country. From time to time, it would blow on the face, like the hand of a seductive lover. The murmuring of the stream was almost endless. Although it was in the mountain ridges, under the green shadows, and between the streams, it was impossible to see a trace. But if you only heard the murmuring of the stream a few times, you wouldn't be able to forget it. Further into the depths of the mountain ridges seemed to be as boundless as the grassland. The undulating greenery was like the solidified waves of the sea. The stagnant notes, no matter how you looked at it, were comfortable. This place with beautiful mountains and limpid waters was really different from the ice and snow of the Huan country. It was no wonder that the swordsmen of the Huan country were always thinking about the territory of the 3 countries. Chapter 2962. In the midst of this boundless greenery, a myriad of colors suddenly appeared. There were red, white, yellow, and purple. There were actually spring flowers of various colors in the midst of the green leaves. The sudden appearance of these gorgeous colors was like a calm sea with sky-high waves. In an instant, one's tranquil heart was stirred. Or perhaps it was like a simple spring day rushing into a hot summer day. One's entire mood was joyful and excited. As they went deeper into the mountains, the number of spring flowers increased, and their colors became even more colorful. Colorful could no longer describe the exuberance of the spring flowers in the depths of the mountains. And at the source of this myriad of colors, another huge city appeared in the mountains, floating in the sea of flowers. This was one of the 7 major cities in the country of Shi. Tongmu City. Beyond Tongmu City, in the northwest, above the sea of flowers, a flying boat was quietly parked. On the flying boat were Xiao Hua and the other 3 who had just returned to the country of Shi from the millions of Meng Mountains. The 4 of them were granted a shortcut to cross the country of Huan by Elder Wu of Hutu's stronghold. But this shortcut was not a safe one. There were countless dangers on the way. Not to mention the natural moats, strange birds and monsters. Even the sword cultivators they encountered from time to time put Xiao Hua and the others in danger. However, This path was chosen by Elder Wu and used by soul scholars. Elder Wu already had an estimate of Xiao Hua's strength, but he still underestimated Xiao Hua. Admittedly, this path had a third-grade illusory swordsman laying down a sword array. Admittedly, it was extremely difficult, but under Xiao Hua's divine ability, they were all turned into smoke. Finally, after half a year of hard work, the four of them finally stepped into the territory of the country of Xi. And this half a year of hard work was a great harvest for Xiao Hua and the others. Xiao Hua's soul cultivation technique had now entered Ming Rua Tian. The 50 green seal characters that belonged to Ming Rua Tian were revealed one by one, each of them releasing a roar like a stormy sea. The entire mysterious dark cloud was stirred up. Ever since Xiao Hua learned from Elder Wu of Hutu village that the green seal text was the most basic and authentic cultivation method of soul cultivation, he didn't plan to look at other cultivation methods. He didn't even look at Master Qin Qin's inheritance. Of course, Xiao Hua still started from the most basic of soul cultivation methods. After all, Li Zongbao and the immortal slaughtering whip still needed him to repair them. After witnessing the power of the sun-shrouding art, Xiao Hua did not give up on this aspect of cultivation. Spiritual sense was indeed too important to Dao sect cultivators. It was simply the foundation of all spells. With a powerful spiritual sense, the power of spells would increase tremendously. There were even many spells that could not be used by low-level cultivators, but with a powerful spiritual sense that surpassed those of the same level, one could see through their core. In addition, the primordial spirit that was formed after comprehending the initial green seal text in Ming Rua Tian. After the 50th green seal text was born, the primordial spirit underwent some changes that even Xiao Hua didn't understand. This change seemed to be complete, but it also seemed to be indiscernible. Xiao Hua clearly felt it, but when he really examined it, other than some green lines on the primordial spirit, he couldn't see any other differences. Xiao Hua was helpless. He sent the primordial spirit back to the space and had it continue to refine fire talismans, warm up the pill furnace, and refine simple pills. Xiao Hua himself didn't have any free time. These primordial spirits didn't have anything to do, so he just let them move. What made Xiao Hua the most depressed was the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique. He originally had high expectations for this technique. He wanted to condense a Dharma body outside of his physical body. However, the Phoenix primordial spirit comprehended this technique for a long time. It could clearly use it, and it also used the technique on its physical body. However, the technique's effects didn't appear at all. On one hand, Xiao Hua suspected that he had comprehended wrongly. On the other hand, he muttered to himself, wondering if it was because his physical body had already condensed the Phoenix Dharma body and could no longer condense a second Dharma body. However, since the time he spent comprehending the cosmic form technique was still short, he decided to put this matter aside and let the Phoenix primordial spirit continue to comprehend it. After all, if one primordial spirit comprehended something, the other primordial spirits would also benefit, so it was not a waste of effort. As for Fairy Hong Xia, a faint 5-colored brilliance would appear every day. She was constantly receiving the Phoenix's legacy. It seemed that she was improving every day. As for how much she had improved, Xiao Hua did not ask. Li Zongbao continued to nurture the immortal slaughtering whip. This was also Xiao Hua's suggestion. Li Zongbao was a famous disciple of the Utopia faction, so he had all kinds of cultivation arts and secret arts. This immortal slaughtering whip was exactly what he needed. As a spiritual weapon, Li Zongbao had nurtured the immortal slaughtering whip when it was first refined. When the spiritual weapon was completed, its power could be imagined. This was also the reason why Li Zongbao never asked Xiao Hua for a cultivation technique. Specialization leads to permanence, permanence leads to permanence, and permanence leads to strength. This was nothing more than dripping water penetrating a stone. Poor Xiao Mao, who had worked hard for more than half a year, could only drive the flowing cloud flying ship to fly everyone to the country of Xi. Moreover, he was sowing seeds while flying, so he was very busy. Li Zongbao nurtured the spiritual weapon, and Fairy Hong Xia comprehended the legacy. He could not possibly let Xiao Hua drive the flying ship, could he? Well, even if Xiao Hua took the initiative to come, Xiao Mao would not dare to leave it to Xiao Hua. He now knew Xiao Hua's poor sense of direction very well. That was really a great weapon. Rather than having him worry at the side, it was better to drive the ship himself. However, it would be a mistake to think that Xiao Mao had not made any progress. Because driving the flowing cloud flying boat required transcendence energy, Xiao Mao was constantly using the dragonization incantation. The more he used the dragonization incantation, the more he felt the vastness of this technique. His meridians were constantly and imperceptibly strengthening, and his vital energy were constantly increasing. Xiao Mao felt that he would be able to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment very soon, and the Oris core stage was definitely within his reach. Everyone had made progress, and the road back home had also come to an end. At this time, Xiao Hua was riding the flying ship, passing through the thousands of flowers. His eyes looked at the flower-like city in disbelief, and his young face could not help but reveal a helpless expression. Sigh, this world is really wonderful. The 7 major cities of the country of Xi each have their own unique characteristics, and each have their own beauty. This Xiao really did not expect that in the depths of the foothills, there would be such a splendid and colorful city hidden outside the world. Only by looking at such colors with the naked eye can one perceive the prosperity of this world. How can one experience the mortal world through their spiritual sense? That's right. Fairy Hong Xia's colorful brilliance was also retracted. The skin on her face was refined, and looked incomparably holy. Her beautiful face was like a fairy's, even more beautiful than the thousands of flowers. This concubine has long heard of the great name of Twilight Tong City, but it is deep in the northwest border. If there is no urgent matter, just the transportation of spirit stones is enough for this concubine to consider. So I have never had the chance to come here. Hee, who would have thought that today I would be able to see the legendary Twilight Tong Spring? Fairy Hong Xia's eyes reflected the thousands of colors in the distance. Coupled with the brilliance of her own body, an indescribable magnificence was faintly emitted. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mao and the rest had a feeling that they could not bear to look at her. Hee, Twilight Tong Spring is indeed famous. Li Zongbao also stood up, and his face was slightly flushed. He laughed coldly. But the most famous? I'm afraid it is the face-retaining pill? Face-retaining pill? That's right. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. As early as during the auction in Sky Patrol City, the auctioneer had mentioned the Twilight Tong City's face-retaining pill. Xiao Hua was already on guard that day. After all, the face-retaining pill was extremely rare in the Dawn Rain mainland. Xiao Hua had only seen it in Chen Yi's burial flower manor. Therefore a thought flashed through his mind. He did not know if the scheming Chen Yi was related to Twilight Tong City. Of course, there were countless rare herbs in the Dawn Rain mainland. Who could say that a flourishing place like Twilight Tong City would not have the face-retaining pill? Even though the face-retaining pill is famous, but compared to the rejuvenation pill, the difference is like heaven and earth. Fairy Hong Xia smiled and looked at Xiao Hua thoughtfully. Xiao Hua glanced at Fairy Hong Xia, as if he did not see her smile. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go. We can go to Luyang through the transportation array in Twilight Tong City. Now that this Xiao's storage bag is full, those spirit stones are nothing in my eyes. Anyway, let's hurry back to Luyang. This Xiao is really curious. Kai Xueqi, is she really still alive in this world?" Hearing Xiao Hua mention her sister, Fairy Hong Xia's face changed. She did not say anything else and let Xiao Mao keep the flowing cloud flying boat. The 4 of them flew towards Twilight Tong City in the distance. It didn't take long for Tongmu City to appear in their sights. This Twilight Tong City was very strange. There was no obvious tall city wall. Instead, there was something like a wall of vines that surrounded the entire Twilight Tong City. Twilight Tong City was within the wall of vines. The wall of vines that was not very tall surrounded the periphery of Twilight Tong City. Rather than saying that these vines were city walls, they were more like decorations. However, the thick vines were like the arms of an adult. They were entangled together and extended over the mountain ridge. They were so long that one could not see the end of them. Moreover, the wall of vines was extremely wide and thick. It was at least a few miles wide. It looked like a huge green python that was coiled in a cluster of flowers. At first glance, the undulating mountain ridge within the wall of vines was still covered with flowers and plants. Countless celestial birds flew up from time to time. It was no different from the surroundings. However, Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness had already discovered the strangeness of the wall of vines. An extremely thick wood-based spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed around the wall of vines, forming a huge enchantment. The so-called blooming flowers and chirping orioles were probably the illusion of the Twilight Tong City's array, right? This Twilight Tong City's array can actually create such a huge illusion. Its power should not be underestimated, Xiao Hua thought to himself. However, the distance between Twilight Tong City and Han Country is not much different from Sun Tian City. Although there are many dangers along the way from Han Country and most of the bright swordsmen would not be able to pass through, but compared to the Sword Tomb, it is much better. Why didn't the Han Country swordsmen kill their way into Shi Country from here? Chapter 2963. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua could not help but laugh. Damn it, what am I thinking? Do you want to see the world in chaos? Facing sword cultivators in Sky Patrol City has already caused a lot of casualties to Dao sect. If Tongmu City comes, won't more Dao sect disciples die? Besides, the real reason why the sword cultivators attacked Sky Patrol City was because the soul cultivators were fighting behind Huan Kingdom. Tongmu City was not too far away from Mount Meng. If the sword cultivators were to fight here, wouldn't that expose the fact that they were being attacked from behind? No matter how stupid sword cultivators are, they won't do this, right? Not to mention that they have Jiuxia behind them who knows everything. Thinking of Jiuxia, Xiao Hua could not help but think of the beauty that could bewitch all living things. It was as if this beauty had been deeply engraved in his mind, and it was impossible to get rid of it without some special magic power. Someone is coming. Xiao Mao's divine sense was very strong now. While Xiao Hua and the others were looking at Tongmu City, he was looking in other directions. Oh! Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense swept toward the direction where Xiao Mao was looking. He already knew that this place was not far away from Tongmu City. If he was not mistaken, these people should be the city guards of Tongmu City. Sure enough, after the four of them slowed down and flew for a while, a dozen cultivators of about the 11th level of Qi refining appeared in the distance. These cultivators were dressed in green military uniforms with a thin layer of armor. The style of the armor was very strange. It seemed to be made of rattan, and the rattan flickered with a faint green light. Runes could be vaguely seen in the green light. The dozen or so cultivators had already sensed the presence of Xiao Mao and the others. Their faces were filled with respect as they silently hovered in mid-air. When the four of them approached, the leading 12th layer Qi refining guard respectfully said, "Junior Wang Cheng greets the four seniors. May I know if the four seniors are passing by? Are you passing by or entering my Tongmu City?" In such a situation, Xiao Hua usually did not step forward. Xiao Mao looked at Li Zongbao, who was also silent. He flew half a foot forward and waved his hand. "Get up. We are passing by Tongmu City and want to use its teleportation formation." "Yes, I understand." After Wang Qing answered, he said carefully, "However, it is currently wartime. Although sword cultivators rarely come to my Tongmu City, this place is not too far from the Huan State. My city lord has ordered that any cultivator our Tongmu City's patrol team encounters, regardless of whether they have entered Tongmu City or not, must show their identity token. If senior wants to enter Twilight Tong City, please allow this junior to verify your identity." Tisk, Xiao Mao laughed. This place is miles away from Sky Patrol City. Why would a sword cultivator come here? Besides, even if a sword cultivator were to come, would you be able to detect the identity token of a Dao sect cultivator? Wang Chang seemed to be a little shy. His face slightly red as he said in a low voice, "Junior and the others know that our cultivation is shallow, so this kind of examination cannot be taken seriously. However, this is better than nothing. Of course, if Senior doesn't want me to examine it, then I'll ask the captain of the city guards of Dantone City to come over." Xiao Mao laughed. He was just casually pointing out that Dantone City's methods were more formal than effective. How could he really make things difficult for the city guards of Qi Refinement Realm? He hurriedly clapped his hands and took out his token. He handed it to Wang Cheng and said gently, "There's no need for that. This is your duty. Since we want to enter Tongmu City, we naturally have to act according to the orders of the city lord." "Thank you, Senior." Wang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. He could roughly sense that these Foundation Establishment cultivators were in the middle and late stages of the Foundation Establishment realm through magic. Most of these Foundation Establishment cultivators were disdainful of Qi Refinement disciples. They had also encountered some of these Foundation Establishment cultivators during today's routine inspection. Many of these foundation establishment cultivators left in a huff and did not pay attention to them at all. Most of them would only be willing to take out their identity tokens when a captain of the same foundation establishment realm came out. It was rare to see someone like Xiao Mao, who spoke gently and took out his token without hesitation. Xiao Mao of the Xuanyan school. Xiao Mao's identity token was written very clearly. Moreover, the image was exactly the same as the cultivator in front of them. Wang Cheng used his divine sense, which had only been cultivated for a few years, to check it out. He then looked at Xiao Mao and was about to withdraw his divine sense. However, at this moment, a few other shining words in the token caught his attention. Ha! When Wang Cheng saw it clearly, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He then looked behind Xiao Mao in disbelief. Wang Cheng's cry of surprise was not a big deal. The dozen or so Qi refinement disciples behind him who had been preparing for a long time immediately scattered. At the same time, a few communication talismans were sent out from the hands of the disciples who were on guard furthest away. Looking at their tacit cooperation, it was obvious that they had been training for a long time. Damn it! Xiao Mao was also stunned. He couldn't think of anything wrong with his token. Council Hall. First Squad. Wang Qing obviously didn't expect that his cry of surprise would cause such a big reaction. At this time, he didn't have time to explain anything. Instead, he shouted in an incredulous voice. First Squad of the Council Hall? Xiao Hua frowned slightly behind the three people. Is it a special squad of the Council Hall? But then, Xiao Hua suddenly understood. It seemed that after the Battle of the Sword Catacomb, the Council Hall named this special squad as the first squad of the Council Hall because of their outstanding achievements in battle. In the future, no other squad would be able to use this name. That day, Li Zongbao just casually mentioned it and Xiao Hua also casually listened. Unexpectedly, the name of the first squad of the Council Hall had spread to Tongmu City. This junior deserves to die. This junior deserves to die. Wang Cheng's ecstatic gaze swept across Xiao Mao, Li Zongbao, Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Hua, and then fell on Fairy Hongxia's fairy-like beauty. He unconsciously slapped his forehead and said regretfully, "This junior should have thought of the 4 seniors when he saw them. I have seen the 4 seniors' appearances in the battle report. How could this junior be so blind?" What? This? The dozens of Qi refinement disciples who were fleeing in all directions also came to a realization. They all stopped in mid-air and looked at the 4 of them. Naturally, most of their gazes were still fixed on Fairy Hongxia's face. Yes, this is the first squad of the Council Hall. This junior saw the battle report half a year ago. Yes, this is Fairy Hongxia from the Rinsing Flower sect, and this is Senior Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction. This is Senior Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect. Heaven's Eye! I really saw the legendary hero of the Great Sword Catacomb. One of the disciples shouted. We are indeed the first squad of the Council Hall. Xiao Mao said with a smile. But now that the first stage of the Great Sword Catacomb has ended, we are here to gain experience. Yes, this junior knows, this junior knows. Wang Cheng said impatiently. The 4 seniors formed deep friendships during the Great Battle, and their cultivations also had great breakthroughs. Therefore, after the Great Battle, the 4 seniors went out to travel together. On one hand, they comprehended what they had gained during the Great Battle. On the other hand, they lived in the wilderness and avoided the harassment of the mortals. They did not bring the battle achievements of the Great Battle into their own cultivation. This kind of pure and untainted nobility really makes us admire you. Damn it, what the hell is this? In the end, Xiao Hua could only shake his head. In this world, rumors are the most erroneous. What deep friendship that. Where did these foundation establishment friends come from? Do they not have any respect for my Dantong city? Just as Xiao Hua was laughing inwardly, several divine consciousnesses swept over from the direction of Dantong city. Once they discovered Xiao Hua and the others, they immediately locked onto them. At the same time, a rough voice roared loudly. Captain Mu, Captain Mu. Wang Cheng naturally knew that it was the message talismans that had caused the trouble. He hurriedly shouted, Please don't misunderstand. Please don't misunderstand. This is the first squad of the Council Hall of the Dao sect. The first squad of the Council Hall of the Council Hall? In the distance, several early-stage Foundation establishment city guards flew over with a murderous aura. They were flying over with hundreds of Qi refinement disciples. Upon hearing Wang Cheng's shout, the burly man in the lead was as valiant as his voice. His bulging eyes swept over Xiao Mao and the others in astonishment. He was stunned on the spot. Not only the early-stage foundation establishment cultivator in the lead, but the other city guards and the hundreds of Qi refinement disciples were also stunned by the name of the first squad of the Council Hall of the Council Hall of the Council Hall. That's right, since the beginning of the war, although Dantong City had not been involved in the war, as one of the 7 major cities of the Kingdom of Xi, how could Dantong City not pay attention to the situation of the war in Sky Patrol City? Almost every day, the situation of the war would be sent to Dantong City in the shortest time possible. Dantong City specially set up a so-called Council Hall. This Council Hall did nothing but announce the war report of Sky Patrol City. It was for all the cultivators to discuss. Among the cultivators, there were certainly some who were obsessed with cultivation, but there were also some who liked to be lively, especially when discussing the war. If there were some spirit stones and elixirs as wagers, it would be even more attractive. Therefore, since the Great War of Dao and Sword, a large number of cultivators would gather in Dantong City's Council Hall every day. There were even many cultivators gathered in the tea houses and wine shops near the Council Hall. Not only did they listen to the war report and analyze the situation, but they also gave pointers and predicted the outcome of the war. It had to be said that the city lord of Dantong City was far-sighted. This Council Hall not only attracted a large number of cultivators to Dantong City, but there was also an endless stream of small and large merchants. Dantong City's reputation also soared in the war, bringing great prosperity to Dantong City. To a large extent, it made up for the loss caused by not being able to provide the face-retaining elixirs in a short period of time. It could be said that Dantong City's Council Hall had a better grasp of the news of the war than many of the cultivation sects in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. And in the first stage of the Great War of Dao cultivators, the special task force of the Council Hall had not only risen gradually in Sky Patrol City, but also became a dazzling star in Dantong City. Chapter 2964. Speaking of Li Zongbao's special task force, there was an interesting story in Tongmu City. That year, when the Dao sect had issued the No. 1 bounty order, Twilight Tong City had also released the news in a timely manner. It was said that many cultivators had formed teams and headed to Sky Patrol City to kill Qin Jian that day. As for how many had gone and how many had returned, no one knew. What everyone knew was that Twilight Tong City had also set up bets based on the battle situation at that time. They had placed bets on which sect's disciple would be able to kill Qin Jian. Of course, most of the bets were on Golden Core stage cultivators, and there was no sign of Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. After Li Zongbao and the others became famous, no one knew what the Dantong City was thinking. Perhaps it was to play to the gallery, but they actually allowed the special task force from the assembly hall to participate in the competition. Moreover, they even invested a considerable amount of spirit stones. When the other cultivators saw this, they were almost overjoyed. This was because although Li Zongbao and the others had military exploits and could even be said to be very outstanding, the 3 of them were Foundation Establishment cultivators after all. Not to mention the 3 of them, even if there were 30 of them, they could not be compared to Qin Jian, who was a 3rd-grade illusory sword. Therefore, everyone bet with Tongmu City. For some reason, the people of Dantong City seemed to believe that this special task force would definitely be able to obtain Qin Jian's head. Whenever someone placed a bet, they would answer it without any hesitation. As a result, in the past few years, this place had actually accumulated an enormous amount of spirit stones. Just hearing the number of spirit stones was enough to shock anyone. This number not only exceeded the total number of spirit stones that all the Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall had killed Qin Jian, but it also exceeded the total number of other bets. All the cultivators were looking at Tongmu City as a joke. They were waiting for Qin Jian to be killed by the Golden Core cultivators, or for Qin Jian to not be killed by Li Zongbao and the others and get the spirit stones that they won after the battle. However, the news of Qin Jian being killed by Li Zongbao and the others came from Sky Patrol City. This was almost impossible news, but it caused a huge uproar in Tongmu City. The entire conference hall and the entire Tongmu City were in an uproar. Even the cultivators who did not care about the special task force from the conference hall paid attention to Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua. Not only did Twilight Tong City win a lot of spirit stones, they also obtained a commendation order from Sky Patrol City. The images of Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua were displayed in the meeting hall for all cultivators to see. They even listed the sect information of Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua, as well as the glory of their participation in the battle. Especially before the Great Battle of the Sword Tomb, when Xiao Hua withdrew from the Special Task Force and Fairy Hongxia participated in it, it attracted the attention of many male cultivators. The story of Fairy Hongxia breaking the 4 cardinal sword array and her Xiantian primordial water saving her golden core stage master was spread by word of mouth in Tongmu City. Was leader, who was foundation establishment cultivator was stunned was leader, leaders, how leader was in midair. It's really the first team from the conference hall. Leader Mu came to his senses and immediately put on a smile. He adjusted his armor and bowed. I'm Mu Ziming. Greetings to senior brother Li, Fairy Hongxia, and the 2 senior brothers Xiao. I'll lead the hundreds of thousands of disciples in Tongmu City to thank the 4 senior brothers for killing the enemy in the Battle of Sky Patrol City. Following Captain Mu's salute, all the other Tongmu City's disciples followed suit. Their attitudes were extremely respectful. Xiao Mao obviously did not expect his name to be so famous in Sky Patrol City, nor did he expect that he would win so much praise from the battle. He hurriedly returned the bow and said, Junior brother Mu, please rise. Junior brothers and nephews, please rise. Xiao Mao and the others are disciples of the Dao sect. When the sword cultivators attacked with their swords, we naturally had to fight them head-on without hesitation. We did so and so did you. Although you were guarding Tongmu City, you were also on the side of the battle. You have the responsibility to defend against the enemy. You were able to stop the sword cultivators from sneaking in, which is also a merit. It's just that everyone can see the merit of Xiao Mao and the others, but your merit is easy to be overlooked by everyone. Xiao Mao's words made Mu Ziming's face flush. He straightened his body and rubbed his hands. He said, Senior brother Xiao is indeed as broad-minded and humble as the legends say. Your words made my blood boil, and I almost wanted to fly to Sky Patrol City to kill the sword cultivators. Hearing this, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the battle situation that LV Ruochang had mentioned when he stopped them. He could not help but ask, Leader Mu, how's the battle situation in Sky Patrol City now? Mu Ziming was obviously familiar with Xiao Hua's face. He hurriedly replied, Senior brother Xiao Hua, now Sky Patrol City is not within the attack range of the sword cultivators. Most of the sword cultivators. Then Mu Ziming roughly recounted the battle report obtained from Tongmu City. Xiao Hua's expression changed drastically. Seeing Xiao Hua's expression change, Mu Ziming was also shocked. He hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, Senior brother Xiao, may I know what I said wrong? Nothing. Xiao Hua waved his hand, lowered his head, and did not speak. However, after a moment, Li Zongbao, who was standing behind Xiao Mao, received Xiao Hua's voice transmission and said, Junior brother Mu. Yes, senior brother Li. What can I do for you? Mu Ziming was more respectful to Li Zongbao, the leader of a team, and hurriedly replied. How long does it take for the battle report to be sent from Sky Patrol City to Tongmu City? Li Zongbao asked faintly. This. Mu Ziming hesitated slightly, thought for a moment, and said with a wry smile, I really don't know the exact time. This is my Tongmu City's secret. Approximate time. Li Zongbao was a little impatient. Mu Ziming did not dare to neglect and whispered, Sometimes it's a month, sometimes it's more than 10 days. So long? Li Zongbao frowned. Let me tell you, senior brother Li. Because there is no direct teleportation formation from Sky Patrol City to other big cities, it takes a lot of effort for Tongmu City to get news from Sky Patrol City. It takes a lot of effort. Many times, the message charm is lost. It's already good that Tongmu City can get news from Sky Patrol City in such a short time. Furthermore, this humble one dares to boast that any news that can be obtained in the Three Kingdoms can be obtained in Tongmu City. Then, how long has it been since you last got information from Sky Patrol City? Li Zongbao did not wait for Mu Ziming to finish and interrupted him and asked. It seems like. Mu Ziming was a little hesitant. Reporting to Captain Mu, I just came from the conference hall yesterday. It seems that there has been no new battle report for more than 1.5 months. A Foundation establishment city guard beside him hurriedly whispered in his ear. Conference hall? Li Zongbao rolled his eyes and asked curiously. Why does Tongmu City have a conference hall? However, just as he finished speaking, Fairy Hongxia, who was beside him, sighed and said, Senior Brother Li, why are you still asking such a boring question? Sky Patrol City. I'm afraid it has fallen into the hands of the sword cultivators. We'd better hurry into the city and use the teleportation formation. What? Sky Patrol City. Sky Patrol City has fallen into the hands of the sword cultivators? Is this true? Mu Ziming turned pale with fright. Fairy Hongxia's heart was also filled with mixed feelings. She had heard from Xiao Hua that this news had been passed to the Imperial Thunder Sect 2 years ago. She felt that there would be no more problems and that the tragedy of the Sword Catacomb would not happen again. However, LV Ruochang brought them another piece of bad news. Xiao Hua's message did not seem to be taken seriously by the Taoist sect cultivators. Of course, Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Hua did not think that Jiu Xia would not send this news to Chen Diheng. Since Jiu Xia could say it out loud, he was naturally not afraid of being found out by the Taoist sect cultivators. At this time, the few questions that Li Zongbao asked were obviously from Xiao Hua. However, from Mu Ziming's answers, Fairy Hongxia already understood that when the four of them passed through the territory of the Huan Kingdom and returned to the Kingdom of Xi, the sword cultivators had already launched their final attack on Sky Patrol City. Since it was another unintentional attack, and under the planning of Jiu Xia, even if the Taoist sect had a nascent soul stage cultivator, how could they be a match for the sword cultivators? The outcome of this great battle of Dao cultivators had undergone an earth-shattering change. Didn't you say just now? Generally speaking, the battle situation from Sky Patrol City to Tongmu City would take at most a month's time. Now, it has been less than a month and a half. If Sky Patrol City had not fallen, what other accidents could there be? Li Zongbao said lightly, Well, since our identities have been confirmed, can we enter Tongmu City? Yes, of course. Mu Ziming stammered. Obviously, he was particularly surprised by the news that Sky Patrol City had fallen. If it's possible, I'll have to trouble Captain Mu to send someone to take us to the teleportation formation. Fairy Hongxia said, eager to return home. Yes. Mu Ziming nodded hurriedly. Before he could say anything, Wang Cheng stepped forward and said, Captain Mu, shall I lead the way? All right, go ahead. Seeing this, Mu Ziming nodded. Yes, Wang Cheng was very happy. He bowed and said, For seniors, please follow me. Xiao Mao nodded and looked at Li Zongbao. The two of them followed Wang Cheng, while Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Hua prepared to follow behind. Senior Brother Li. At this time, Mu Ziming came to his senses and hurriedly called out, Senior Brother, can you wait for a moment? I still have to report the news of the four senior brothers' arrival in Tongmu City to the city governor. Moreover, Senior Brother Li's words just now were really shocking. I have to report it immediately. If the city governor asks, Captain Mu, we have urgent matters to attend to back to the sect. I hope that you can pass on our apologies to the governor of the city. Li Zongbao was even more anxious than Fairy Hongxia. He rejected the request without hesitation. All right. Okay. Mu Ziming nodded and at the same time, he hurriedly gave a look to the other disciples. There were already disciples in the distance who turned and flew away. Seeing that the disciples had left, Mu Ziming bowed again and said, Senior Brother Li, the news just now is really important. I have to report it to the city governor as soon as possible. I'll leave first. Please forgive me, Senior Brother Li. Li Zongbao was a little unhappy, but he could not say anything. After all, this was Tongmu City, not the Utopia faction. He could only follow the thoughtful arrangements of Tongmu City. Chapter 2965. When Xiao Hua saw Mu Ziming flying away hastily while Wang Cheng brought the four of them and slowly flew towards the vine wall of Tongmu City, he sighed and asked, Marshal Nephew Wang, what's the matter with the Tongmu City's discussion hall you mentioned earlier? Oh, it's like this. I'll let Marshal Uncle Xiao Hua know. Wang Cheng continued to talk about the origin of the discussion hall, and even talked about the special task force of the discussion hall in detail. Only then did he say with a smile, The four martial uncles have brought a considerable amount of spirit stones to my Tongmu City. Therefore, the disciples of my Tongmu City are extremely grateful to the four martial uncles in their hearts. Otherwise, this junior would not have been so ecstatic just now. AI. Tongmu City Lord is really calculative. Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Putting the special task force team together with Qin Jian seemed extremely unreliable at first glance, but after thinking about it, this kind of thing was really unreliable. Therefore, the possibility of Twilight Tong City and the cultivators betting on a tie was the highest. Relying on this bet, everyone's attention was drawn to the other bets. These cultivators bet on Qin Jian, and at the same time, they couldn't help but place their bets on other bets. The popularity of this discussion hall bet immediately soared. Even if Twilight Tong City lost in this aspect, they could earn it back in other places. Not to mention, Tongmu City was purely a blind cat that met a dead mouse. They were extremely lucky to bet on Xiaohua, who was behind Li Zongbao. All of a sudden, Tongmu City had earned a lot of money. Wasn't that obvious? Of course, this win was purely out of Tongmu City Lord's expectations. However, this calculation also showed how shrewd Tongmu City Lord was. He had a premonition that surpassed ordinary people. Damn it, why does this Tongmu City Lord's shrewdness sound so similar to that sinister Chen Yi? Could the two of them have some kind of relationship? Xiaohua immediately thought of Chen Yi. However, before he could think further, Xiaohua's face suddenly changed as he looked at the city gate not far away. Xiaohua. Fairy Hongxia was very sensitive to Xiaohua's change. She hurriedly raised her head and looked at the city gate not far away. She asked curiously, Is there anything strange? Rather than calling the city gate a door, it was more like a huge gap. The gap was right in the middle of the wide wall of vines. Hundreds or even thousands of vines weaved together to form an arched door. The top of the door was empty, and the vines dragged on the ground. Countless tiny runes flickered between the vines and on the ground. At this moment, many cultivators were entering and exiting from the two sides of the vine gate. On both sides of the vine gate, there were also city guards of Tongmu City standing guard in the air. It didn't look like there was anything wrong with it. However, in Xiaohua's eyes, this vine gate was extremely similar to Chen Yi's burial flower manor. Wang Cheng. Xiaohua did not answer Fairy Hongxia's question. Instead, he said, You said that the meeting hall contains the life stories of the four of us. Tell me, what are the stories that involve me? When Fairy Hongxia heard this, she was equally shocked. Xiaohua had always been concealing his cultivation level, trying his best to be the shadow behind Li Zongbao. Wasn't Tongmu City's actions just to expose Xiaohua to the light? Junior has long memorized Martial Uncle Zhao's deeds. Every one of them is like a thunderclap reverberating in the ears. How could Wang Cheng know what Xiaohua was thinking? His words frightened Xiaohua even more. Damn it, I really didn't expect this. This young master actually became famous in Tongmu City, one of the 7 major cities. Man proposes, God disposes. I'm afraid it will fall into the ears of the person who schemed against this young master. Xiaohua was extremely regretful. However, after thinking about it for a while, he smiled even more bitterly. Nonsense, since he entered the sword catacomb, everything he did was shocking. Didn't he reveal his nascent soul cultivation level and sword transformation cultivation level? Even Lu Ruochang, a sword cultivator, called him Senior Nameless. The cultivators of the Dao sect would know about it sooner or later. Seeing that Xiaohua had stopped asking, Fairy Hongxia began to worry for him. She hurriedly asked Wang Cheng, Tell me, what kind of heroic deeds did junior brother Xiao have recorded in the meeting hall of your Tongmu City? Yes. Wang Cheng had long been observant and knew that Mu Ziming wanted to delay Xiaohua and the others. He wanted to take advantage of this period of time to report to the city lord. When he heard this, he smiled and took the opportunity to say, Actually, regarding Martial Uncle Zhao's deeds, other than being influenced by the Great Battle, there are very few records of his deeds in the Imperial Thunder Sect. This junior only knows that Martial Uncle failed to establish his foundation the first time, and only later did he attempt to establish his foundation the second time. Even before Martial Uncle entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, there are very few records of his deeds as a rogue cultivator. When Xiaohua heard this, he almost reached out to pat his little heart. He heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Could it be that martial nephew Wang only remembers the deeds of senior brother Li Zongbao and does not remember the records of this Xiao? Of course not, of course not. Wang Cheng was very anxious. The deeds of Martial Uncle Li, Martial Uncle Xiao Mao, and Fairy Hongxia are indeed many and very detailed. However, This junior greatly admires martial uncle Xiao. When he entered the Imperial Thunder Sect as a rogue cultivator, rose to prominence in the Imperial Thunder Sect with great difficulty, displayed his ferocity at the Feather Immortal Gathering, and now even stood out in the great battle of Dao and Sword. This junior has seen the records of martial uncle on the wall of heroes of the meeting hall at least 8 times, if not 10 times. How could this junior forget them? Damn it, there are even records of the Feather Immortal Gathering. This Tongmu City has really put in a lot of effort. Xiao Hua was shocked in his heart. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the gates of Tongmu City. Seeing the 4 of them flying over, all the guards of Tongmu City stood respectfully and looked at them from afar. This caused the cultivators entering and leaving the city to feel that something was amiss. Let's put on the camouflage cloak. Xiao Hua knew that once they entered Tongmu City, they would definitely cause a commotion, so he hurriedly said, Li Zongbao did not think much of it, but he still nodded in agreement. The 4 of them put on the camouflage cloak and hid their figures, so that they could avoid being surrounded by a group of cultivators. Naturally, the 4 of them followed Wang Cheng into the city gate, and no guard stopped them. Obviously, they had already received Mu Ziming's orders. After passing through the city gate, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed, and a completely different scene appeared in between the light and shadow. He saw that Tongmu City was still a continuous mountain range, and there were no changes. However, among the brocade-like flowers and plants, there were many buildings that seemed to have been created by the gods. These buildings were either made of wrought tan, green wood, or bamboo, and their styles were all different. Some were like flower buds, some were like pine cones, and some were like thick wood. Although there were so many buildings of different sizes, and they almost covered the entire mountain range, at a glance, these buildings seemed to have grown naturally on the mountain range. There was no trace of magic power or man-made at all. This is really a place out of this world. Fairy Hongxia could not help but exclaim in admiration. Female cultivators had a much higher pursuit of beauty than male cultivators, and they had an innate love for such natural beauty. Fairy Hongxia. Wang Cheng, who was beside her, could not help but look at the sky and said proudly, Senior, what you see is just the ordinary side of Tongmu City. If the sun sets in another 2 hours, thousands of paulownia flowers will bloom, and the entire Tongmu City will be as beautiful as a heavenly palace. That is true beauty. Xiao Hua knew what Wang Cheng was thinking. However, he only had feelings for the so-called beautiful scenery, and did not think about it. Whether it existed or not, it did not matter, and he did not care. He only wanted to use the teleportation formation of Tongmu City to leave this place. However, Fairy Hongxia was different. She was obviously moved by Wang Cheng's words, and she unconsciously looked around, as if she was thinking about the magnificent scene of paulownia flowers blooming. Her footsteps actually slowed down. At this moment, Li Zongbao had already walked in front of the 4 of them. Xiao Mao obediently took half a step back. He also knew that in such a situation, Li Zongbao could handle it much better than him. He only needed to follow behind Li Zongbao, and he would receive all the praise he deserved. Li Zongbao's cultivation level was not as high as Xiao Hua's, but he was much better at dealing with people. He had not said much, but now he said lightly, Martial nephew Wang, it's not far from dusk now. We have heard about Tongmu City long ago. If we can see the wonderful scene of paulownia flowers blooming, this trip will not be in vain. How about this? Where is the meeting hall of Tongmu City? We'll go take a look. Hearing this, Wang Cheng was overjoyed. He hurriedly pointed in a direction and said, Martial Uncle Li, the meeting hall is over there. If the 4 of you can move to the meeting hall of Tongmu City will definitely be honored. Only the Sentry City has a meeting hall. The meeting hall of my Dao sect is wherever the seniors are. Li Zongbao frowned and said with some displeasure. Yes, I understand. Wang Cheng was a little frightened and said hurriedly, I will report what Martial Uncle Li said to the city lord. There's no need for that. This is a matter of your Tongmu City. I'm just saying what I think. Li Zongbao said calmly as he walked. That's right. Who is the city lord of Tongmu City? I don't think I've heard of him before. Xiao Hua only remembered now. Although he was wary of Chen Yi and had always been guessing, he had never heard of any news about the city lord of Tongmu City. Therefore, Xiao Hua whispered to Fairy Hongxia. Hearing Xiao Hua's message, Fairy Hongxia did not find it strange this time. She also replied, Xiao Hua, the city lord of Tongmu City is called Qing Liuzi. He is usually very mysterious, and not many cultivators have seen his real face. Perhaps because of his arrogance, he said that only nascent soul masters and above can see him in Tongmu City. Therefore, I don't know anything about Qing Liuzi. Oh, is that so? Hearing this, Xiao Hua was even more puzzled. Based on the arrangements of Tongmu City, the city lord of Tongmu City should be someone with a wide range of connections. How could he be so arrogant? What is the cultivation level of this senior Qing Liuzi? Xiao Hua asked curiously. This concubine doesn't know. Husband, you should ask senior brother Li. Fairy Hong Xia smiled apologetically. Her gaze fell on the strange flowers and plants beside her. Chapter 2966. The roads of Twilight Tong City were ingenious. After entering the city, one would go straight up the mountain ridge with a slight curve. However, the roads below one's feet were extremely smooth and straight. Beside these roads were all sorts of shops, inns, taverns, and tea houses. They were not arranged in rows like in other large cities. Instead, they were uneven, with some high and some low. Rather than saying that they were standing tall, it would be more accurate to say that they were growing healthily like spiritual trees. There were also many flowers that seemed to be blooming among the spirit flowers. It was truly an eye-opener for Fairy Hong Xia. Although there were many people on the roads, everyone seemed to be smiling. Clearly, they were intoxicated by the beautiful scenery of Twilight Tong City. It was very different from other big cities. Senior Qing Liuzi. He is indeed very mysterious. I don't know what he looks like either. Hearing Xiao Hua's question, Li Zongbao muttered to himself before replying like Fairy Hong Xia. However, he continued, I heard from my master that Senior Qing Liuzi is good at business and scheming. He is closer to cultivators who are useful to him than his own father. However, he is even more distant than cultivators who are strangers to him. Li Zongbao's analogy made Xiao Hua laugh. He could not help but laugh out loud. Wang Cheng turned his head in confusion. Xiao Hua smiled and pointed at a spirit flower that was about to bloom. This Xiao seems to have seen a spirit stone growing out of that spirit flower. It can't be? Wang Cheng was stunned. He looked at it with all his might and asked in confusion, Senior Uncle Xiao, did you see wrongly? That is just an ordinary Ling Mian. And I think I saw wrongly. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, how can that spirit stone be Ling Mian's father? Wang Cheng was even more confused by Xiao Hua's words. Fairy Hong Xia and Xiao Mao were also stunned. It's fine, it's fine. Xiao Hua waved his hand and waited for Wang Cheng to turn around. He then transmitted Li Zongbao's words to the two of them. Fortunately, the two of them were already prepared. Otherwise, they would definitely laugh out loud like Xiao Hua. Li Zongbao shook his head slightly as he looked at the two of them who were trying to hold back their laughter. Then he transmitted his voice again. Junior brother Xiao, don't underestimate Senior Liuzi. However, his cultivation is the highest among the city lords of the 7 cities. Now, he had actually reached the middle stage of the nascent soul stage. He seems to be even more powerful than the sect leader of your esteemed sect. Hearing this, Xiao Hua gasped. He was now at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. He had a deeper understanding of the difference between the early stage and the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. He knew that there was a huge gap between the two realms. For a cultivator who had a lot of work to do, being able to reach the early stage of the nascent soul realm was already a great fortune, but Qing Liuzi was able to reach the middle stage of the nascent soul realm again. The 3,000 Great Tao is indeed true. Xiao Hua sighed. Everyone has their own destiny. The heavenly Tao is equally ruthless. Even if you have thousands of mistakes and thousands of shortcomings, as long as you wholeheartedly follow the Tao, the heavenly Tao will always leave a smooth path in front of you. However, if you have no Tao in your heart, even if you have thousands of good deeds, the door of the heavenly Tao won't open for you. Yes, that's right. Li Zongbao also sighed. When I heard this that day, I also sighed for a long time. I feel that this character is really incomparable to the realm and cultivation. Alas! Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. He knew that he was only at the gold core realm and it was extremely inappropriate to talk about the nascent soul realm senior. However, he still couldn't help but think about it. There was a difference between good and evil people, but the heavenly Tao didn't. If evil people could become immortals and good people fell, then what would the immortal realm become? What would the cultivation realm become? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was suddenly shocked again. The cultivation of the Tao sect doesn't care about good or evil, nor does it care about character. However, the Buddhist sect cares a lot about good and evil. There is a saying that good will have good results and evil will have evil retribution. A person's cultivation should plant a good tree, and only by planting good causes can there be good results and good retribution. Could it be that this deviation in cultivation caused the conflict between the Tao sect and the Buddhist sect? Caused the destruction of the Buddhist sect? But if that's the case, is the Buddhist sect's objective really different from the heavenly Tao? Is it really wrong? Even the Confucian cultivators who only cultivated the qi of righteousness in their chests and faced the heavenly Tao with a pure heart were also destroyed by the Tao sect. Their cultivation is also wrong? Xiao Hua was somewhat at a loss. Do they really want to be the strongest? Do they really not care about good or evil, about the lives of others, and only care about their own cultivation, only care about becoming immortals? Such immortals. Are they really the immortals in my heart? It had to be said that if the Tao sect cultivators had such thoughts, no one would think of it. Perhaps if they had such thoughts, they would be instantly killed by themselves or their own masters. Only a cultivator like Xiao Hua, who had tried many kinds of cultivation methods, could have such doubts and doubts. Helplessness. Sometimes it was really helplessness. If he knew that this disciple of his actually doubted the Tao sect's cultivation method, he would probably immediately come out of seclusion. However, even if he appeared helplessly in front of Xiao Hua, what could he do? Other than helplessness, what else could he do? Martial uncles, please come this way. That is the meeting hall of my Twilight Tong City. At this moment, Wang Cheng's voice rang out, pulling Xiao Hua out of his deep thoughts. When he looked in the direction Wang Cheng was pointing, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. His somewhat astonished eyes flashed with an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. In the front left of the crowd, in the midst of the flowers, there was an oval-shaped bird's nest on top of hundreds of thick spiritual trees. The nest was completely built with fist-sized branches, and there was an extremely large gap between the branches. Through the gap, one could vaguely see the brilliance of the bird's nest. On top of the thick spiritual trees, large green talismans slowly flowed. These green talismans were like flowers and grass, and they corresponded with the surrounding spiritual trees and spiritual grasses. It was as if the grasses and trees on the mountain range were floating above the bird's nest. This bird's nest was admittedly huge, but its color and brilliance seemed to blend together with the many grasses and trees. It really seemed as if a huge bird had built its nest here. This is the meeting hall? Even Li Zongbao's face showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and even his voice changed a little. If the meeting hall was a bird's nest, then what about the Book of Heroes in the meeting hall? Wouldn't it be a bird's nest? Wang Cheng said in a deadpan manner, "Martial uncles, please know that this is the meeting hall of my Twilight Tong City. It is also the building of my Twilight Tong City that is second only to the City Lord's mansion. Usually, the auction for the face-retaining pill in my Twilight Tong City is usually held in this meeting hall." Li Zongbao withdrew his astonishment and nodded slightly. The buildings in Twilight Tong City were really strange. Building a bird's nest was already giving them face, but if they really built something strange, it would be hard to say. The meeting hall was in the shape of a bird's nest, so entering and leaving the meeting hall naturally had to be like a bird's nest. Seeing many qi refining disciples activating their flying talismans and many foundation establishment cultivators summoning their transcendence energy to fly into a star-shaped entrance, Xiao Hua smiled and pointed his hand. It seems, there are also many cultivators who want to enter the bird's nest. Hee, of course, Wang Cheng said with a smile. Right now, we are already in the second stage of the Great War of Tao and Sword. Because the nascent soul masters of the three cultivation countries have already participated in the war, there are many battles that have yet to begin, but the outcome is already known. Therefore, the number of cultivators who come to my meeting hall to participate in the meeting has decreased by a lot. As early as a few years ago, when all of you were still fighting at the front line, the meeting hall was filled with people and was much livelier than it is now. Xiao Hua nodded. He understood that in the first stage of the Great War of Tao and Sword, the strength invested by the Taoist sect was equivalent to the strength invested by the sword cultivators. Moreover, at that time, they were not very familiar with each other, so it was extremely difficult to guess the outcome of the battle. In particular, the sword cultivators had Jiu Xia's arrangement and LV Ruochang's command. This was definitely beyond the expectations of all the Taoist sect cultivators. The situation of the battle was like a cloud of fog, complicated and unpredictable, which was really suitable for gambling. Now that the higher-ups of the Taoist and sword sects were participating in the war, there were only so many sword transformation cultivators and nascent soul cultivators. The sword cultivators were obviously at a disadvantage in terms of strength, so they could only win by relying on the element of surprise. It could even be said that after more than 10 years of fighting, the last sentence was in Sentry City. Therefore, the situation in the second stage was extremely clear on the surface, but if it was used for gambling, it would be somewhat difficult. No wonder Wang Chang said that there were fewer people entering and leaving. There has been no news for 1.5 months. The number of cultivators waiting here. I'm afraid there will be fewer. Xiao Mao looked at the entrance and said, "Senior, please." Wang Chang took out a flight talisman again and activated it with his magic power. Then he said respectfully, "I'll lead the way." Wait a moment. At this moment, Li Zongbao stopped and turned to look at Fairy Hong Xia, but in fact, he was transmitting his voice to Xiao Hua. "Junior brother Xiao, should we go in?" Based on Wang Cheng's words, there are many cultivators inside. If we go in, we might be recognized by others. Xiao Hua understood Li Zongbao's meaning. He knew that Li Zongbao was afraid that he would not be willing to show his face in public, so he asked this question. Xiao Hua thought for a while and felt bitter. During the trip to the sword domain, he had killed dozens of illusory swordsmen. Although Qin Heng and other second-grade sword transformation swordsmen were killed by him, they died because of him. Sooner or later, the news would spread to the country of Xi. In particular, some cultivators had seen what he did in Million Mountains. Although they could not return to the 3 kingdoms of cultivation in a short period of time, they would come back sooner or later. It was only a matter of time before his true strength was exposed. Since that was the case, he could only prepare for a rainy day. He had to make an impact early and establish his reputation in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. As for the cultivation of the Buddhist sect, Xiao Hua had already taken a look at the soul technique of the Hutu Stockades Elder Wu. It was 100 times more profound than the secret technique given by Han Zhu. Xiao Hua was confident that even nascent soul cultivators would not be able to see through it. As for spirit-severing cultivators, would they even take Xiao Hua seriously? Chapter 2967. Let's go in and take a look. Xiao Hua faintly transmitted his voice. If we don't enter this place, not to mention that others will use this against us and say that we look down on Tongmu City. Given the character of Tongmu City's city lord, I'm afraid he will be displeased with us. Now that we are only foundation establishment cultivators, it's better to be careful. All right. After getting Xiao Hua's approval, Li Zongbao said, "Martial nephew Wang, you lead the way." Yes. Although Wang Cheng did not know why Li Zongbao asked Fairy Hong Xia, he did not dare to think too much about it. He agreed and flew forward. Xiao Hua and the others followed Wang Cheng to the entrance of the bird's nest. There were more than a dozen aura refining disciples standing guard there. There were also 3 foundation establishment city guards standing to the side with grave and stern expressions. They were on full alert. Although Wang Cheng was leading the way, Xiao Hua and the others were still required to remove the camouflage before they could enter. Li Zongbao and the others naturally did not agree. However, after Wang Cheng's helpless voice transmission, the Foundation Establishment city guards' faces were filled with shock. After seeing the token of Li Zongbao's special task force in the meeting hall, the 3 Foundation Establishment city guards immediately bowed respectfully and invited the 4 to enter the bird's nest. These cultivators are some nascent soul cultivators? After Li Zongbao and the others entered the bird's nest, an Qi refinement cultivator who had a close relationship with the Foundation Establishment city guards quietly transmitted his voice. After all, in this bird's nest-like meeting hall, apart from nascent soul cultivators, even late golden core cultivators could not wear the camouflage. They are not nascent soul cultivators. The Foundation Establishment cultivator said respectfully. If those cultivators came, how could the city lord not accompany them? Do you think that Wang Cheng, a level 12 Qi refinement cultivator, could accompany them? Then how could they enter the meeting hall wearing the camouflage? The Qi refinement cultivator almost forgot to transmit his voice. If Deacon Chen knows about this, we will not be able to escape punishment. Hee. Not to mention Deacon Chen, even if the city lord himself came, he would definitely not be punished. Another Foundation establishment cultivator laughed. Because, although they are only Foundation establishment cultivators, they are worthy of the treatment of nascent soul cultivators. How is that possible? The aura refining disciple seemed to have walked into a dead end. He didn't understand the meaning of these words. An alert disciple next to him suddenly exclaimed, "Martial Uncle Wong, could it be that they are, sure? It's good that you know." Martial Uncle Wong hurriedly said, "They naturally have their reasons for not announcing their arrival. Think about it, if the cultivators in the assembly hall knew that they were here, then, wouldn't they go crazy? Sigh, what a pity. I can't see the faces of the 4 martial uncles with my own eyes." That disciple said regretfully. "Humph. Haven't you seen enough of the appearances of the 4 fellow Taoists in the conference hall?" The disciple who spoke first finally understood and spoke with a hint of jealousy. That was just an illusion. How could it be so real? They were the seniors who had killed the 3rd-grade illusory sword and obtained the first bounty. Just thinking about it makes the subordinates' blood boil. They are simply too brave. They have truly made our Tao sex cultivators too proud. That's right. Their honor was obtained with blood and lives. The Foundation establishment city guard's gaze was also deep. If we were there, I'm afraid that we would have been buried in a foreign land. In order to kill the sword cultivators, this subordinate will not hesitate even if my body is smashed to pieces. That disciple said vehemently. Good. Well said. The Foundation establishment city guard nodded vigorously. This old man will remember your words. Whenever there is such a good opportunity, this old man will think of you first. Not to mention these Dawn Tree city guards who were discussing behind Xiao Hua and the others. When Xiao Hua and the others stepped into the assembly hall, they were greeted by a huge space. The inside of the space was very similar to what they saw outside. It was really in the shape of an oval-shaped bird's nest. However, this bird's nest was really big. It was several times bigger than the assembly hall in Sky Patrol City. However, what attracted Xiao Hua's attention was not the size of the assembly hall, but the images on the inner walls of the bird's nest. This bird's nest was about 1,000 feet tall, and the colorful light screen occupied the inner wall of the bird's nest. Moreover, the light curtain was divided into 2 layers. Each layer was about 100 feet high. In other words, the images on each layer were about 100 feet high. At a glance, there were many huge images that came into view. Xiao Hua might not be able to see the images of the others, but at the bottom layer, there was a female cultivator who was stepping on a red flying cloud and holding a red silk in her hand. Above her head, there was a phoenix celestial body with its wings spread. Wasn't that Fairy Hong Xia? And opposite Fairy Hong Xia's image, there were several sword cultivators in front of her who were fleeing in panic on their flying swords. Every single one of these sword cultivators had ugly faces, and their faces were filled with fear. With a single glance, one could tell that Fairy Hong Xia was extremely valiant and ferocious. Xiao Hua, you are over there. Unlike Xiao Hua, Fairy Hong Xia saw Xiao Hua at a glance. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to take a closer look at the images of Fairy Hong Xia, she immediately called out. Xiao Hua followed Fairy Hong Xia's finger. Sure enough, behind the 10 different huge images of Fairy Hong Xia, there was also the majestic appearance of Xiao Hua stepping on thunder. However, this Xiao Hua's hand was not holding the wishful staff, nor the seal of turning the sea, but a huge fire net. On the fire net, there were faint threads of lightning, and within the threads of lightning, there were many fire crows dancing. In front of the fire net, there was also a sword cultivator who was fleeing in panic. That sword cultivator's sword armor was already surrounded by flames, and his flying sword seemed to have been shattered. How could it be the fire crow net? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, and then he came to an understanding. Of course, Xiao Hua utilized numerous magic treasures in the battle between the Dao Sword Sect and the Dao Sword Sect, yet practically no one had seen a single one of them. Even if someone had seen one, I presume that person had probably perished in the battle. And if Tongmu City wanted to know about Xiao Hua's magic treasures, they could only get information from the Imperial Thunder Sect. This fire crow net was naturally obtained from the shocking Thunder Palace, right? This Tongmu City is quite capable. I don't seem to have used this fire crow net much, right? Xiao Hua chuckled. Just as he was about to say something, his expression changed slightly. That's right, following the transformation of the illusion, another image of Xiao Hua quickly appeared in the distance. In this image, the fire crow net in Xiao Hua's hand had already changed, turning into the appearance of the Great Wisdom Sword. This Great Wisdom Sword had smashed onto a sword cultivator's flying sword, smashing it into pieces. Damn it! Xiao Hua couldn't help but cuss inwardly. This Qing Liuzi is really harmful. I don't know what other secrets this guy has found out about me. But looking further, Xiao Hua was relieved. The next few images were all of Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao was holding the glittering immortal piercing whip, majestically killing in all directions. He had practically beaten all the sword cultivators until they pissed their pants in terror. Then there was Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao was still holding the universe ring in his hand. Although he wasn't as majestic as Li Zongbao, he still had a righteous and awe-inspiring look on his face. He was like a lone hero charging into a group of swords. The universe ring overflowed with splendor, stepping on many broken swords. He was really impassioned. After Xiao Mao's image, there were many images of disciples from other sections. They were all vivid and lifelike. Xiao Hua recognized some of them, but there were also many that he didn't recognize. Presumably, they were all meritorious officials in the war. After a few glances, Xiao Hua once again focused his attention on the upper layer. He saw that the images of the upper layer were slightly different from those of the lower layer. Each and every one of them appeared somewhat dignified, and the killing intent on their faces was somewhat less. After seeing the familiar images of Taoist Jingru and Taoist Miyu, Xiao Hua understood. The upper layer should be a record of the nascent soul masters, while the lower layer should be a record of the meritorious officials in the war. Wang Wang. A low rumbling sound suddenly sounded, and the light and shadow on the inner wall of the bird nest suddenly changed. Wang Chang, who was at the side, anxiously said, "For martial uncles, please wait for a moment." Is there something strange? Li Zongbao frowned and asked. No. Wang Chang smiled and shook his head. He pointed to an extremely far distance and said, "For martial uncles, please take a look." Following Wang Cheng's finger, in the distant light and shadow, a sword flew over at an extremely fast speed. On top of that flying sword stood an arrogant and unruly sword cultivator. Qin Jian? Xiao Hua saw the sword cultivator's face at a glance, and he suddenly understood in his heart. Sure enough, immediately after, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua appeared in mid-air around the flying sword. They surrounded Qin Jian in a triangular formation, and after a desperate struggle, Qin Jian finally self-detonated and died under the three's magic weapons. Xiao Hua, Xiao Mao, and Li Zongbao looked at each other in dismay. To be honest, this illusion could not be called unreal. It was created according to Li Zongbao's report and according to what was written on the Order of Commendation. But, how could the real battle be so childish? Qin Jian was a third-grade illusory swordsman. How could he be killed by 3 Foundation establishment cultivators? Lies, lies, lies are lies after all. They cannot stand up to scrutiny. Seeing that the 3 of them were greatly magnified in the entire nest, Xiao Hua was the first to think. Even though the 3 of us have exaggerated this matter to the heavens, when the real thing appears, it is far from what we thought it was. Luckily, after that, there were a few more battles, including the 4-side sword formation, the 10-direction annihilation formation, etc. Fairy Hong Xia, Li Zongbao, and Xiao Mao's small team also broke through the 4-side sword formation. This battle situation was very real, and it also covered up the lie of Xiao Hua and the rest killing Qin Jian. Phew, Xiao Hua was secretly relieved. After all, if he could accept it in his heart, those who did not know would definitely think that it was real, right? Unfortunately, before Xiao Hua's little heart could calm down for a moment, there was a clear cry that seemed to shake the entire nest. Another 1,000 feet large phoenix Dharma body swooped down from high above. A blurry figure similarly descended like a deity. Xiao Hua knew with a single glance that this was definitely the image of a terrifying phoenix. Chapter 2968. Along with the appearance of the terrifying phoenix, there were also many sword cultivators. These sword cultivators were like small fries in front of the huge phoenix. The huge phoenix grabbed them one by one and crushed their flying swords. Who is the terrifying phoenix that makes sword cultivators tremble in fear? The Great Tao Sword War has already entered the second stage. This mystery still hasn't been solved. Could it be that we have to wait until the end of the war to find this hero's footsteps? A gentle and enticing voice rang out as the huge phoenix spread its wings. Others might be able to stay out of it, but the cultivators of my Tongmu city definitely can't. We have to rely on our own abilities to solve the mystery of the third place in the Great Tao Sword War. If any of you have your own plans, you can come to number 3. My Tongmu city will discuss it with you. We must return the truth to the terrifying phoenix. Terrifying phoenix? Number 3? Damn it. Xiao Hua was shocked at first, but then he came to his senses. They are betting. Not waiting for Xiao Hua to search for the third location, rumble. The sound of thunder came from afar. Sigh. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was helpless. Apart from Nameless, there is no bigger mystery than the terrifying phoenix. It was really like that. Nameless, wearing the robes of the Imperial Thunder Sect, appeared. His appearance was so clear. The scene was naturally the Great Tao Sword War between the Seven Extremes mountain range and the Sword Catacomb. Xiao Hua felt like he was there. However, the last words made him feel extremely disgusted. The Imperial Thunder Sect's Nameless is the second mystery of the Great Tao Sword War. My Tongmu city has already sent disciples to the Imperial Thunder Sect to investigate clearly. There is absolutely no nascent soul cultivator named Nameless in the entire Imperial Thunder Sect. Then, is this Nameless really nameless? If this Nameless is nameless, why is he wearing the robes of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Why does he know the Imperial Thunder Sect's lightning escape technique? Fellow Taoists, we have to rely on our own abilities to solve the mystery of the second place in the Great Tao Sword War. If any of you have your own plans, you can come to number 2. My Tongmu city will discuss it with you. We must return the truth to the Imperial Thunder Sect's Nameless. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart moved. The terrifying phoenix and Nameless are two big mysteries. Then what is the first mystery? Could it be that the Sword Catacomb disappeared? Unfortunately, as the Nameless figure disappeared, another 2 layers of cultivators began to appear. There was no mention of the first mystery of the great battle of Tao and Sword. Hee, for martial uncles. Are you satisfied? Was the scene of the 4 senior uncles killing the sword cultivators real? Wang Chang said proudly. It took a lot of effort from the magicians of Tongmu City. Tisk to say, Xiao Hua smacked his lips and said with a smile. How many spirit stones would this cost? Our Tongmu City is willing to spend these spirit stones in order to publicize your achievements. Wang Chang said respectfully. Then, which mystery is ranked first in the Tao sword battle? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Martial uncles. Please look over there. Wang Qing didn't directly answer Xiao Hua. Instead, he pointed his finger into the distance. Xiao Hua followed his finger and looked over. He saw that in this huge space, there were many cultivators clustered around. Xiao Hua took a look and felt that there were at least 10,000 people. However, these 10,000 cultivators were moving around in this space, and it didn't make people feel crowded. At the end of this space, there was a huge jade archway with a green one on it. However, before Xiao Hua could take a closer look, he heard a thunderous rumble from the inner wall of the bird's nest. A ball of azure brilliance flew over from the distance like a meteor. When it got closer, it fell into the air with a pang sound. A brilliance like a bird's egg flashed with a sparkling luster and spun rapidly in the air. Buzz! A strong vibration came from the bird's egg. When the brilliance spread out like waves, a tall middle-stage gold core cultivator with 5 strands of beard on his face appeared in the brilliance with a smile. The flowing brilliance formed a green platform. The sudden appearance of this cultivator attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the bird's nest. However, looking at their unsurprised expressions, they were already used to it. Fellow cultivators. As soon as the cultivator appeared, he didn't stop and said loudly, since the Tao sword battle has entered the second stage, many of the battle results have been obvious since our nascent soul masters led the team to participate in the battle. My Tongmu City hasn't set up a bet for a long time. I'm sure all of you are a little impatient. Now, I've received orders from the city lord. In order to repay all of you for your kindness to my Tongmu City will make a final bet on mystery number 1 since the beginning of the war. However, before the cultivator finished speaking, A white-haired gold core cultivator immediately said loudly, Deacon Chen, you have been in the meeting hall for 1.5 months. There hasn't been any battle report from the Sky Patrol City. How can we guess? How can we place a bet? Could it be that Tongmu City has received the latest news from the Sky Patrol City? Deacon Chen said with a smile, Tongmu City has set up a meeting hall here since the beginning of the battle. It is to imitate the Sky Patrol City. Although we can't participate in the battle personally, we have to devote our minds to the Dao Sword battle. Tongmu City didn't set up a bet to collect spirit stones. You must know that since the battle, Tongmu City has sent a lot of spirit stones to the Sky Patrol City's meeting hall. These are all recorded on the side of the meeting hall and also have the imprint of the gold core cultivators in the meeting hall. Therefore, the battle reports received by Tongmu City are completely open to the public in the meeting hall. Any battle report received by the City Lord from the front line of the Sky Patrol City will be sent to me as soon as possible. And I will definitely announce it here without missing a word. I think all the fellow cultivators have known about this for more than 10 years, right? I don't know what fellow cultivator C means today. Nothing. The gold core cultivator surnamed C obviously knew Deacon Chen and said with a smile, I just feel that there has been no news from the Sky Patrol City for so long. Did fellow cultivator Chen just get the latest news and hurriedly set up a bet? Deacon Chen's expression remained unchanged and he said with a smile, I can swear a blood oath that Tongmu City has never received any latest battle reports from the Sky Patrol City. Oh, Deacon Chen, you don't have to do this. When he heard that Deacon Chen was about to swear a blood oath, the old man surnamed C hurriedly waved his hand and said, Deacon Chen represents Tongmu City. I and the others have been in Tongmu City for more than 10 years. How can we not trust Tongmu City? That's good. Deacon Chen nodded with a smile. He clapped his hand and took out a grassroot-like jade slip. As Deacon Chen cast a spell, the jade slip turned into a stream of light and rushed to the one archway that Xiaohua saw earlier. Boom! With a loud sound, an emerald green brilliance appeared at the place where the jade slip landed. It was as if the sky was filled with flying flowers that spiraled down. When the flying flowers disappeared into the air, a thumb-sized seed flashed in the air. That seed immediately landed below the decorated archway. With a whoosh sound, a vine that was several feet wide grew from the spot where the seed landed. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the top of the decorated archway. A few large and powerful words appeared on the vine. Balls of green brilliance surrounded these large words and gave birth to light. Sky Patrol City has fallen, Dao Sect has fallen. What? These words were probably hundreds of feet high, and all the cultivators in the nest could see them clearly. The entire nest was in an uproar again, and exclamations rose to the sky. How is this possible? It has only been more than a month. There has been no battle report from the Sky Patrol City? How can it be that the Sky Patrol City has fallen? Even if the Sky Patrol City has fallen, so what? Dozens of nascent soul cultivators of Dao Sect joined forces to attack. It's normal for them to seize the Sky Patrol City. It's absolutely impossible. This is a kind of slander to Dao Sect's strength. Without the Sky Patrol City, we can still attack other places in Huan Country. Our Dao Sect will never fall. Impossible. The Sword Dao War had been going on for who knows how many years and who knows how many times, but the Dao Sect had never lost. The fall of the Sky Patrol City is just a tactic of Dao Sect. Waves of discussions came from all over the nest, and all the arguments were that it was impossible and that they did not believe it. Fellow cultivators, this is just a guess of Tongmu City. If any of you feel that something is wrong, you can go to the first round and place a bet. No matter how much it is, Tongmu City will accompany you. Deacon Chen's expression did not change. He clapped his hands and said, My humble city lord also wants Dao Sect to win. This guess is just to return the spirit stones that he won from you. Moreover, this is just to add some fun, so don't take it seriously. Humph, I don't believe it. The city lord of Tongmu City can predict the future. A young Qi refinement cultivator who was quite close to the first round took a few steps forward to the side of the memorial archway and said angrily, back then, he was just trying his luck and connected the first team of the meeting hall with Qin Jian. Later on, I heard that it was just his blind guess. Today, I don't believe that his blind guess will come true. Even if the Sky Patrol City has really fallen, our nascent soul cultivators will not fall. As he said that, he clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. Then he took out many spirit stones and threw them into the archway. On the side of the archway, there were many things that looked like flower buds. As the spirit stones and the jade slip were thrown in, the flower buds suddenly bloomed and turned into thin vines hanging on the archway. On the thin vines were the words, "Sky Patrol City has fallen, Dao sect wins." I don't think Sky Patrol City has fallen at all. A fat golden core cultivator on the left shook his head and said, "That Xueqi sage has been in Sky Patrol City for a long time. There are magic arrays protecting the city both inside and outside. It is absolutely impregnable. However, there have been no reports of battle for a few days. This can only mean that sword cultivators have temporarily besieged Sky Patrol City. As long as the nascent soul cultivators receive the news, they will definitely lead a team to defeat the sword cultivators." Chapter 2969. Then, the golden core cultivator threw a jade slip and some spirit stones into the other flower bud. The flower bud turned into a vine and wrote, "Sentry City has not fallen, Dao sect wins." Seeing these two cultivators going up to bet, the other cultivators also went up and put in a lot of spirit stones. The two vines grew bigger and bigger. Before long, the two vines were the same size as the one controlled by Deacon Chen. Of course, the cultivators who made the decision were only a part of the crowd. There were many cultivators who were discussing the reason behind Tongmu City's city lord's decision. How can this be considered the #1 mystery of the Dao Sword Great War? Xiao Mao frowned. He looked at Xiao Hua and then at the crowd and muttered, "If we're talking about mysteries, then the disappearance of the sword tomb should be the #1 mystery." Wang Cheng heard this and smiled, but he didn't answer. Xiao Hua glanced at Wang Cheng and said with a smile, "From what I see, I'm afraid even the city lord doesn't know how the sword tomb disappeared. Moreover, the mystery of the disappearance of the sword tomb, no one will know in the future. With such a mystery, even if there are people who bet a lot of spirit stones, they won't be able to get it. If they can't get it, how can they be the #1 mystery of the Dao Sword Great War?" He indeed. Xiao Mao smiled. At this time, he also understood that even if the disappearance of the sword tomb was the #1 mystery of the Dao Sword Great War, because it was impossible to get a result and it couldn't earn spirit stones for the city lord of Tongmu City, it could only be kicked out of the top 3 mysteries. Or perhaps, someone had already asked this question after the first stage of the Dao Sword Great War. Wang Cheng didn't answer Xiao Mao because it was an old friend. Cough cough. Deacon Chen glanced at the 3 huge vines and knew that those who could bet had already done so. Those who hadn't were waiting for the latest battle report. He coughed slightly and said loudly, "The #1 mystery of the Dao Sword Great War will be like this for the time being. After all, the situation is not controlled by Tongmu City. However, I have a piece of good news to share with everyone." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other and didn't know what good news it was. However, when Xiao Hua heard these words, his heart skipped a beat, and he secretly cursed in his heart. "Sure enough," Deacon Chen continued, "we've always been discussing the war, and we've always been envious of those who rendered meritorious service during the war. Moreover, we've always yearned to see their graceful bearing. Ever since the end of the first phase of the war, my Tongmu City has invited some of the outstanding disciples from the various factions to come to my Tongmu City. My Tongmu City has witnessed everyone's excitement when they came to my meeting hall. However, the biggest contributor in the first stage of the Great Dao Sword War had not shown himself and had not returned to the 3 cultivation kingdoms. It was said that they had gone to the QC and the Mabe Desert. Of course, Chan Mao also heard that they had gone to the Huan Kingdom. It was even rumored that they had gone into seclusion in the Sky Patrol City after the war. Fellow Taoists, who do you think they are? Meeting hall's first team. A few clever young cultivators had already shouted, "We've been here every day to see the 4 seniors' voices and smiles, but we've never seen them in person. Could it be that Tongmu City invited them here?" Tongmu City has always sent people to guard the Utopia faction, the Xuanyan School, the Huanhua sect, and the Thunder Controlling sect. Once there's any trace of the 4 fellow Taoists, Tongmu City will immediately invite them sincerely. Deacon Chen smiled and said, "However, God rewards those who wait. It's your enthusiasm that moved these 4 fellow Taoists." Chen Mao didn't even dare to imagine that these 4 fellow Taoists would actually come to my Tongmu City today and actually come to my meeting hall. Boom! Deacon Chen's words were like cold water poured into a hot pot of oil. The entire bird's nest was in an uproar. Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were looking around randomly, and all their divine thoughts were sweeping around randomly. It seemed that they were really anxious to find the familiar yet strange faces. Xiao Hua and the other three did not walk into the crowd. They were accompanied by the disciples of Tongmu City. Therefore, it only took a moment for them to be noticed by the crowd. Tens of thousands of eyes fell on the four of them. Everyone held their breaths and concentrated. The entire bird's nest was silent, as if they were all waiting for the answer to the mystery. Alas, it's really the center of attention. Xiao Hua sighed somewhat helplessly. It seemed that this was the first time Xiao Hua had experienced showing his face in front of so many cultivators and receiving their respect. Martial nephew Li, Deacon Chen urged the green platform to fly in front of Xiao Hua and the others. He said with a smile, "I am the deacon of Tongmu City's meeting hall. My name is Chen Yuming. The city lord has already learned of the four fellow Taoists' arrival. Because he's busy with city affairs, he gave the task of receiving the four fellow Taoists to me. Now that the four fellow Taoists have come to the meeting hall, you've already seen the Book of Heroes of Tongmu City. Presumably, you also know that the people in the meeting hall yearn for the heroes of the Great War of Tao and Sword. Since you've come here, you've come to your own home. Why are you still dressed in camouflage? Could it be that you want to give us a surprise?" Li Zongbao stretched out his hand and tore off the camouflage, revealing his true face. Boom, everyone let out a cry of surprise. When Xiao Mao, Fairy Hongxia, and Xiao Hua all took off their camouflage, especially when Fairy Hongxia removed her camouflage, revealing a face that was even more beautiful than the one in the illusion. When she revealed a graceful and luxurious appearance that wasn't present in the illusion, the entire meeting hall went into an uproar. It seemed that after Xiao Hua revealed his face, not many people paid attention to him anymore. Of course, in a corner, when a female cultivator saw Xiao Hua's face, shock appeared on her face. On another side, when another female cultivator saw Xiao Hua's face, ecstasy appeared on her face. As for another female cultivator who was close to the three great mysteries, when she saw Xiao Hua, she was even more astonished. "Martial nephews of the heroes, please come up the platform." Chen Yuming stretched out his hand with a smile, indicating for the four to fly up the platform. Li Zongbao knew that at this moment, Xiao Hua wouldn't show his face. He should stand in front of him like he did in the Sky Patrol City's meeting hall. Thus he smiled and said, "Martial brothers Xiao and martial sister Hongxia, let's go." Yes. The three of them agreed and flew up the platform together. They all bowed and said, "Greetings, martial Uncle Chen." Chen Yuming was grinning from ear to ear. He hurriedly helped them up and said, "Martial nephews, please dispense with the formalities. I really didn't expect that the four people with the greatest battle merits would really appear before me and even bow to me. We don't dare. Although we have battle merits." Li Zongbao stood up in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble as he replied. "However, a senior is a senior, and a junior is a junior. We Dao sect cultivators must not be like the barbaric sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom and neglect etiquette." "Good, well said." Chen Yuming clapped his hands and said, "Nephew, you're right. We're going to beat the invading sword cultivators and let them know that although our Dao sect values etiquette and reputation, we're definitely not to be trifled with." Before Chen Yuming could finish speaking, someone below the platform immediately shouted, "Senior Li, can you tell this junior how you used the immortal piercing whip to kill Qin Jian that day? I really find it unbelievable." Qin Jian was a third-grade illusory swordsman. His strength was almost higher than a late-stage golden core master. Although you brought two Xiao seniors with you, but... Haha, martial nephew Li, you see. I haven't even opened my mouth and someone has already asked. This question is really hard for us to answer. Martial nephew, why don't you tell us what happened that day?" Chen Yuming said with a smile. "After all, the illusion in my meeting hall was created based on the information recorded in the bounty notice and the information obtained by the disciples of Tongmu City. It might be different from what happened that day." Li Zongbao smiled and said calmly, "Martial Uncle Chen, you're too humble. I've already seen the Book of Heroes. Everything else aside, the battle that I experienced was recorded in detail in the Book of Heroes. It made me feel like I was in it again. Tongmu City is really amazing. It really lives up to its reputation." "You flatter me." Chen Yuming cupped his hands and said, This is all because of the city lord's great talent and strategy. Us subordinates were only doing things under the guidance of the elder. As for the other battles, I won't talk about them. Li Zongbao pointed with his finger and said, just based on what this fellow Taoist said, in this battle to kill Qin Jian, if it was someone else. Yes, it's the other 3 Foundation establishment cultivators like me who killed Qin Jian. I wouldn't believe it. First of all, he had to find evidence that they had lied about their military exploits. Just as this fellow Taoist suspected. He. That cultivator laughed embarrassedly. The 100 or so cultivators beside him also laughed. It's a pity that Qin Jian was indeed killed by me and my 2 Xiao juniors. There's no doubt about it. Qin Jian really self-destructed in front of us. The sword light from that self-destruction soared into the sky. I could only barely find his head in the wreckage. Li Zongbao said frankly, even if this fellow Taoist were to follow us through the battle again, he would still be able to see how we killed Qin Jian. But I have to say that we were able to kill Qin Jian because we were standing on the shoulders of Martial Uncle Xueqi from the Utopia sect, Martial Uncle Li Feiyu from the Chongbai sect and Martial Uncle Su Bo from the Cool Breeze Valley. We were able to obtain this battle achievement. And if we're talking about battle achievements, these seniors who sacrificed their lives for the Taoist sect are the real heroes. We were only able to kill Qin Jian, who was a 3rd-grade illusory sword cultivator, by taking advantage of the fact that these seniors injured Qin Jian. We managed to cut off his head and barely got the battle achievement. Not only that, if it weren't for the other Foundation establishment and Qi refining cultivators who were holding back the other bright sword and nurturing sword cultivators, the 3 of us wouldn't have been able to kill Qin Jian so easily. Senior brother, there's something wrong with what you said. Xiao Mao calmly said, this humble one and senior brother Xiao Hua only had some interactions, but this humble one and senior brother Xiao are not related by blood at all. In fact, when it comes to blood relatives and brothers, I feel that on the battlefield of the Great Tao Sword War, all cultivators were brothers. Not to mention which sect or which vassal state, as long as magic techniques were used against the enemy and magic tools were used to kill sword cultivators, then we are brothers. Good. Junior brother Xiao has really spoken I's mind. Although Xiao Mao didn't answer some of his questions, the crowd of cultivators applauded. That's right, Martial Uncle Xiao Hua, Fairy Hong Xia and Martial Uncle Li's backgrounds are extremely detailed. Only Martial Uncle's experience started from the Imperial Thunder sect. Moreover, it is said that Martial Uncle was a loose cultivator before. Is this all true? Where did you cultivate before, Martial Uncle? A Qi condensation cultivator who appeared to be quite weak asked cautiously. Xiao Hua looked at this cultivator and said with a smile, presumably, this fellow Taoist is worried that his background isn't good and that he doesn't have the support of a famous sect. He feels that he won't be able to do anything earth-shattering, so he asked this question, right? Yes. The cultivator's face turned red and he said in a somewhat panicked manner. Then I'll give you some words of advice. Xiao Hua said word by word, don't ask where a hero comes from, miracles come from people. As long as you have a heart that seeks the Tao, as long as you have a tenacious path of cultivation, then miracles will be in your hands. The height of a nascent soul grandmaster will also be under your feet. Many thanks. Many thanks for Martial Uncle Zhao's guidance. Junior understands. The cultivator's face turned red from excitement. He had already thrown the matter of him asking about Xiao Hua's background to the back of his mind. Of course, those who wanted to know about Xiao Hua's background also knew that Xiao Hua didn't want to talk about this matter, so they didn't ask anymore. Martial nephew Xiao. Just when Xiao Hua let out a slight sigh of relief, a somewhat sharp voice sounded out. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked over. It was a thin and tall golden core cultivator with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks looking at him. This Taoist is Qingsong Mountain's Huasong. I have a question to ask. Qingsong Mountain? Xiao Hua smacked his lips and thought for a moment. He didn't seem to have any impression of it, but he still smiled and said, Senior Hua, please speak. Huasong pointed at the 3 archways in the distance and said, Martial nephew also saw that there are 3 big mysteries in the discussion hall that haven't been answered yet. The second and third mysteries are related to your Imperial Thunder sect. This old man wants to ask you, which of your Imperial Thunder sect do you think this terrifying Phoenix and Senior Nameless are? Alas, what will come in the end. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. He knew that he couldn't not face it. Thus, Xiaohua said to Chen Yuming, Senior Chen, can you fly in front of the archways and let this junior see clearly? Of course. Chen Yuming smiled somewhat thought-provoking. He urged the green platform to arrive in front of the two archways. He saw that there were many vines on the second archway, and each vine had a different name written on it. Unfortunately, Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan it, but there wasn't a single one with Xiaohua's name written on it. Xiaohua pointed at the archway with his hand, and the words "Who is nameless" flickered with green light. He said, This Xiao is also very puzzled. Unfortunately, this Xiao's eyes have never seen Senior Nameless. Moreover, Xiao Mao is only a Foundation Establishment disciple in the Imperial Thunder Sect. He has never known a few Gold Core late-stage masters, so even if this Xiao makes a wild guess, this Xiao won't know who it is. How about this Xiao throws in a spirit stone for himself? Xiao Mao laughed in his heart. That's right, Xiaohua can't see himself with his own eyes. What he said is also right. Ha 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 ha. Chen Yuming laughed instead. He clapped his hands and said, Dear nephew Xiao, this bet in my Tongmu City's assembly hall is a kind of encouragement. Anyone can participate. If dear nephew wants to participate, you only need to write your choice on the jade slip, and then put in your own spirit stones. If the mystery is solved, my Tongmu City will pay according to the bet in the jade slip. Since Senior Chen has invited me, this junior can't not give face. This Xiao has never seen this Senior Nameless. Then, this low-grade spirit stone will be participation. Xiaohua said, took out a jade slip, wrote something, and threw it into a budding flower bud along with a piece of low-grade spirit stone. When the jade slip fell, the flower bud was the same as before. It turned into an extremely thin vine and hung on the archway. The words on it were almost indiscernible. Chen Yuming laughed and shook his head. Nephew Xiao, it's also I's fault. I didn't explain things clearly. The size of the vine is related to the number of spirit stones thrown in. Nephew's low-grade spirit stone can't even show the words. Don't. Xiaohua shook his head vigorously. This junior spirit stone is like throwing a meat bun at a dog. It's a one-way trip. One is enough, I can't throw in any more. Haha, junior brother Xiao, I'll help you. Li Zongbao laughed and threw in a low-grade spirit stone. We also agree. Xiao Mao and Fairy Hong Xia covered their mouths and laughed. They also threw in a low-grade spirit stone. Sigh, previously there were people who said that after the battle, the first team in the conference hall is like brothers. This old man didn't believe it at first. But looking at it now, it's true. It's through the baptism of smoke and blood that the relationship between people can become more solid. Chen Yuming took the opportunity to sigh. Nephew Xiao, that terrifying phoenix. Do you know? The golden core cultivator named Huasong from before asked somewhat worriedly. Senior, did you throw in a lot of spirit stones? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Yes. Huasong replied somewhat embarrassedly. Then which one of my Imperial Thunder Sect did you throw in? Xiaohua asked again. Huasong hesitated and said, I think it's all of them. Moreover, your sect has a lot of Foundation Establishment cultivators. It's not easy for me to choose. Did you choose me? Xiaohua said with a smile. Of course, one of them is nephew Xiao. Huasong's eyes lit up and blurted out. So Senior chose a few. Xiaohua understood and said with a smile. Junior really wanted Senior to win these spirit stones. I also wanted to admit that I'm the terrifying phoenix, but unfortunately, could it be that nephew Xiao isn't the terrifying phoenix? Huasong was disappointed again. Many people beside him were also disappointed. Xiaohua shrugged and said somewhat helplessly, I don't have a true bloodline, nor do I have a phoenix body. Therefore, if I admit that I'm the terrifying phoenix, I'm afraid all of you won't believe it, right?